Highbridge, a division of Recorded Books, presents Before You Found Me, a novel by Brooke Beyfuss. Read by Jeremy Carlisle Parker. Chapter 1. When she finally left, she left with nothing. She could have gone home, packed a bag and grabbed the very few things that meant anything at all, but she didn't. There wasn't a single thing in that house worth facing all the blood on the floor. Her neighbor, the same one who'd called the police, had delivered her car to the hospital a few days earlier. As soon as she had her discharge papers in hand, Rowan made one phone call and followed Route 13 up the coast, leaving Virginia behind in a blue and white blur. She was exhausted, but she wasn't worried about nodding off. Her entire body was a slug writhing in salt, a freshly skinned knee bathed in alcohol. 30 staples forged a metal path from her left hip to her right shoulder blade, along with God only knew how many stitches. The pain wasn't foreign, just different. Over the past 2 years, she'd been on the receiving end of countless slaps, frequent backhands, and many, many closed fists. But shattered glass had a finer touch. It paid personal attention to every inch of her body. The glass had coated her, clung to her, impregnated her until she was so sharp, no one could touch her without bleeding. It took the surgical team hours to free every shard from her skin. She swam up from a leaden fog to a parade of doctors and nurses, all of them dying to tell her how lucky she was, that it could have been so much worse. It was an interesting statement, and it always came without elaboration. So Rowan asked everyone who said it how much worse it needed to be before she was allowed to get upset. What was the invisible threshold she needed to reach before it became acceptable to grieve the body she'd lost? No one had an answer, so they sent in specialists with expensive watches and eager hands, full of ideas about reconstructive surgery and laser treatments and skin grafts. She hadn't listened because it didn't matter. Even if they could erase every blemish and every scar, she would never be the same again. Driving kept her focused, quieted her mind, but after she'd spent 5 hours on the road, the sun set, and her energy went with it. Rowan flexed her hands against the steering wheel and tried not to veer over the yellow lines as she approached Wilmington, Delaware. She braked at a red light, wincing against the pole of the seatbelt. Her fingers floated toward her left eye, probing for pain and tenderness in small, curious circles. It was sightless and still closed, her eyelid puffed tight against the line of black stitches that crossed her temple like marching ants. The patchwork of bruises coloring the rest of her face was yellowing around the edges, but a few knotty bumps remained stubbornly purple. When the car filled with green light, Rowan could barely lift her foot from the brake. Sore or not, she was tired. Far too tired to pull the all-nighter she'd been counting on. With more than 300 miles in front of her, she turned onto a local road and parked under a tree that cast enough shadows to hide her face. Bedford Memorial Hospital had released her with a plastic bag of bloody clothes and 2 accessories, one old and one new. The new one, a thick white hospital bracelet, still circled her wrist. The old one gleamed from the 3rd finger of her left hand. The diamond sparkled in the dim light, throwing rainbows across the ceiling as though it had nothing at all to do with what had happened. Rowan slid the band over her knuckle and rolled down the window. She tilted her face toward the sudden rush of cool dampness, but the late spring breeze did nothing to soothe her skin or quiet her mind. She closed her fingers over the ring, forcing the stone into the center of her hand. In the next breath, before she could decide not to, she tossed it out the window in a glistening arc and threw the car into gear. She drove with her foot to the floor for perhaps 10 seconds before a passing streetlight lit her broken face. Her hand felt empty on the wheel, too light, as though she'd severed some vital part of herself. She reversed and flew 50 feet backward without a single thought or glance. The brakes screamed, and so did her back as she tumbled out of the car and began combing through the grass and gravel. The smashed remains of drunken littering turned the road glittery, and Rowan's scrabbling hands closed on every bit of shine that caught her eye. Passing headlights threw her bloody fingers into sharp detail, effectively arresting her search. She took a deep breath and braced her forehead against the bumper of the car. Ethan walked toward her, all lit up in rolling waves of blue and red. His steps were easy, a saunter that belied the fury in his eyes. Shattered glass covered Rowan like confetti, forming glistening rainbows that trembled and danced with every breath. The sirens were getting closer, and so were the lights. They skimmed across the side of the house and the trees, and the blood that painted her shape in the wood. Ethan leaned over her, and he said, "Do you need some help?" Rowan spun around, her right eye wide and terrified, a sharp contrast to her left, which barely resembled an eye at all, puffy and weeping pink tears. A small man in jogging clothes stood 10 feet away. Rowan dimly realized he was offering the space so he wouldn't scare her. She had scared him instead. She knew what she looked like. No, well, maybe I do." The words cracked with leftover tears, and she lifted a hand absently to her hair, the only thing about her that wasn't a mess. It fell down her back in a bright curtain that shimmered in the breeze. Her smile felt broken. The man took a few steps toward her. "Are you having car trouble? My wife is home. I can call her if you need a ride somewhere." "No, it's just my ring. I dropped my engagement ring, and I can't find it." Another car passed, lighting the surprise that flashed across his face. "Oh, well, I can offer you an extra set of eyes if it'll help," he said. "They're a little older than yours, but they work." She offered a weak note of thanks as he dropped to the ground and began edging along the asphalt. Rowan joined him, praying her ring wasn't barreling down the road as a $15,000 adornment in someone else's tire. "This probably isn't polite," the man said as he crawled all over the blacktop, caring not a whit about the health of his bare knees. "But aren't you a little bit young to be engaged?" It was a terrible question, but not as bad as the one he could have asked. Rowan shrugged. "I can vote. I can drink. Isn't it a little bit late for a jog?" He smiled. "I worked second shift for years. It turned me into a night owl." His head disappeared behind the rear tire. "You don't happen to have a light, do you?" Rowan tossed him the tiny flashlight she kept on her keychain, and he aimed the beam under the car. "I think your troubles are over, my dear." He flattened himself against the ground and wiggled under the bumper, grit and pebbles dimpling his skin. A moment later, he dropped the ring, grimy now, into her waiting hand. "Thank you so much," Rowan said, finally embarrassed. "I'm sorry. I know I look—" She shook her head. "Thank you."
"Glad I could help."
He got to his feet, glancing at his watch as she rubbed the ring with the hem of her shirt.
"You're right. It is pretty late. Does your fiancé know where you are?"
Rowan finished giving the ring a hasty polish. After a moment's hesitation, she slid the band onto her right ring finger, the one with no connection to her heart. She regarded her unexpected savior with an expression that was no longer pleasant and no longer grateful.
"I hope not."
Rowan surrendered the night at a motel with a deeply slanted roof and a row of red exterior doors. Trucks clogged the parking lot, but the lobby was deserted. When she got to her room, she dropped her bag onto the floor and forced down her dinner. French fries, chased with a chocolate milkshake, melted into soup. The air conditioner whirred to life as she stared at herself in the blank face of the television. The woman at the front desk had refused to meet her eye, but as Rowan turned to leave, a voice at her back had whispered that lavender oil was good for scars. Sage advice. Something a mother might say, though Rowan had never known that privilege. She only knew Celia. The thought of her sister, who hadn't even bothered to visit, let alone offer organic remedies, shattered the remains of an old promise. She cursed her racing heart as she picked up her phone, and a moment later, a sleepy voice was in her ear.
"Hello?"
Rowan gritted her teeth. "Hey, Seal, it's me. Were you sleeping?"
"No,"
Celia said, clearing her throat.
"I'm awake.
I've been waiting for you to call." "Phone works both ways." Celia ignored that.
"Where are you?"
"Delaware. I'll be at Lane's tomorrow. Did you kick the squatters out of my house yet?"
"No, I did not.
They have 2 months left on the lease. I'm not going to throw them out because you're too proud to sleep in my spare room." Rowan gripped the phone tighter. "I told you I'm not staying with you. Why should I?" Her voice faltered and broke. 6 days in the hospital is a long time when no one comes to see you. The change in Celia's own voice was subtle and tense.
"You were 1,000 miles away. I couldn't possibly be gone that long. I have a lot of people who depend on me. You know that."
Rowan let out a bark of laughter. "Right. Silly me for thinking I'd get some priority, huh? By the way, did the doctor tell you how many blood transfusions I needed? I think it was 2, maybe 3. I don't remember. I was so out of it. And I have one of those rare blood types, but you know that, right? 'Cause you have the same one? See, right there, you could have helped me out, but it's okay. Your patients are far more important than your sister." Celia started to speak, but Rowan wouldn't let her. "I will be at Lane's for the next 2 months, just a phone call away. When my house is ready, please be kind enough to let me know." She hung up and tossed the phone onto the bed. It ricocheted off the mattress and landed face down on the floor next to her hospital bag, which was spilling its contents across the threadbare carpet. As Rowan sifted through packets of ointment and rolls of gauze, the phone came to life again, a harsh buzz that felt like a punishment even before she saw the screen. When she did, she sat frozen, clutching the phone as it screamed his name again and again, the air between her hovering finger and the glowing glass the only space between them. Every vibration echoed in her heart, quiet and trembling,
in a room that was all at once too big and too bright. Eventually, the phone went still, leaving a silent corpse in her hand. Ethan. Missed call. Rowan placed the phone on the floor again, gingerly this time. It wasn't the first time he had called. She'd picked up the first time, fresh out of surgery and too groggy to understand that bail hadn't been enough to hold him. She got up to check the lock on the door, and then she fumbled through the bag again, poking and searching until her fingers found the amber bottle, currently her most prized possession. The pill melted against her tongue, sharp and bitter with the promise of release. She tried to breathe as she rested against the pillow, expecting a greater yield considering how heavy her head felt. But there was no peace behind her eyes. Every image was red and dripping, jagged memories from a place that was always dark. The curtains were edged in pale yellow light when Rowan was wrenched from sleep by the thundering fist of the cleaning woman. After cracking the door open to defend her checkout time, Rowan stood under a warm shower. The soap scraped against her staples, and the knotted ends of plastic thread poked her fingers. Rowan tried not to prophesize on the scars that would follow. She brushed her hair until it was barely damp, and then looped a skein of it around her fist, finding no comfort in the pale marriage of red and gold. She loved her hair. It had been her favorite thing about herself until the first time Ethan had used it as a leash, snapping her head back and laughing. She twisted the bright length on top of her head in defiance. Her head ached from the weight by the time she drove across the Massachusetts state line, sucking down the icy dregs of her third Coke. 2 hours later, she rolled into the westward town of Ellisburg, where Lane May, her best friend, had offered Rowan the use of her house, currently unoccupied while Lane spent the summer visiting her grandparents in Seoul. It was more than generous. Rowan hadn't seen Lane in years. The two of them had met shortly after Rowan was placed in her final foster home, a hurried and messy transaction following her second failed stint with Celia. Her new family was parented by a pair of retired teachers who housed a tangle of kids in their rambling New Hampshire farmhouse. Lane lived down the road. They were both 13, with birthdays a week apart, but aside from that, they had nothing in common. Rowan was on her 9th foster placement and well past jaded. She wore defiance like a badge, while Lane barely spoke above a whisper. But their differences balanced, and they fit together without friction. Where Lane was gentle and calming, Rowan was fierce and protective. It wasn't long before they became home to each other. They stayed joined at the hip until Celia stepped in once again to rip Rowan from the happiest life she'd known in a long time, herding her onto an airplane to Virginia for her next fresh start. Rowan hadn't seen Lane since. Celia was always too busy to orchestrate a visit, and then Ethan showed up, scissors flashing, ready to sever every relationship Rowan had. But despite Celia's indifference and Ethan's best efforts, they never fully lost touch. And when Rowan had needed help, Lane was the first person, the only person, who gave it to her. "You're doing me a huge favor," Lane said when Rowan called her from the hospital. She sounded great. Her voice buzzed with an energy Rowan couldn't fake. "The neighborhood's pretty quiet, but I'll feel better having someone there." "Are you sure? Celia said I could stay with her, but..." "It's yours," Lane had replied. Rowan navigated half a dozen tree-lined streets before reaching a tight-packed row of houses separated by thin strips of grass. Her temporary haven sat at the far end of the road, quaint and unimposing behind a slightly weathered picket fence. While Lane's house needed a little work, Rowan could see huge potential. The beautiful arched windows were surrounded by grimy patches where the shutters should be. The result, Rowan knew, of a recent renovation snafu. The missing shutters gave the house a crooked appearance, like a face with no eyebrows. She walked to the side yard, where a terracotta flower pot was perched in the grass next to a low basement window. Rowan reached inside, digging through dead stems and wilted petals until her fingers found the key. A flash of bright metal twinkling like a promise in the dirt. Chapter 2. Gabriel was reading when the shadow crossed his lap. It was nothing, really. Just a blip on his radar. But he glanced up as the shape blotted out the dusky light. A well-worn copy of Robinson Crusoe was balanced on his knees. In the moment before the pages had gone dark, he'd been thinking that he would gladly battle cannibals if it meant he could go outside. But his own island was dangerous enough. It was damp and moldy, with a cold floor and gray cement walls. He had one window, almost too high for him to reach, and every spring and summer ants and spiders and mosquitoes crawled through the holes in the wire mesh. Winter was better because there were no bugs, but it was also worse because winter was cold. Gabriel really didn't mind the bugs that much, at least the ones that didn't bite. There were plenty of worse things to hate, like eating. He didn't get to eat every day, but he still hated it because the food he got was always cold, and sometimes it was so dry and stale that every bite hurt his mouth. His showers were cold, too, but that was okay. The laundry soap he washed with burned his skin. Most of all, he hated the kids across the street. They played outside every day just because they could, flying over the sidewalk and chasing the ice cream man. They screamed with voices that were clearer than his and never faded. Gabriel used to scream too, but he stopped as soon as he learned it only made things worse. It took him a long time to learn. Long enough for his voice to match the way he looked. Thin and gritty and weak. But this interruption, the alien shadow, was something new. He dragged his chair to the window and stood on it, pressing his nose against the screen. The shadow fidgeted and paced until his eyes adjusted to the light and showed him a girl. Not the girl who usually lived there. She'd been gone for days. This was someone different. She bent suddenly, and Gabriel jerked away from the window, curling his fingers against the rusty edge of the metal frame. She didn't notice. Her eyes were fixed on a flower pot, her fingers rooting inside and spilling dirt down the orange clay. Gabriel studied her carefully. Her hair was bright coppery gold, and she had a ton of it, all looped on her head like a bow on a present. When she stood in the sun, her entire head looked like it was on fire. It was warm outside, but she had on big, baggy clothes and dark glasses that covered half her face. The skin he could see was blotchy and red, like she was getting a sunburn or had just finished crying. Once the girl dug up whatever she'd been looking for, she unlocked the side door and disappeared into the house. Gabriel watched her go, a small bubble of excitement taking root in the pit of his stomach. Then the door to his own house slammed above his head, and heavy footfalls pounded the ceiling. He moved away from the window, walked to the corner of the basement, and curled into a ball, as far from the stairs as he could.
His hands shook. They always did when the door slammed. His father was home. Chapter 3. Rowan lay in bed with the sheets pulled up to her ears, cowering in the quiet comfort of Lane's guest room. The moon was full, shining cool light through a window Rowan couldn't shutter. Her phone was next to her. During the day, it stayed dark, but her nights were filled with the constant buzzing reminder that Ethan was not about to let her go that easily. On the first night, she'd blocked his number, but her resolve hadn't lasted long. It was like standing with her back to a loaded gun. The fact he was calling her at all meant he didn't have the means to do much else. It was also evidence. She sent screenshots of the missed calls to her lawyer every day. If the phone kept Ethan busy, she was content to let him dig himself deeper. But that didn't make it any easier to hear. Rowan had no tethers to her old life, no sentries to call for updates, save for the attorney who assured her that no, Ethan couldn't leave the state, so he was right where she'd left him. It didn't matter. Ethan liked getting inside her head as much as he liked tossing her across the room, and it would take a lot more than 800 miles to stop him. Rowan tried to open her eyes one morning, but they felt like they were full of sand. She'd been at Lane's for 2 weeks, and she still didn't feel safe enough to sleep behind those wide-open windows. The makeshift curtains she fashioned out of bedsheets were of little comfort and always landed on the floor before morning. As usual, she'd barely managed to grab a few hours before the sun woke her. In the kitchen, she drank cup after cup of coffee and searched neighborhood sites for local painters, anyone who might be able to close the eyes on this house. Once the caffeine kicked in, she couldn't sit still, so she wandered into the garage, where the weathered shutters lived, flakes of red paint dotting the floor. Rowan knew the story. A few months earlier, Lane had hired a guy off a grocery store bulletin board to strip and paint her shutters following a particularly nasty winter. After a signed contract and a hefty deposit, he appeared one morning, yanked the shutters off the house, and piled them into the driveway. 2 days later, Lane's check was cashed, his phone was shut off, and the shutters were nearly hijacked by a group of overzealous curbside scavengers. Before Lane had a chance to threaten legal action, her grandparents had surprised her with a plane ticket, leaving the house in its present state, blank white and startled. Rowan was pretty startled herself. Far from enjoying a peaceful respite, she'd fallen into a pattern of behavior that was disturbing even by her standards. In the hospital, when she wasn't drugged, she'd been remarkably lucid. When the police took her statement, she threw Ethan so far under the bus it felt like she was driving over him. But since arriving at Lane's, important details had begun slipping away, despite the evidence carved in her skin. The selective amnesia was so sudden that Rowan began carrying around a copy of the police report, anticipating those desperate, panicked moments when she needed to know if it had happened at night or during the day, the name of the arresting officer, the color of her shirt. Twice, she grabbed her phone to answer one of Ethan's many calls, and her only thought was that she hadn't talked to him in a while. She was so blinded by her mind's attempt to shut off, so completely distracted, that she didn't notice when her stitches finally dissolved and her left eye no longer puckered and drooped. After her staples were removed, she barely registered the long, puffy scar where the glass had split her in two. It sounded like healing, but it wasn't. It was a trick, and she was playing it on herself.
She stared straight through the scars she'd wear for the rest of her life, while her mind tucked away every bad memory, as though hiding them were enough to make them disappear. It was exactly how she'd stayed with him for so long. She had to notice. She had to remember. She had to do anything she could to keep her anger from fading to that once upon a time when Ethan had been the only one there for her. She needed to harness that energy before it consumed her. Cash it in before it drove her even further away from what little peace she had. Rowan danced her fingers along the wood, chips of paint clinging to her skin. The shutters were long, each with a half moon carved on top to fit the arched windows. They were also old, original to the house, and awkward as hell. They folded of their own free will, something she discovered when she nearly severed her fingers on the first pair she tried to lift. She ignored the sharp pain shooting from her left hip to her right shoulder as she dragged the shutters toward the side of the house. She was barely through the garage door when a voice cracked the air like a whip, so sudden and so loud that Rowan jumped. The shutters slipped and landed right on top of her foot. "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" She looked up and saw an absolute giant of a man hurtling toward her. "Is this your first day on the job, or are you desperate for a hernia?" he asked, grabbing the edges of the wood. "What?" "You're lifting with your back. Bad form." Before Rowan could say a word, he pulled the shutters out of her hand and hoisted them up, balancing the wood on top of his head. "Where do you want them?" Over there," Rowan said, pointing to the stretch of siding next to the kitchen door. The man propped the wood against the house and headed back toward the garage. "Did you buy this place?" he asked, grabbing the second pair. "No, Renting?" "Just for a few months. You really don't have to." "It's no trouble. My name's Lee," he said, setting them down in the grass and offering his hand. It swallowed hers, his grip tight enough to hurt. "Lee Emerson." He jerked his thumb toward the house next door. "I live here." "Nice to meet you." "What's your name?" For a moment, her reply was caught behind her tongue, snagged on something she couldn't see. "Rowan." "Rowan." His eyes were very blue, charming but not sweet. They raked her from head to toe. "Sorry for busting in on you, but you didn't know what the hell you were doing." Rowan laughed, one quick, nervous bark. "And you do?" "Damn straight. Check out the van," he said, pointing to his driveway. "Emerson's Masonry. I haul rocks all day long. These are toothpicks to me." He leaned the second pair of shutters against the house. Flecks of red twirled like snowflakes in the breeze. "Are you going to strip them?" he asked. "I'm going to paint them." "If you don't strip them first, you're wasting your time. Come inside for a minute," he said, starting toward his house. "I've got some solvent, I think." "I'll buy my own." "It's right in the garage." "I met you 3 minutes ago," she said. "I'm not going in your house." She smiled tightly, her fists clenched at her side. Lee laughed. "Cautious to a fault, huh?" "No, just smart." "Smart ass, you mean," he said, disappearing into his garage. A minute later, he returned with a rusty can and a flat-edged scraper. "Here you go," he said, handing them over. "Don't say I never gave you anything." "Thanks." "And don't go hiring anyone to get those shutters back on the house if that's your plan, neighbor," he called, climbing into the white van in his driveway. "I can probably spare a few guys for you." He stuck his head out the window as he backed out.
If you're as smart as you say, you'll take me up on that.
Rowan watched him as he drove away, the can and scraper still clutched in her hands. The solvent had a noxious odor and was as thick as condensed milk. It took her forever to pry off the lid, and she was rewarded with a chemical burn when the solution exploded from the can. She forced her pinched and blistered hands into a pair of gardening gloves and began covering the wood with wide, sweeping strokes. While she waited for the chemicals to dissolve something other than her skin, Rowan turned her attention back to Lee's house, surreptitiously judging the state of his shutters. Structurally, the house was similar to Lane's, but it had been polished to a shine. The perimeter was framed by a short brick wall and impeccable landscaping. The lush shrubbery and tumbling flowers made the tiny house look like a little kid playing dress-up. When the paint began to blister, Rowan pushed the scraper across the slats, sending a crimson blizzard swirling in the breeze. She worked steadily, if not competently, to lay bare the weathered boards, gouging tiny nicks into the wood with every pass. It wasn't long before her arms were burning from the effort, but that wasn't what made her stop. There was something stirring in the space around her, some kind of weight in the air, as palpable as a shout. For a minute she thought Lee had come back, but his van was still gone. She looked down the driveway, as though someone had called her name, but the street was still and silent. Rowan's heartbeat picked up as she pressed the scraper against a stubborn patch of red paint. She half expected her phone to buzz in her pocket, but it, too, was quiet. She turned suddenly, and her eyes caught a dancing shadow darkening Lee's basement window. Something small and quick that vanished the moment she saw it. She returned to the shutters and glanced over her shoulder again. The shadow retreated. Her voyeur was matching her movements, ducking out of sight whenever she looked up. They were good at it, too. They hadn't made a sound. Rowan pulled off her gloves. "I can see you, you know," she said. "It's not nice to spy on people." The shadow scurried away. Rowan shook her head and turned back to the battered wood. "I wasn't spying." It was a quiet voice for such a loud shadow, low and husky. The speaker was young. There were no more than 10 years there. But something about the tone sent a chill up Rowan's back. "I was just looking out the window." He sounded like a little boy, but his voice was all wrong. It lacked childishness. She'd never heard someone so young sound so spent, so completely drained. He sounded as tired as she felt. Rowan bent down to peer at the screen. It was speckled with red paint, but there was nothing but darkness beyond. "Sorry," she said. "I guess that means I was spying on you." He didn't respond. She tried again. "What's your name?" Long pause. "Is my dad gone?" "Who, Lee?" she asked. "Yeah, he's gone. Why?" "I'm not supposed to. I'm grounded." "Oh, I gotcha," Rowan said. "Don't worry. I spent half my life grounded. I won't tell." "What's your name?" "You promise?" "What?" "You promise you won't tell my dad you saw me?" "Cross my heart." Two small hands pushed the screen up, and the boy suddenly appeared. At least, the top of his head did. "Gabriel," he said quietly. "I'm Rowan." "I know," he said, pacing from one end of the window to the other.
I heard you talking.
How old are you?
11. How old are you?
Rowan smiled. Yesterday was my birthday. I turned 22.
That's old.
Yeah, it's really not. She heard metal being dragged across concrete, the stamp of 2 small feet, and then the boy rose into view slowly and shyly, squinting against the light. His face bore no resemblance to the gravel in his voice. He was beautiful. The sweetness she'd sought in Lee's blue eyes was bright and shining in Gabriel's. His skin was very pale, almost sickly, she thought, and smudged with dirt beneath his wavy mop of dark hair. Something about his face was familiar to Rowan for no reason she could pinpoint. Gabriel blinked up at her. "Hi," she said.
Hi.
"Want to come out and help me? I bet your dad won't mind if I put you to work." He hesitated.
I can't.
"There's $20 in it for you if you do."
No,
he said quietly, staring at the grass.
I'm grounded.
"Well, that's a standing offer," Rowan said, picking up her brush. "This is going to take me days. What are you doing down there?" Gabriel stretched his hand through the window and grabbed a fistful of grass, twisting the blades into ropes.
Be careful, he said. That stuff burns.
I know. It took half my skin off. Why are you in the basement? He shrugged.
I like to read down here. Or draw.
He pointed suddenly, his finger jabbing the air.
It's dripping.
You read and draw? Rowan repeated, adjusting her stance. Shouldn't you be glued to YouTube and addicted to video games?
Why?
He asked, without a trace of sarcasm. He sounded confused, as though he'd never heard of such things. Rowan nodded. An Amish existence. I get it. Gabriel frowned up at her.
What's Amish?
Off the grid. You know, horses, buggies, lots of straight pins and puppy mills. She was smiling when Lee's van pulled into the driveway. Uh-oh. Red alert.
What?
Your dad's back. She barely got the words out. When she turned to the window, she got a final, fleeting look at Gabriel before he vanished, as though he'd been snatched into the darkness by a hand she couldn't see. Chapter 4. 2 days, a gallon of paint, and 8 scraped knuckles later, Rowan propped the freshly painted shutters against the house, covered them with a tarp, and decided she had helped enough. Her gaze bounced from the red wood to Gabriel's window. He'd been conspicuously absent since their chat, and she wasn't sure if she should be worried about him or not. She'd seen Lee plenty of times and even talked to him once or twice, but true to her word, she hadn't said a thing about Gabriel. Lee never mentioned him at all. Rowan found herself sneaking glances toward the window as she sanded and painted, her eyes catching on every glint and every shadow. Now she checked the driveway. The white van was gone. She kneeled next to Gabriel's window and saw her own face mirrored in the glass. She rapped on it lightly. There was no response. She knocked again, hard enough to send ripples through her reflection. Sunlight glistened on the dusty pane, and she thought she saw a stir in the shadows, some fleeting small shape. There was no answering call. She kept one eye on the window as she gathered the cans and brushes and went inside. At 2:00 in the morning, something pinged against the kitchen door. Rowan was standing at the counter, rubbing butter into flour for blueberry scones. She hadn't even tried to sleep. Her lawyer had called that afternoon, and instead of telling her that a court date had been set, or responding to her many reports of harassment, he had different news to share. 3 years, she whispered. 3 years, Barry?
Yes. He'll be on probation for 5 after that.
But I thought... You said he could get 20. How...
He took the plea deal.
But that's nothing!
It's something, Rowan. If it went to trial, it really could have been nothing. I told you from the beginning that it would be hard to make a first-degree assault charge stick. He didn't use a weapon.
He threw me through a glass door.
It's not a weapon, Barry repeated calmly. There were no previous assaults.
There were plenty.
She choked up. No reported assaults, he amended. We went over this. There was no evidence, no hospital reports, nothing. You don't even have pictures.
So it's my fault? She asked tightly.
I didn't say that. I'm saying he had a clean record, and this was a single instance of domestic violence. The plea deal was the best way to ensure he got at least some time behind bars.
If that's true, why didn't he take it to trial?
Because it's a bigger risk for him, too. I know it doesn't sound like it, but this is the best possible outcome.
He's been calling me, she said. He calls me every day, dozens of times. I told you, and I told the police, and you've done nothing.
Once he's in, he won't be able to contact you, and if he does it when he's out, it'll be a parole violation.
For 5 years. He was silent for a moment.
Yeah.
And what, she asked, am I supposed to do after that? He hadn't responded. The door pinged again. Rowan stood stock still, her hands worrying the cold butter. The kitchen window was dark. All she could see was her own face mirrored in the glass. Ping. She groped for the light switch, smearing the wall with grease and flour, but she managed to snap the floodlights on. There was movement in the grass, something wiggling wildly, and when her eyes adjusted, she saw Gabriel hanging halfway out the basement window, one arm poised to throw. When she opened the door, something small and hard bounced off her good shoulder. Bits of shine littered the grass around her feet. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Why are you throwing pennies at the door?" "Shh!" He waved her forward, rosebud lips pushed into a defiant pout. "Turn the light off." Rowan did. The shadows returned swiftly, and she crouched in the doorway, lowering her voice to a whisper. "What's the matter?" "Why were you knocking on my window?" "What?" "This afternoon, you knocked on my window. You can't do that. I'll get in big trouble." "Why would you get in trouble?" "I told you, I'm grounded. What'd you do that for, anyway?" "Because you look like I feel." "I don't know," she said, her face burning in the cool air. "I guess I wanted someone to talk to." His expression didn't change. "Don't do it again." They stared at each other over the strip of grass. Gabriel had pulled back from the window, partially shrouded in darkness. But there was enough light to see something was off. He was fidgety, constantly moving like he didn't want her to get a good look at him. His face was just as smudged as it had been a few days ago, but now it didn't look like dirt. Her mind kept clicking, flashing memories of her own face, her old face, welts and bruises, one after another, until the picture was whole, and she realized exactly what was in front of her. And it was like discovering a nest of rats, something vivid and horrible enough to make her scream. She crawled over to him, her eyes never leaving his face. "What happened to you?" "What do you mean?" She took his chin in her hand, tipping it toward the moonlight. "Your face." He twisted away. "It's nothing." "It's not nothing. You're a mess." Bruises bloomed along the line of his jaw. The bridge of his nose was swollen. A gash split his lower lip in two. "What happened?" "Nothing." Rowan stared at the play of colors on his skin, bruises that were old and new, and his mottled features suddenly made sense. It was the same complexion she'd had to hide for the better part of 2 years. Gabriel tried to push her hand away, but she cupped his cheek and didn't let go. He sneezed. A fine mist of blood exploded into the air, red droplets blooming against her skin like poppies. Rowan froze, still clutching his cheek. Gabriel's hands flew to cover his nose. "Bless you," she whispered. "Move your hands." "No." "Yes," she insisted, tugging his arm. A thin stream of blood slid down his wrist and made a sticky trail around her fingers. Rowan jerked away, but the shape of her hand stayed behind, outlined in red on his skin. "It's your own fault. I told you 1,000,000 times. Learn to protect your goddamn face. Get an ice pack on it, and if anyone asks..." She drew back. "I bet you fell in the bathroom, right?" "What?" "Or maybe you tripped coming down the stairs," she said, her voice rising. "Or walked into a door." "Shut up," he hissed. "My dad'll hear you." "Good," she said. "You should tell him you're losing a pint of blood, or does he already know?" His mouth snapped shut. "Does he?" Gabriel pressed the hem of his t-shirt against his nose. Rowan rocked back on her heels. "Right," she said, getting to her feet. "Where are you going?" "To call the police," Rowan said over her shoulder. "Since you don't want to talk to me, maybe you'll talk to them." "The police?" Gabriel repeated, more amused than someone who had been beaten and trapped in a basement had any right to be. "Why?" "What do you mean?" "Why are you calling the police?" "Why are you in the basement all the time?" "I like the basement." "But you have your own room, right?" Rowan pressed. "A regular room you sleep in every night?" "Yes." "Could you go there right now?" "If I wanted to." "Okay. Go turn on your light and wave at me through the window." Gabriel wilted, his head drooping between his shoulders. "No," he said quietly. "I don't want to." Rowan deflated a bit too. "If you tell me what's going on," she said in a softer tone, "I can help you." He lifted his head. His eyes were bright, shining with unshed tears. "No, you can't." Rowan crouched again before wiping blood from his nose with the sleeve of her sweatshirt. "Your dad?" she asked. "Your mom?" "My dad," he whispered. She saw Lee's face, his wide, solicitous grin, and her fingers itched for his throat. "Does he... Jesus Christ, Gabriel. Are you locked down there?" He nodded. "Since when?" He thought for a moment.
Since my mom died. That was when I was 8, so I guess 3 years. It's hard to remember.
3 years? Rowan cut in. You've been down there for 3 years and nobody noticed?
Nobody sees me.
What about school?
I don't go to school.
When was the last time you were outside? He looked at her evenly.
When I was 8.
Come out now, she said, grabbing his hand. Come on, you can fit. I'll help you.
I can't.
Why not?
Because
you're scared.
I'm not scared.
Then what are you waiting for? The day he decides to let you out, or the day he kills you?
He's not going to kill me.
How do you know? Rowan demanded. He only needs to hit you the wrong way once. Trust me. Let me call the police. They can—
No!
She still had him by the hand. He squeezed her fingers, hard enough to hurt her blistered skin.
No,
he whispered again. Another trickle of blood ran from his nose, but he made no move to wipe it away.
Promise me you won't tell anyone. Please.
She stared at his hand and hers. They both had fine filaments of blood staining the lines in their skin. He tightened his grip, and Rowan nodded. All right. I promise. Chapter 5. Gabriel didn't look outside at all the next day. He sat on his bed reading Tender as the Night, one of his mother's favorites. It wasn't one of his favorites, but there weren't many books he'd managed to keep hidden from his dad. If Gabriel were caught with one, his father would tear out a chunk of pages from the end. Gabriel had a whole pile of books without endings. The characters trapped in fights and sadness and trouble forever. Those same books had once been wrapped in birthday paper or piled under the Christmas tree, his name written on the tags. His mom always told him nothing would make him smarter than reading, and she'd taught him long before he started school. By the time he'd been in 2nd grade, his teachers were feeding him middle school assignments and returning his carefully printed book reports with an A on top of each. He ran his fingers over the worn cover, creased and softened by his mother's hands. Her touch, like her face and her voice, were starting to fade from his memory. It scared him. There were still tiny moments when he could feel her arms around him or her hand in his, but she never stayed long, and time kept pushing her further away. Once she was too far to reach, he'd have nothing left to hold, and no one to hold him. He hadn't understood that until last night, when Rowan rested her hand on his cheek and held his bloody hand tight. It was the first touch in years that hadn't hurt. He'd felt it for hours. His eyes drifted to the window, pale sunlight streaming through the grimy glass. He returned to his book. He hated Rowan. Hated her for stirring him up and making his mind wander where he didn't want to let it. Hated her for talking to him. For even caring. The light was getting deeper. He'd have to stop reading soon. But he didn't mind because after it was dark, she was going to come back. She'd promised to come back. And he couldn't wait for that. Rowan stood under the shower, letting the water work the kinks out of her neck and shoulders. She'd spent the entire day in the kitchen, pulling batch after batch of cookies out of the oven and spooning chunks of sugary dough directly into her mouth. She'd eaten nothing else, and now her tongue tasted tinny and bitter. She filled her mouth with hot water until she gagged on it. She traced her fingers over her torso, feeling the raised lines of her scars until they twisted out of reach. She closed her eyes, but there was no peace there. She saw Gabriel, his face white and scared under a camouflage of bruises. She saw Lee and his wide, flat hands, big enough to haul rocks. She saw herself, twisting under the glass that pinned her like a butterfly to the splintered deck. She jerked her head twice, quickly. Rowan wrapped herself in a towel and lay wide-eyed on top of the rumpled covers, her wet hair soaking the pillow. Despite what she'd told Gabriel, she really didn't want to call the police. She knew what happened to kids like him. She knew exactly what he'd be in for. Rowan had spent more than half her life in foster homes and group homes, shuffling from school to school where she was always temporary and always new. She had no right to sentence him to that. Somewhere amid the folds of the sheets, her phone began to vibrate, writhing and hissing like a snake. 76 missed calls. 77. 78. When the phone rang for the 79th time, her resolve shattered into a million pieces, coating her in jagged shards for the second time. Her anger rose, and she jabbed her fingers at the screen. She lifted the phone to her ear, and all that terror and fear bubbled up her throat until it exploded in a single word. What? Silence. A heavy, expectant silence that banished every illusion of freedom and told her to sit there and behave herself. "About time," Ethan said. "I was beginning to wonder if I'd killed you after all." Rowan clutched the phone tighter. "They showed me pictures from the hospital. You'd be better off if I had." Her vision swam. If she hadn't been lying down, she would have fallen. "What do you want?" "I'm glad you asked. I want to express my displeasure that I'm about to be locked up for 3 fucking years because of you and your bullshit. And I want you to know that I will be spending that time deciding exactly what I'm going to do to you when I get out." "That's lots of time, Ro," he said, his voice going silky. "Lots of time to be creative." The phone went slick in her hand. "You won't find me," she whispered. "You won't find me," he repeated, high-pitched and mocking. "Please. You're either holed up with that head cunt Celia at the familial estate, or you're with fucking Lane." "And you," she said, willing her voice not to shake, "don't know where either of those places are. I always made sure of that." "I'll find out. It's hard to stay hidden nowadays." He dropped his voice. "So you better stay on your fucking toes. Make no mistake, Ro. The next time I call you, you'll be close enough to grab." Her jaw was clenched so tight it hurt. Before she could bring herself to hang up on him, he hung up on her. It was after midnight and the moon was high when Gabriel pushed open the window. A warm breeze flowed over his face, and the smell of grass and burning wood overtook the dampness of the basement. He could see Rowan bobbing around in the kitchen, and when she finally stepped outside, her arms were loaded with foil-covered plates. A picnic basket hung from the crook of her elbow. "Hey, kiddo," she said, easing to the ground. "Are you sure this is okay?" "He never comes down at night. I think he takes pills to sleep." "Well, I hope you're hungry," she said, unwrapping one of the plates. Gabriel's eyes widened as she set it on the grass.
You made me cookies?
Don't you like cookies?
Yeah, I haven't had one in a long time.
I figured. Eat, she said, unwrapping another plate. I didn't know what you'd like. I made a batch of chocolate chip and one of peanut butter. You aren't allergic to peanuts, are you? I didn't even think about that. I don't want to kill you. She opened the picnic basket. I have snickerdoodles and lemon iced and turtles. I brought you milk, too. There's no point in eating cookies without milk. That's just torture, if you ask me. She smiled and offered him the plate. Gabriel hesitated for a moment. Then he took a cookie and bit into it. It was still warm, soft and buttery and stuffed with melting chocolate. The taste brought him back to school, like the smell of fresh pencils. The last cookie he remembered had been tucked inside his lunchbox by his mother, all wrapped in waxed paper with a red heart crayoned on the outside. For a minute, he felt like he was going to cry. Good? Rowan asked, handing him a plastic cup of milk. Gabriel nodded, swallowing around the lump in his throat.
Thank you.
She fiddled with the handle of the basket. I packed you some sandwiches and juice, too. I want you to take this and hide it somewhere. I'll bring you more tomorrow. Her eyes fell on his. He doesn't feed you much, does he? Gabriel shrugged, staring at the cookie in his hand. Rowan pressed a hand over her eyes. I have to call someone.
Don't,
he said thickly.
You promised.
I know, she said, her voice high and tight. Somewhere in the distance, a dog started to howl. I know, but I'm not going to be here much longer. I can't just leave you like this.
Why didn't you call the police?
He didn't know why it was important.
Why did you listen to me?
Because you'd probably end up fending for yourself in a group home. And kids get beat up in those too, she said, rolling onto her stomach. Believe me, I know. I was a foster kid for years.
You were?
Until I was 15. Her eyes were the color of the ocean, and they never left his face. Her left eye drooped a little bit. A thin pink scar tugged at the corner and stretched all the way across her temple. My parents died when I was 3, she went on. They were on a charter plane, and there was a crash. I don't remember it. Then it was just me and my sister. Celia was older, almost 16, and she was placed in some kind of boarding school. I went into foster care. We had no close relatives. There was no one to take us. Gabriel lowered his eyes.
My mom died too.
I'm sorry. He shrugged. What happened to her? He traced the edge of the windowsill with his thumb.
We were in an accident, he said slowly. Crossing the street before school. The car came at us really fast. All of a sudden, it was just there. My mom pushed me out of the way. I didn't even know what happened. When I got up, she was lying underneath it. I tried to go over to her, but then the police got there, and no one would let me see her. An ambulance came, and I thought that meant she'd be okay. But she wasn't. She died before she got to the hospital.
When he looked up, Rowan's eyes were fixed on the moon. He could see her throat working. You must miss her a lot, she said quietly.
I do.
Was your dad Did he hit you before she died?
No,
Gabriel said quietly, reaching for another cookie.
He used to be different.
Rowan waited a moment before asking, "How did he used to be?"
I don't know,
Gabriel said.
Like a real dad. He used to do things with me. He would take me to work and let me climb on the rocks, and he coached my soccer team. He never hit me, not once. But after she died, it was like he didn't even want me anymore. One time, we were in the supermarket. He kept saying he didn't know what groceries to buy. He was just throwing things in the cart. I asked him if I could pick out a cereal, and he said yes, but as soon as I turned to look, he hit me on the side of my head. It knocked me out. I fell into a rack and got all scraped up. The police came and took me to the hospital, and there was a lady there who told me my father was sick and couldn't take care of me, so she would find a family who could.
His stomach twisted at the memory.
I said no, he whispered. I never thought he'd do it again. They made us talk to a therapist together instead, every week. The social worker would come to the house and talk to us too. My dad didn't hit me again, not once, and I thought everything was going to be okay. But it wasn't. After a while, they stopped checking on us. Then my dad moved us here. The day we moved in was the last time I was outside.
Did he ever tell you why?
Because I killed her.
Rowan shook her head once, quickly. What do you mean, you killed her?
She was there because of me, he said.
The words came easily. His dad had said them thousands of times.
A big dog jumped on me while I was waiting for the bus the day before. I was scared it would happen again, so I asked her to come with me. She never would have been there if I hadn't.
Rowan pressed her fingers to her temple like she was trying to rub away her scar. So, okay. You're telling me your dad keeps you down there because he blames you for a car accident?
It was my fault.
No, Rowan interrupted. It wasn't.
Yes, it was, he insisted. She died because of me. I killed her.
She died because someone hit her with their car, not because of you. She rose to her knees and picked up her phone. Can I see into that basement, please? Gabriel looked at her.
He'd made a mistake.
He shouldn't have talked about his mom.
No.
Why not?
I don't want you to.
I'm trying to help you.
You can't,
Gabriel said.
You can't do anything.
Her face went hard, almost angry. Don't say that to me.
It's true.
He shoved the plate away, and cookies tumbled into the grass.
Leave me alone.
Rowan's eyes were wide and unblinking. Why won't you let me help you?
Because there's nothing you can do. There's nowhere for me to go. You said it yourself. I know that.
His voice caught.
Go away,
he whispered.
I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Rowan pressed her lips together. Then she put everything back in the picnic basket and left it sitting in the grass. Gabriel watched her walk back to the house. It's your window, Gabe, she said just before she went inside. Use it. Rowan closed the door behind her. Her mouth felt ice cold and lined with metal. She slid to the floor with her back pressed against the wall. She fumbled for her phone. She was done playing around. She was going to call the cops and wash her hands of this entire situation. She wasn't going to listen to a brainwashed kid who had absolutely no idea how much danger he was in. Rowan mumbled that to herself as her head filled with horrible, churning images. Gabriel trapped and alone in that dark hole. His blood splashed across her hand, her own blood staining the wooden deck. She pictured red and blue flashing lights, Gabriel being led to a police car. But there was no peace in the thought. Just memories of her own scared, small self every time she was handed over to strangers. You can't do anything. She tapped her fingers against the cool tiles. In the hospital, the doctor had asked her where she planned to go. He could call a shelter, he said. A safe house. Somewhere secret and hidden where no one would be able to find her. No, she'd told him. She didn't need that because she had her own safe house, and once she got there, she would disappear forever. Ethan knew it existed, but he didn't know where it was. Nobody did. It was the one tangible thing her parents had left her. A big, empty house in the middle of nowhere. A haven. Rowan picked up her phone and pressed 9. Then she pressed 1. She put the phone down. She tilted her head until it hit the wall. She just needed a minute. Just 1 minute. And then she would be able to do it. She counted it out loud, 60 seconds. And then she picked up her phone again, punching at the screen, leaving damp fingerprints behind. She expected a harsh jab to voicemail. It was after midnight. But Celia picked up. She even sounded happy to hear from her. I'm glad you called. I was going to try you in the morning. The tenants found a new place. Rowan let out a massive sigh that offered no relief. When can I move in? They'll be out in a week, but just give me a few days to get the place cleaned out for you. Celia paused. You're driving? I have to. I need my car. It's 1,500 miles, Rowan. Are you sure you want to do that alone? Rowan's knuckles went white as she got to her feet and stared out the window. Don't worry. She didn't elaborate until well after she hung up, delivering her next words to the space beyond the blackened glass. I'm not going to be alone. Chapter 6. Grudges were a luxury neither of them could afford. The following night, under a wash of damp air and broken moonlight, Gabriel winced as Rowan applied an ice pack to his cheek. His skin was taut and swollen, the first tender stage of bruising. What was it for? She asked, pushing his hair away from his forehead. He felt hot and dry, almost feverish. Gabriel shrugged, keeping his eyes down. Then he bent, fumbling for something at his feet. It was a book, a well-worn copy of Tender is the Night. The last few chapters had been torn away, and the spine was cracked so badly, the remaining pages clung to the binding like loose teeth. He tore up your book? He ripped out the ending. He always rips out the endings. Why? Gabriel looked at her like it was a silly question. Something she should know. That's when all the good things happen, he said. At the end. Oh. Last night's words had been so angry, she didn't think she'd see him again. But when she'd stepped into the dark air, he'd already been at the window, waiting. I'm really glad you came back, she went on. I thought you were mad at me. I didn't mean it, he said. Good. Because I want to talk to you about something.
What?
I was thinking about what you said, she began, last night. And I think there may be a way for me to help you without calling the police. His eyes were guarded, but curious as she pulled her phone free.
What?
I have an idea. I'll tell you about it in a minute, but is it okay if I take a picture of you first?
Why do you want a picture of me?
In case we need it.
Need it for what?
She glanced at the phone in her hand. I told you, I have an idea. He looked wary, but not scared.
You won't show anyone?
No, she promised. Can I? He lowered the ice and gingerly probed the bruise on his eye.
I guess.
Rowan held up the phone. I'll be quick. She took pictures of his entire face, and then close-ups of his black eye, split lip, and the yellowing stain across his jaw. The light flashed again and again, lighting up the finger-shaped welts circling his upper arms, a near camouflage pattern of bruises on his torso. Here, Rowan said, handing him the phone. Take pictures of the basement, too. Just press the circle. Everything. Where you sleep, where you go to the bathroom, the floors, the walls. She watched him walk around the room slowly, every flash giving her a tiny glimpse into the shadows. When he was finished, she took the phone back and leaned in through the window so she could get pictures of him inside the room. Then she switched from camera to video, put on the flash, and motioned him closer to the window. She flicked the red button. Tell me your name, she whispered, and how old you are. Gabriel's blue eyes blinked against the glare.
You already know.
Tell me anyway.
My name is Gabriel Emerson, he said. I'm 11 years old.
Who are your parents?
My dad is Lee Emerson. My mom was Caitlin Emerson.
What is your address? He shook his head.
I don't know.
I'm recording from 214 Cambridge Way, Rowan said. Ellisburg, Massachusetts. How long have you been down there? She asked Gabriel.
3 years.
You haven't been outside in 3 years?
No, I'm not allowed outside.
Does anyone know you're down there?
Just you.
Why are you down there?
My dad makes me. He locks me in.
Rowan drew a deep breath. I can call the police, she said. Do you want me to do that?
No,
he yelped, voice rising in panic.
You promised me you wouldn't.
I will help you right now, she added.
No.
Why not? The light caught the tears trapped in his eyes.
I'm scared, he whispered.
Rowan nodded and ended the recording. When she was finished, she cleared her throat and leaned forward on the lawn, balancing on her forearms. I'm sorry, she said, trying to smooth the book's torn cover. But that was important. It has a lot to do with what I want to talk to you about.
What?
I'm leaving soon. He blinked up at her. She couldn't read his expression. I'm going to Oklahoma, she went on. I was born there. My family moved to New Hampshire right before my parents died, but they still had the Oklahoma house. It's mine now. Well, mine and my sister's. All their money, everything they had, was split between us. She fixed her eyes on his. They had a lot of money. And the thing is, I've been kind of lost lately. What I really want to do is go far away, get a fresh start. She leaned in closer, looking him straight in the eye. "And I was thinking," she said slowly, "maybe you could use one too." Gabriel didn't move for so long she began to wonder if she'd said it out loud. "What?" "Come with me." "What?" he repeated. "You heard me," Rowan said. "You heard me." Gabriel's mouth opened and closed. "What? How?" "It's easy. You come outside and we leave." "What if someone sees?" "We'll go in the middle of the night. If your dad never comes down at night, then we'll be long gone by the time he notices. It's not like he can call the police. You said it yourself. No one knows you're down there." "But he knows you. You talked to him. He'll figure it out if we both disappear on the same day." "All right," she conceded. "What if I leave first? I'll wait a few days and then come back for you." He shook his head again. "He could still see you." "What if—" "It won't work," Gabriel cut in. Rowan sat up and drew her knees to her chest. A late afternoon thunderstorm had dropped the temperature by 10 degrees, and the sky was still rolling with leftover clouds. "Why not?" she asked quietly. His eyes were swimming. He looked like he was sitting in front of the biggest gift in the world, with his hands tied behind his back. "What if we go there," he said, "and you change your mind?" "I wouldn't. You would just keep me? Why would you want to do that?" Rowan fell silent, trying to put a reason behind the want. His resistance wasn't unfounded. He was a person, not an object, and despite the colloquialism that suggested otherwise, she could not just wrap him around her finger. She didn't want to tell him about Ethan. Didn't want him to know she was just as beaten up as he was. That she understood. She wanted him to trust her. And you wouldn't sit in a chair if you knew it was broken. "I haven't seen Lane since I was 15, she said finally. "I could have rented an apartment or stayed in a hotel or moved in with my sister. But I didn't. I called her and I came here." She leaned in closer. "Think about it. I can take you so far away, he'll never be able to touch you again. You'll have a life again, a real one. Who else can give you that? I can help you, Gabe. I want to." "Why?" Her heart hammered against her ribs. She was glad he couldn't hear how loud it was inside her head. "Because you don't deserve this. I'll figure everything out, I swear. Just say you'll do it. Come with me." Gabriel's fingers were pressed against the metal ridge of the window. He stared at his hands for a long time. Then he nodded. That night, Rowan slept fitfully, her dreams harsh and punishing and dark. Her hands were itching to snatch Gabriel from that black cement hole, but the more she thought about it, the more impossible it became. Every time she woke, she was greeted with another problem, another unknown, another scenario that ended with both of them trapped. She had a passing familiarity with sociopaths. They weren't easy to trick. In the morning, she sat at Lane's kitchen table, clutching her coffee cup and flipping through the pictures she'd taken the night before. They'd only be useful if they got caught. There was no guarantee she wouldn't get in trouble, and even if she didn't, the police would definitely take Gabriel. Her grand plan had seemed so simple and so smart in the cool night air, but it crumbled to dust the moment she opened her eyes. Rowan was walking to the sink when someone rang the doorbell. She jumped, and cold coffee sloshed over her hand. She stayed where she was, praying they'd go away. But a minute later, the knocking started. A steady drum of knuckles on wood, every blow a shock to her nerves. Rowan peered into the living room. Through the rippled glass, she could see Lee. One hand rapping on the door, the other clutching something bright and pink. She grabbed the fireplace poker on her way to the door. Lee greeted her with a wide, warm smile, but all she could see was the purple bruise on Gabriel's cheek, the ruined paperback lying in the grass. Her fingers tightened around the poker.
"Morning, Rowan."
"Good morning, Lee."
"Did I wake you?"
"Almost."
Sorry. I just wanted to give you this,"
he said, holding up the sheet of pink paper. His smile grew bigger.
"Block party. Saturday night. We have one every year."
Rowan scanned the sheet. Music, games, barbecue, fireworks. "Saturday?" she repeated.
"Yup. Whole street'll be there. Tons of food, booze. I do a big fireworks display after dark. It's a great time. We keep it going all night."
She slowly met his eye, her own smile just starting to touch her lips. "Really?"
"Yup. Neighborhood tradition. You should come."
Rowan nodded and smiled for real, holding the paper close to her chest. "You know what? Maybe I will." The week that followed was frenetic, lined with excitement and nerves, and while the street was buzzing with anticipation for the upcoming festivities, Rowan was cementing her plan to abduct Gabriel. Her first step, the worst one, was to disappear. It was horrible and necessary. She needed to put at least a few days between her departure and Gabriel's. Lee was disappointed the morning he found Rowan struggling to haul her suitcase down the driveway. She'd burst out the front door the minute she spied him getting into his truck to go to work, and she made as much noise as she possibly could, huffing and cursing and letting the oversized bag drag her to the ground. Lee was at her side in an instant, and she smiled inwardly as she handed over the suitcase. It held everything Gabriel had pushed through the window in anticipation of their escape. Lee asked Rowan if she would at least stay for the party, but she said no. She was going to college, she told him, and she needed money to fix up her dorm room and buy books. Her cover story put her on the South Carolina coast, where she planned to spend the summer waitressing at a high-end resort before the fall semester. Then she smiled, thanked Lee for everything, and drove away, watching him fade to nothing in her rearview mirror. Leaving Gabriel alone with him felt like leaving her skin behind. But Rowan didn't leave him with nothing. The night before she left, she'd given him a burner phone and strict instructions to call her every single day, along with a set of clothes that actually fit him and enough food to last until the party. She spent the next 4 days planning a route that was direct, but just a little bit unpredictable, and loading up on supplies. She bought Gabriel shoes and books and 2 suitcases full of clothes. She traded her car for a brand new pickup truck in midnight blue. Now it was Saturday, nearly 9 o'clock, and the sky was losing the last of its inky purple hue in favor of full darkness. Rowan heard the party long before she saw it. Music and laughter cut with the high-pitched whooping sounds kids only make in the summertime. She parked behind the line of traffic cones blocking the street. Gabriel's house was the last one on the block. It would take her seconds to get him in the truck. People swarmed the grills 50 feet away, their voices and laughter oddly muffled in the smoky air. There was another set of cones beyond the grills. Caution tape had been stretched around them, marking a clear circle of asphalt. Rowan could just make out Lee in the middle, standing head and shoulders above two other men and sorting through a huge pile of brightly wrapped tubes and packages. Rowan kept her eyes on him as she walked backward toward his house, dipping deeper into the shadows with every step. When she was fully out of sight, she ran to Gabriel's window and dropped to her knees, a terrified, slightly hysterical smile teasing her lips. He wasn't there. Rowan blinked and tried to peer inside. "Gabe?" she said, as loud as she dared. There was no response. Beyond the blackened square, she could see the basement door was open, light spilling down the steps. There was an odd, lumpy shadow at the top of the staircase, like a bundle of rags had been piled up to prop the door open. As her eyes adjusted, Rowan saw something else. A sneaker-clad foot dangling limply against the top step. She knew the sneaker. She'd bought it herself 4 days earlier. He wasn't moving. Rowan cursed under her breath and stuck her head through the window. She called his name again, this time as loud as she could, but he still didn't move. All at once there was a tremendous pop above her head, and a burst of light briefly turned the night into day. The crowd cheered, and Rowan didn't wait. She slid her legs through the basement window and dropped to the floor. Her feet hit the ground with a dull thud. The shock sent pain shooting through her ankles and up to her knees. Over her head, fireworks flashed like lightning, and each colored burst revealed foreign shapes in the hulking shadows. Everywhere she looked, something was watching her. Next to the washer and dryer, there was a half-deflated air mattress covered with an old blanket. On the other side of the room, she saw a toilet and a rusty shower head hanging over a drain. The floor and the walls were cement. The temperature at least 10 degrees cooler than the air outside. The shadows clung to her back as she ran up the stairs. They were narrow and cracked, and they screamed as her feet pounded the wood, one after the other, until she reached him. "Jesus," Rowan breathed. "Oh my God." Gabriel was sprawled across the kitchen floor, surrounded by bright, garish splashes of blood that looked too fake to be anything but real. His hands scrabbled against the tiles, leaving long red streaks. But when he tried to speak, the words died in his throat. Her vision doubled, then tripled. Rowan leaned against the basement door, balling her fists into her eyes until the nausea passed. She stamped bloody footprints across the floor as she stepped around him and dropped to her knees. "Don't talk," she said, taking Gabriel's head in her hands. "Stay perfectly still." The back of his shirt was slashed to ribbons, torn in parallel pairs as though he'd been clawed by an animal. A 2-pronged barbecue fork lay on the floor next to him, threads of reddened cloth dangling from the tines. Blood bubbled over Gabriel's lower lip as he tried to speak. The bitten flesh puffed fat on one side. "The window. I climbed out to see if I would fit. He..." A violent shudder tore through him. "I'm right here. Please." "I'm here. I'm not leaving you." Her words were calm, but her voice rose and fell in rhythmic terror as she sat back on her heels and tried to estimate the distance to the truck. She slid one arm behind Gabriel's shoulders and the other under his knees before lifting him slightly off the ground. He sucked in his breath. "Sorry," she whispered, letting his body fall gently back onto the ground. The bloody fork glistened wetly under the harsh light. She could see faint, crimson fingerprints smudged on the handle. Rowan yanked open drawers in the kitchen until she found a trash bag. She turned it inside out and used it to cover her hand as she lifted the fork and pulled the plastic over it. She tied it shut with trembling fingers. Gabriel's gaze was starting to lose focus. "Ro," he whispered. "I can't get up." "I know." Rowan put her arms around him again. "I'll carry you." "What?" "I can do it," she said, not even convincing herself. There was a side entrance, but it would put them on the wrong side of the house. She was going to have to carry him right out the front door. There were stairs at the front door. She clutched the plastic-wrapped fork so hard it hurt. "I'm going to carry you to the car, but listen to me, Gabriel. You have to hold on, okay?" He pulled his arms around her neck. His grip was stronger than she expected, but the fear didn't leave his voice. "Don't drop me," he whispered. "Please." "I won't. It'll only take a little while," she said. Her knees shook, but her feet held, and she stood, cradling Gabriel tightly in her arms. "I can do anything for a little while." Rowan didn't look at Gabriel as they started their slow departure from the house. She tallied their progress by degrees. Get to the door, down the stairs, end of the walkway, into the truck. Her arms trembled and burned, and the plastic bag grew slick, but she didn't stop. The air was thick, filled with burning matches and colored smoke. The crowd of people that concealed his father was no more than 20 yards to the left, their collective voice rising and falling in the warm night. Rowan was halfway down the cobbled walkway when Gabriel's hold on her neck loosened, and fresh blood began dotting the pavement. Before she could adjust her grip, his supporting arm slipped from her shoulder, and his entire body went limp. His dead faint threw her off balance so badly, her knees buckled, and she lost her footing, twisting her ankle at a painful angle. The crowd cheered. Another explosion shattered the darkness, illuminating Gabriel, still and lifeless in her arms. Rowan hoisted him higher and stumbled toward the sidewalk, making low, soothing sounds he couldn't hear. When they got to the truck, she climbed on the runner and hoisted Gabriel up into the passenger seat. Fireworks screamed above their heads. Blood dripped down the leather seats in long, thick streams. Gabriel didn't stir, and Rowan didn't wait. She jumped into the truck as trails of whistling smoke exploded into fat, colored orbs, and they sped away from the glitter-filled sky into darkness. Chapter 7. The motel Rowan found an hour over the New York state line looked clean and decent. After lying about her name and paying cash at the desk, she parked the truck in front of their door and turned back to Gabriel. He was pale. So pale that she was seconds away from ending the entire charade and taking him to the hospital. Kidnapping charges be damned. With the last of her strength, she dragged him into the room and hauled him onto the bed. leaving him there while she brought in the 3 plastic bags she'd filled at the drugstore. She pulled the curtains closed and twisted the locks. The bed was hidden beneath a blue and red patterned coverlet, busy and synthetic enough to handle any blood that might fall. A round table and 2 chairs, in addition to the requisite wooden sideboard with a television on top, completed the room. She flicked on the TV for background noise. The blast of sound roused Gabriel from his stupor. He writhed on the bed as Rowan knelt next to him, the stiff carpet needling her knees. "Gabe," she whispered. His eyes rolled to her face. "Listen to me. I know it hurts. I'm going to give you something for the pain, and then I'm going to fix you up, okay?" "Okay," he said tightly, burrowing into the coverlet. "Okay." She reached for her purse, fumbling for the amber bottle that held her Percocet. When her own pain had been at its worst, she'd taken 2 pills, twice her prescribed dosage. But Gabriel was tiny, even for 11. Rowan probably had 40 pounds on him, maybe more. She looked him over, said a quick prayer, and snapped one of the yellow pills in half. In the bathroom, she patted the toilet with towels and covered the whole thing with the plastic shower liner from the curtain rod. Then she half-carried, half-dragged Gabriel inside. She set him down facing the tank and pressed the pill into his hand. Without awaiting further instructions, Gabriel shoved it into his mouth and bit it, screwing up his face against the bitter fragments. "What? No! Don't chew it! You have to swallow it in one piece." Rowan cupped her hand under his chin. "Spit it out." He spit it into her hand, tiny pieces of yellow shrapnel. A second later, he gagged, and the next thing she caught was a wave of vomit that shocked them both. Rowan grabbed another towel and wiped his face. "Are you okay?" "No." "Well, that would make anyone throw up. Can you try again?" Gabriel shook his head against the plastic. "I don't know how to swallow pills." "It's easy. Just put the pill under your tongue and take a drink of water. When you swallow the water, you let the pill slide down with it." He shook his head again. "I don't want to." "You don't want to take the pill?" "I don't want to throw up again." "Fine." She wasn't going to argue with him about a stupid pill. The exterior corridor was lined with vending machines. 2 minutes later, she was back with a can of ginger ale. She poured an inch of soda into the bathroom glass and used the bottom to pulverize the other half of the pill. She scooped the powder into the cup and handed it to Gabriel. "Here, drink." He drained the glass, his eyes heavy and wet. Rowan dragged one of the straight-backed chairs into the bathroom and sat beside him. "How do you feel?" "Hurts." "I know." His t-shirt was in tatters, stiff with dried blood. "I need to look at your back, okay? I'll be careful." "Okay." "Stay still." Her fingers were clumsy against the plastic latch on the sewing kit she'd bought. Fumbling with the scissors, she slit his shirt from hem to neck, slid the fabric aside, and nearly gagged. Oh, God. He'd been slashed 6 times, long, angry gashes in eerily uniform pairs. She could see puffy white tissue hanging between the red lips of every cut. Gabriel caught her reaction in the mirror before she had a chance to wipe it from her face. "Is it really bad?" he whispered. "No, it hurts." Tears made clean tracks down his cheeks, and his hands scrabbled uselessly against the wall. "Please, make it stop," he said, his voice hitching on every word. "Please." No. Shh. Rowan leaned in close and hooked her arm around his waist. "Listen to me. You're going to be fine, okay? You're going to be perfect. That was the last time he will ever hurt you. And it's almost over. Can you do it?" The mirror told a more accurate story than the one she was selling. Gabriel's face was sunken and bloodless, with a purplish bruise crawling across his cheek. Rowan was flushed, hectic, splashes of pink coloring her neck and collarbone. A low sigh parted Gabriel's lips. Not an expression of defeat, but permission to continue. To fix him. Yes. The alarm clock blinked innocently next to the bottle of Percocet lying sideways on the bedside table. Rowan prepared another pill, bathed it in soda, and held the glass to his lips. 15 minutes later, she sat with her forehead pressed against the nape of his neck, tears streaming down her own cheeks as Gabriel slept, slumped over his terry cloth pillow. His skin was clammy, but his breathing was even and deep. Even when she shook him, he didn't wake up. She allowed herself to count to 10 before she sat up and threaded the needle. Gabriel's eyes felt too heavy to lift, but it didn't matter. He wasn't ready to wake up. He didn't know where he was or how he'd gotten there. For a minute, he didn't know who he was. The air was cold, but he was all bundled in something warm and soft. Sounds reached his ears, laughter and music, people talking, but it was like trying to hear underwater. He opened his eyes. He was lying in bed, flat on his stomach. The lights were off, but the television was on, filling the room with flashes of color. Someone was stretched out next to him. It took him a full minute to realize it was Rowan. She was staring at the ceiling, her eyes wide and blank. "Rowan?" She jumped at his voice, like he'd screamed instead of whispered. "Gabe?" she said, leaning in close and pressing a hand to his forehead. "Oh my God, are you okay?" "I don't know." There was still pain, a lot of it, but it felt like it was in a cage. His back was wrapped so tight, the pain couldn't get out. Through the damp motel air, he could smell soap on his skin. "What happened?" Rowan's gaze covered every inch of his face. "You scared the hell out of me." "Why?" "You've been out cold for hours. I couldn't wake you up." Her eyes were bright and shiny. "I put you in the bathtub, and you didn't wake up." "You gave me a bath?" "I had to. You were covered in blood." Gabriel groaned into the pillow. "Are you going to throw up again?" Rowan asked. "Because I'd love it if you were over the toilet this time." "I'm not," he mumbled. Rowan fiddled with the gauze near his hip. "How does your back feel?" He stretched a little. "Hurts. The bandages are tight." "I know. I had to give you stitches." Gabriel lifted his head. "I thought only doctors could give stitches." "When there are no doctors, there is always Google." Her smile trembled at the edges. "I'm sorry. The cuts were too deep. I had to." She poked at him again. "I did the best I could, but you'd probably have prettier scars if I'd taken home ec." His thoughts flashed to his father and the hiking trip they'd taken a few years before his mother died. Gabriel tripped on a chunk of rock and split his skin wide open. His dad drove him to the hospital, and the doctor put 6 stitches in a neat line on the bony part of his knee. They went out for ice cream afterward. 3 scoops in a chocolate-dipped waffle cone. It had made him forget it hurt. He blinked himself back to the room so hard, he could see stars. "Where's my box?" he asked Rowan. "What?" "The big box I gave you. Did you bring it?" "It's in the truck." "Can I have it?" "I want you to eat something first," she said. "Are you hungry?" "I'm thirsty. Can I sit up? What time is it?" Rowan helped him to his hands and knees and eased him over. 3:30. "In the morning?" "Uh-huh. There's a convenience store across the street. I got some stuff." She handed him a bagel stuffed with cinnamon and raisins and a bottle of apple juice. His torn lip throbbed, but the first bite told him he was hungrier than he thought. Rowan pushed his hair back and examined his eyes again before getting to her feet. "Be right back." She returned with the white box that contained all his mother's things. Everything he had left of her. Old pictures, odds and ends from her nightstand, and whatever else his dad had stuffed inside. Gabriel opened the lid and grabbed a handful of photos. Rowan picked up a big envelope with Gabriel scripted on the back. "What's this?" "Stuff from when I was a baby, I think." Rowan lifted the flap and pulled out a handful of papers. She was frowning at first, but then her eyes got big, moving from the pages in her hand to his face. "What's the matter?" he asked. "No, nothing," Rowan said. "Nothing." "Don't lose that envelope," he warned. "My mom wrote on it." Rowan looked at him again. Then she tucked the papers back inside, carefully. "I won't." "Is that her?" she asked, nodding toward the photo in Gabriel's hand. "Yes," Gabriel said. It was his favorite one. His mother was sitting in the grass with her head thrown back, smiling up at the sun. She had a bunch of pink flowers in her lap. Rowan scooted behind him so she could see it. "She's beautiful," she said. "You look just like her. What's on the back?" "One of the flowers," Gabriel said, turning the picture over. "She used to save all kinds of flowers. I don't know what kind it is." The flower had been pressed to the photo and covered in clear tape. The yellow center and pink petals almost looked like a face. "That's a daisy." Rowan ran her finger over the curled edges. "But it really shouldn't be loose like this. We'll have to frame it." "Really?" "Of course. We can frame all your pictures as soon as we get home." Gabriel nodded silently. He could feel Rowan's heart beating against his back, and when he looked at the picture again, a rush of tears came to his eyes. Hot, burning tears he couldn't blink away. Rowan touched his hand. "Are you okay?" He tilted his head back, staring at the ceiling. It was the way she said home. Not the house, or worse, my house. It was the thought of seeing his mother every day in that photo without being worried his father would tear her up or snatch her away. It was the past few weeks, the past few years, hitting him all at once. Gabriel wanted to tell her that, but his throat was too tight. He turned toward her instead, resting his head against her shoulder. He was afraid she might push him away, but she didn't. Her arms came up around him, and he couldn't figure out how she could pull him so close and hold him so tight without touching anything that hurt. After a while, he forgot about the pain. The television sent flashes of color over the bed as her heart pounded against his ear. He hadn't been hugged since his mother died. It was as foreign as the room they were in, as Rowan herself. And as strange as it should have been, it wasn't. In that room, at that moment, he knew he'd never felt safer in his entire life. After 5 days on the road, the adrenaline that had fueled them for more than 1,000 miles evaporated, and the worst of their fears went with it. The idea they might get caught had always been abstract, and it faded into giddiness as the trip wore on. If she'd had her way, Rowan would have done the drive in 24 hours flat. But with Gabriel's back the way it was, even 5 hours was pushing it. So they crawled along, sleeping late and stopping often. No matter where they stopped, Rowan made sure the box came with them. The white box with the envelope Gabriel's mother had written on. And every night, after he went to sleep, Rowan pulled out that envelope and sifted through it. At first glance, it wasn't much. Report cards, elementary school awards with gold foil seals, a kindergarten class photo. But behind all that, creased and folded from being shoved inside with real anger, there were more precious gifts. Gabriel's birth certificate. Not a copy, the original, signed and notarized. A sheet of cardstock with his Social Security card still attached. Savings bonds. His mother's death certificate. All of it bent and crumpled, as though they would cease to be facts if the proof was hidden from view. Out of everything in that box, those sterile documents brought the only pity she felt for Lee. As they drove through the last stretch of Arkansas, Rowan eased the truck around a slow-moving vehicle clogging the left lane and glanced at Gabriel. She'd cut the last of his stitches that morning, and the bruise on his face was fading. Now that he had some pink in his cheeks, it looked more like an innocuous injury, something he might have gotten falling off a bike. For a moment, he looked wonderfully normal. Darkness was crawling up the horizon when they crossed the Oklahoma state line to Route 70, which would bring them to Durant, the university town south of the capital, where Rowan had spent the first 3 years of her life. It was well past the time they should have stopped, but she didn't. They were close now. Rowan could feel the house tugging her forward, and she kept her eyes on the twin beams of her headlights as the hours wore on, bringing with them a night unlike anything she'd ever seen. The darkness was intense, velvety and alive, and the flatness of the land created a strange illusion of endless black, a sea of nothing that stretched in every direction. Next to her, Gabriel slept curled in a ball against the seat. Her parents' house sat on the outskirts of town, quite literally in the middle of nowhere. The GPS dropped them between 2 fields, and Rowan drove up and down the same road 3 times before she found it. White rocks rolled and bumped against the tires as she parked in the driveway and cut the engine, leaving the headlights shining over the porch. A bench swing rocked in the breeze, dancing slowly to the musical offerings of summertime insects. The house was much bigger than it looked in the pictures Celia had shown her. A rambling white Victorian stacked like a wedding cake. The roof rose in peaks and arches straight out of a fairy tale, right down to the rounded turret with tall windows. The porch wrapped around the entire house, hugged by white rose bushes in the shade of a pink magnolia tree. Rowan stared out the window, trying to find some inner pull of familiarity, a link to a past version of herself. There was none. There was only a house and a tree and a driveway made of smooth white rocks. A small part of her had hoped for ghosts. The long-forgotten whisper of her mother's voice, or the feel of her father carrying her sleepily up the stairs. Neither came. Gabriel hadn't moved. His sleeping face was calm in the darkness. Rowan leaned down and spoke quietly into his ear. "Gabe," she whispered. "Wake up." He rolled toward her. His eyes were tired and glazed in the moonlight, but still wide, still wondering. "What's the matter?" "You're going to be a lot more comfortable sleeping in your own bed," she said, smiling as he lifted his head and took in their surroundings, finally waking up. "We're home." Chapter 8. After a lot of fanfare searching for the key Celia had hidden too well, Rowan and Gabriel climbed the porch steps amid an orchestra of chirping creatures. Rowan stuck her phone under her chin, trying to aim the flashlight at the door. Behind her, Gabriel shifted his weight from foot to foot. "Gabe, please," she said. "If you have to go that bad, just go in the yard." She wrestled the key into the lock and stumbled into the pitch-black foyer, where she immediately tripped over a table and sent a heavy rotary telephone crashing to the floor. A rush of footsteps sounded on the porch, and then Gabriel smashed into her like a ton of bricks. "Jesus Christ," she hissed. "You scared the hell out of me." She kicked the receiver across the floor. "I thought you were in trouble." "I thought you were peeing in the yard." "Don't move." Rowan felt her way into the house, fumbling along the walls until she bumped into a light switch. The sudden illumination shattered the darkness, revealing the reality of their new home in a single, gasping breath. Rowan turned in a slow circle. Whoa. The front hallway alone was big enough to hold the entire first floor of the house she'd shared with Ethan. The right side opened into a formal dining area lined with the same tall windows she'd seen from the outside. On the left, a pair of French doors hid a sunroom with blonde wood floors and white wicker furniture. A wide archway led to a living room full of cream-colored furniture and a framed family portrait she had never seen before. The Rowan in the photograph smiled from her mother's lap under a cloud of pale auburn curls. Her father stood behind them with his arm around Celia, who looked like she had a stick up her ass even at 14. Rowan walked deeper into the house, waking up the rooms as she went. Just past the dining room, there was a curved staircase, and then the house branched out again, revealing a den with a brick fireplace and oversized furniture that looked more comfortable than any bed she'd ever slept in. The kitchen was in the very back of the house, a monstrous affair with marble countertops and a row of windows overlooking the yard. She approached the back door and flicked on the porch lights. Moonlight bounced off the surface of a pond just beyond the yard. She doubled back down the hallway. Gabriel was exactly where she'd left him, stooped over in the foyer. His eyes were owlish as he took in the height of the ceiling. Rowan smiled. "Not bad, huh?" "I've never seen a house this big." "Well, now you live in one. Come on, I want to see the rest." They climbed the stairs to the balcony on the second floor, Rowan approached the first door she saw and pushed it open. Gabriel peered over her shoulder. The room was big and airy, but its anonymity was not unlike the many motel rooms she'd seen the inside of lately. The bed had a gauzy white canopy draped over the posts, and a plush, cream-colored rug covered a large patch of the wooden floor. It was all very bland and tasteful. "No wonder Celia didn't want me coming here," Rowan said. "She'd never want me to be this comfortable." She turned to him and smiled. "So? What? Which room do you want?" "Oh," he said, going pink. "It doesn't matter." "Pick one," she insisted. "Do you want this one?" "No, you take it." "It makes no difference to me." "Go ahead, look at the rest. You can choose two if you want." Gabriel wandered down the hall, peeking into rooms as he went. After a minute, he came back before disappearing into a dark rectangle 2 doors down from where Rowan still stood. "I like this one." Rowan joined him by a row of windows overlooking the magnolia tree. He hadn't bothered to turn on the light, but it didn't matter. She knew this room. "This was mine." "Do you want it?" he asked, silhouetted against the window. "No," she said. "I mean, it was mine before. This was the nursery." "How do you know?" "If I tell you, you may not want it anymore." She flipped a switch, bringing the room to light. Gabriel stared at the carpet. "Oh," he said. "Pink." "Yep, Celia has pictures of me in here as a baby." His finger caught on something in the windowsill, and he stared at the wood, rubbing it back and forth. "Can I have this room anyway?" "Of course. We can paint it, get new carpet, whatever you want. The closet is here," she said, pulling open a door. "And this door goes to the bathroom." Gabriel nodded and sat on the bed. For a minute, Rowan just looked at him. She had no idea what to do now that they'd realized their only goal. "Why don't you get cleaned up for bed?" she said finally. "I'll go down and get our stuff." When she returned with their bags, Gabriel was bent over the bed, wincing as he tried to peel the adhesive tape off his side. Rowan straightened his shoulders and pulled it free herself. She soaked a washcloth in warm water and wiped away the film of dried blood perpetually on his skin. "Pajamas are in here," she said, handing him a blue duffel. "Are you having any pain?" Gabriel shook his head and lied through his teeth. "Not too much." Rowan put a bottle of children's Tylenol on the nightstand. Her sad attempt to wean him off the tiny bits of Percocet she'd been feeding him. "I guess I'll take the first room. I'll leave the door open," she said. "If you need anything, just yell." "Okay." She nodded, but she didn't move. They'd spent the past 5 nights sleeping in the same room. He hadn't been out of her sight all week. Her newborn fear of failing him, of making a mistake, was very bright and very alive. She tried to push it down, but as she said goodnight and turned to leave, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was missing something. The next morning, Rowan realized, perhaps belatedly, that falling asleep on the second floor of a house in Oklahoma in the middle of July was a bad idea. It hadn't seemed all that hot when they'd gone to bed, or maybe they'd been too tired to notice, but she'd woken up completely cooked. Gabriel wasn't in his room, which led to a brief moment of panic, but when she stumbled downstairs, she'd found him slumped over the kitchen table with a wet towel on his head. He pressed his forehead against the table as Rowan guzzled her third glass of water. "Keep drinking," she told him. "We're not dying of heat stroke on the first day." "It's so hot," he moaned. "It's horrible. I can't believe Celia left 10 pages of instructions on how this house works and didn't mention a thing about air conditioning. I can't find it anywhere." She scrubbed her hand over her face. "I should make breakfast. Are you hungry?" "Uh-huh." "What do you want?" "I don't know." Rowan wasn't expecting much by the way of groceries, but to Celia's credit, the kitchen was stocked. The refrigerator held milk and heavy cream, a jug of orange juice, fresh butter and eggs, and a tub of strawberries that smelled sweet as candy. Stacks of plates and bowls filled one cabinet. A second had about 80 pieces of Tupperware. In the third, she found a loaf of bread and baking things. Flour, sugar, and a tub of lard that was so big it would have frightened a less capable cook. "Okay," she said. "We can have eggs, or French toast if you want something fancier. I can do crepes or biscuits with strawberries and whipped cream. If there's a blender, we can make smoothies. Do any of these options sound interesting?" Gabriel lifted his head. "You know how to cook? Real food?" "Yes, real food. I bet I can put 10 pounds on you in a week. Go watch TV for a little while, and I'll make you something. It'll be a huge, exciting breakfast surprise for our first day here." Gabriel nodded and shuffled into the den. Rowan decided to make pancakes. She felt good in front of the stove. She was competent there. When she'd been around Gabriel's age, she lived with a caterer who always needed someone to help chop and grate and knead. And after a year, Rowan had been as seasoned in the kitchen as any grandmother. She gathered her ingredients and set half an inch of water over low heat before adding sugar and 2 handfuls of chopped strawberries. With her hands busy measuring and sifting, Rowan's thoughts turned to her sister and the hell this situation was going to bring. Celia wielded her big sister sword like Excalibur, and Rowan had nearly been beheaded many, many times. On the plus side, Rowan had a lot of cards to use against Celia, but they were old cards by now. They were creased and folded, and Celia had had lots of time to think of new ways to play. Even so, Rowan still had plenty to throw down. When she'd been 9 years old, a social worker pulled Rowan out of class in the middle of a geography lesson and led her down the empty hallway to the guidance office. Having gone through 5 different foster homes already, this was not a new drill, and Rowan shuffled along, accepting her fate with dull surrender. As expected, there was a stranger waiting for her in the tiny room. A tall woman with dark hair, a tentative smile, and a visitor badge clipped to her shirt. The social worker smiled, squeezing Rowan's hand tight. "Sweetheart, I want you to meet someone very special," she said, tugging her forward. "Another foster mom?" "No. This is your sister. This is Celia." Rowan stared into the face of the woman in front of her. Celia's eyes were a bright, bluey green, just like Rowan's, but the rest of her was wrong. Sisters were supposed to look alike, and Celia didn't match her at all. Rowan clutched the social worker's hand and let a long strand of silken hair fall from her mouth. "You are?" "Yes," Celia said. "I know you don't remember me, but I've been waiting for you. You're going to live with me now." Rowan glanced at the social worker again. "What about Jean and Bill? And the other kids? I like it at their house. I want to stay with them." Celia clucked her tongue like Rowan had said something silly.
"They're not your family, Rowan. I am. Your real family."
Rowan thought about that word. Real. Her whole life, she'd never been a real anything to anyone. The families she lived with were real, with real mothers and real fathers and real kids. And they were so real, they made her forget most of the time that she wasn't. But she knew anyway. And when her kindergarten teacher had read the story of the Velveteen Rabbit to the class, Rowan had needed to be led to the nurse's office as she cried and cried for what looked like no reason at all. Because she'd known, even then. The other kids in the family, the real kids, were already on their way to having their fur loved off. And Rowan knew if they had to choose one to throw into the fire with the rest of the things that were dirty and sick, it would always be her. No matter how plush and beautiful she was. But if Celia was real, that meant Rowan would be too. Real sisters, real family. Something she hadn't even allowed herself to hope for. If Celia took her, she'd never have to move again. And Rowan's face exploded into a grin as she hugged her sister fiercely, tighter than she'd ever hugged anyone. Because Celia was her first real thing, and she already loved her for it. They flew to Virginia, where Celia had a room all set up for Rowan in a house by the ocean. She told Rowan stories about their lives before their mother and father died. How happy their family was. How much their parents loved them. Rowan started a new school where she proudly told her teachers and classmates how she lived with her real sister who loved her so, so much. And for the first time in her life, she didn't feel like she was less important than anyone. 4 months later, Celia decided to attend graduate school for nursing at the University of Virginia. Something that required far more time and energy than someone raising a 9-year-old alone could offer. And with a smile and a pat that barely rumpled Rowan's billowy fur, Celia had packed her bags and sent her off to be the new fake thing for a new real family.
"Something's burning."
Rowan jumped, scraping the spatula across the griddle. "Sorry," she said to Gabriel, dropping the charred pancake into the garbage. "Everything's ready." She brought her makeshift syrup to the table and made plates for both of them, piling butter and fruit on the pancakes and sifting powdered sugar over the whole thing. They ate in silence. Gabriel looked a little shell-shocked, and Rowan was too busy formulating a cover story to chat. They'd just finished washing their dishes when a posh and all too familiar voice echoed through the house.
"Rowan?"
"Oh my God," Rowan hissed. Her hands flew like birds, and she pulled Gabriel away from the sink.
"Rowan, where are you? Did you actually purchase that monstrosity in the driveway?"
Fuck, Rowan whispered. She ran to the first door she saw and pulled it open. "Quick, get in there, and don't come out until I tell you." Gabriel peered inside. "I'm not going in the basement!" he shrieked. Rowan clapped her hand over his mouth. "Shh! Sorry. She steered him toward the back door. "Go around the porch, come back in the front, and go upstairs. Be very quiet. Don't come down until I tell you, and don't let her see you."
"Rowan?" Celia called. "Are you upstairs?"
"No!" Rowan shouted. "I'm in the kitchen." She pushed open the door. "Go." As soon as Gabriel disappeared around the corner, she turned and found her sister frowning at her from across the room.
"What are you doing?"
Celia asked. "Celia!" Rowan exclaimed, pressing one hand against her heart. "I wasn't expecting you." That was an understatement. Rowan hadn't laid eyes on her sister in 4 years. Seeing her in the flesh was a jarring experience. Celia was as tall and willowy as ever, blessed with both their father's height and their mother's olive complexion. Her dark hair was twisted into a knot, with a few loose wisps framing her face. She wore a taupe pencil skirt with an immaculate white t-shirt. Silk, from the look of it. Rowan tugged at the hem of her shorts. She often thought that she looked like a drawing of Celia that had been erased, leaving nothing but ghostly pencil strokes behind, pale and undefined. "I just got out of church. I brought you some things," Celia said, crossing the room to hug her. "I didn't think you'd be here for another few days." Dimly, Rowan thought she could hear footsteps on the stairs. Celia stepped back and appraised her with narrowed eyes. "You look thin." Rowan pushed her away. "I'm fine." "You're pale, too. And you need to cut your hair." "Did you come here purely to give me shit, Celia? Why don't you make a list and come back tomorrow?" "Don't be ridiculous," Celia said. "Or vulgar, for that matter. Come and sit with me. I haven't seen you in years. I don't want to fight." "Could have fooled me," Rowan muttered. But she joined Celia at the table, fiddling with the sugar bowl. "How was your trip?" Celia asked. "Long? And you're feeling all right? You're feeling better?" Rowan prayed Gabriel wasn't hanging off the banister listening to them. "I'm fine." "May I see where they operated?" Rowan heaved a sigh and stood, lifting her shirt. Celia tutted and frowned, examining every inch of broken skin. "Staples?" Rowan nodded woodenly. "I see. And I'm sorry," Celia said, tugging Rowan's shirt into place. "I would have been there if I could." Rowan felt her resolve slip. "You could have." "I could not. I had a huge patient load, and it was still flu season." Rowan snorted. "Flu season? Wow. Thank God I didn't die. Who knows how many seniors I might have taken out." "Don't even joke about that. I prayed for you every day, and there's no use dwelling on it. You're here now, and everything's going to be just fine." "Just fine," Rowan echoed. "Have you thought about what you'd like to do?" Rowan couldn't sit still a minute longer. She stood and wandered over to the refrigerator. "Yes," she said finally. "I was thinking of becoming a foster parent." Celia's eyes widened. "Really? Since when do you have experience with children?" "I don't. It seems like a worthy thing to do." "Well, I'm sorry to burst your bubble," Celia said, "but you would never be approved. You wouldn't even pass the background check." "Why not?" "Why not? You rolled into town 5 minutes ago, you have no job, and you have a criminal record." Rowan threw her hands in the air. "I do not have a criminal record." "Really?" Celia replied, ticking off points on her fingers. "Arrested at 14 for underage drinking. Arrested at 16 for drug possession." "Oh, for God's..." "I hardly think getting caught with Boone's Farm in the middle school parking lot and smoking pot with Ethan are grounds for juvenile delinquency." "Speaking of Ethan, which we are not, why are you still wearing that ring?" Rowan regarded the ring, her hand hovering near her waist. "I like it."
You like it?
What's not to like? It's a bauble, she said, wiggling her hand.
It's a gruesome reminder of someone who tried to kill you. Jeez, Seal, I'm serious. It's morbid.
It's mine, okay? Who cares where I got it?
Celia sighed.
Fine. Wear the ring if you want. I'm not here to fight with you. I'm worried about you. You need to go back to school. That's the most important thing. I'm not going to let you sit around all day.
You aren't going to let me do anything. I'm out of your jurisdiction, remember? I can do anything I damn well please.
Language,
Celia said, massaging her temples.
Shit, Celia. Am I upsetting you? Fuck me.
Rowan!
A muffled swooshing sound interrupted what might have evolved into an epic sparring match. Rowan's gaze flew to the heavens as Celia's eyes grew even darker.
Rowan,
she said slowly.
Who else is here?
Rowan looked from the ceiling to her sister. What?
Who's here?
No one.
The shower didn't turn itself on.
Rowan said nothing.
Tell me,
Celia demanded. Rowan eased back into her chair.
Celia, she said. Are the phones in this house turned on?
It sort of worked. Celia looked confused.
Are the phones turned on? No, why?
Can I see your phone?
For what?
I want to see it.
Rowan pressed her hands to the table so they wouldn't shake.
I'm not going to ask you again, Celia said. Tell me what the hell is going on here.
Rowan shook her head. Language. Celia looked like she was 1 second away from slapping her across the face, and Rowan honestly didn't blame her. She had to tell her. There was no point trying to hide him now, and as demented as it sounded, she was dying to tell someone. She held up her hands. Okay, I'll tell you. But you have to promise me. Promise you won't freak out.
I'm not promising you anything. Not after an intro like that.
You owe me, Celia, Rowan said. You know you do. Now promise. Celia smoothed her hair and folded her hands on the table.
I promise.
So Rowan told her the entire story, starting with the shutters and the day she found Gabriel. She detailed their escape and the drive down, how well she'd already taken care of him. Celia looked straight into her eyes, maintaining a mask of casual indifference, and when Rowan was finished, Celia fixed her with a cool gaze.
I don't believe you.
What do you mean you don't believe me? Rowan asked. Why would I make something like that up?
Forgive me, but you've never needed an incentive to make things up, Celia said.
I don't know what else you want to hear. It's the truth.
You're telling me you kidnapped a child after making a completely irrational plan and drove him 1,500 miles away, nursing wounds severe enough to require stitches that you yourself put in. Can you see where I'm having trouble?
Honestly, no. Why would I make that up?
You tell me. It's a fascinating story, but I need more proof than that.
Rowan looked at her for a moment. Then she silently produced her phone and pulled up an album. She slid the phone across the table. Celia picked it up. Her eyes got bigger and bigger as she sifted through every bruise, every scar, every dark corner of the basement.
When she got to the video at the end, she watched in silence before moving on to the photographs of Gabriel in the bathroom. Crude stitches mending the ragged edges of his bloody skin. She put the phone down. "Want to see the fork?" Rowan asked. "Tell me this is a prank," Celia said slowly. "Those are the only words I want to hear. Please tell me that." Rowan stood and marched to the front of the stairs. "Gabriel!" she shouted. There was no reply. "Gabe, it's okay. Come on down." She turned back to Celia. "Don't you dare scare him. He's been through hell." Celia's face had gone ashy, all traces of her tan gone. "Rowan," she choked out. "Tell me you didn't." Gabriel walked into the kitchen. His face was pink and scrubbed, his damp hair almost black against his bright blue eyes. Rowan put her arm around him, and together they faced Celia. "Well, here he is," Rowan said. "Isn't he cute?" Celia stared at them in slack-jawed silence. "So now, what were you saying, Celia? About me lying or something?" Rowan prompted. "You can't be serious," Celia whispered. "How are you this surprised when I just sat here and told you everything?" "I didn't think—" "Yeah, that's a big problem for you. You never think." Rowan turned to Gabriel. "You can go back up. She needs a minute." Her arm around his neck tightened. "How's your back?" "It's okay," he said quietly. "I'll take a look at it in a few minutes. Go ahead up." Rowan pressed a kiss to his temple and nudged him toward the stairs. She and Celia stood there in silence until Gabriel's footsteps faded away. It was about 10 minutes before Celia finished gnawing on her perfectly manicured nails and became capable of conversation. "You're not calling the police," Rowan said. "I won't. I said I wouldn't," Celia said, pacing the kitchen. "You'll have to call them yourself. Tell them you found him on the side of the road, or hitchhiking, or in a ditch somewhere. But you can't keep him here, Rowan. You just can't." "Why not?" "Why not?" Celia screamed. "That child has been severely neglected, and you are in no position to help him." "He was kept in that house since he was 8? "Yes." "How old is he now?" "Almost 12. "Rowan," Celia moaned into her hands. "You have all that proof. Why didn't you just call the police?" "He didn't want me to." "And you listened? Do you realize what's going to happen if you get caught? Oh my God, you crossed so many state lines. What if there's a search?" "How? It's not like his father can call the cops to look for a kid nobody knew he had." Celia paced the kitchen again. "That's why you need to call them. You have proof if you need it. Maybe they'll— No, I'm keeping him." "What do you mean you're keeping him?" "I mean I'm keeping him," Rowan said. "I'll raise him myself." "We're not talking about a puppy, Rowan. He's a human being, and he needs a lot more help than you can give him. If I call the cops, he'll get taken by the state, just like we were. He'll be put into a house with a family he doesn't know and thrown into a school with kids he's never met. Do you remember what that was like? I do. It happened to me 9 times. He's safe with me, and I'm more than capable of taking care of him. I have the space and the money." Celia's eyes softened to sadness, as though Rowan suffered from some fatal flaw she was woefully unaware of.
It's not about money.
I know that.
It's about support,
Celia went on.
It's about being emotionally equipped to deal with the responsibility of caring for another person. You're not ready for that. Not after what happened to you.
Rowan's entire body tensed. Nothing happened to me. I'm fine.
No, you're not. You're using this boy as an excuse to ignore your problems. Does he know about Ethan?
Of course not. I'm not going to tell him something like that.
Why not?
He doesn't need to know. Why should he have to deal with my problems?
Have you asked yourself why you should have to deal with his?
Because he needs me, Rowan cried. He's not going to be bounced from one house to another and wallow every day about what a victim he is. It's not saving him if he goes from getting beaten up at home to getting beaten up by kids who are a lot nastier than he ever learned how to deal with. I want to give him a life, Seal. I want him to be happy.
So your grand plan is what? To be a mother to this boy?
If that's what he needs me to be.
Yes, Rowan. That's exactly what he needs you to be. And we're not talking about an infant. He's been through years of physical and emotional damage. You have no idea how difficult that will be. Being a mother means putting his needs before yours for a long, long time. You won't be able to go to school, or date, or do much of anything without considering how it will affect him. You are 22 years old. If you take responsibility for this child, he is always going to come first.
Rowan leveled her eyes on Celia. Is he? Because I didn't. Celia went beet red. Rowan leaned in closer. Do you really think you have room to talk after what you did to me? You threw me away twice, Celia. Twice. The minute I got in your way. I would never do that to Gabriel, because I know how it feels. You're damn right he's going to come first. I'm going to do everything I can to take care of him, and that's a hell of a lot more than you ever did for me. Celia steepled her fingers under her chin.
That's enough, she said. I'm not going to sit here and be attacked. We're not getting anywhere, and we're starting to say things we don't mean. I think the first thing we need to do is take a look at this boy and see what kind of shape he's in.
Rowan nodded. Fine. I'm worried I took the stitches out too soon.
How long did you leave them in?
5 days.
You took them out too soon. I'll see what I can do. And Rowan?
What?
My helping you does not mean I support this. At all.
Rowan's head ached with heat and emotion as she climbed the stairs and tried to wipe the argument with Celia off her face. White noise echoed through the hallway like the hum of an insect. Gabe?
In here.
Gabriel was sitting on the floor of his bedroom. A metal box fan whirred in the window. Every now and then, a magnolia blossom would get pulled in, the shredded pieces floating like confetti, pink petals on the pink carpet.
I found it in the closet.
That's great, she said, forcing a smile. She sat next to him. Are you okay? He shrugged, dropping his gaze to the floor. Rowan tipped his chin up. Don't worry, she said. Everything's fine. I talked to Celia, and she's not happy, but she's not going to do anything. Gabriel nodded, but his eyes were scared. Rowan couldn't bear his face. She leaned into the stream of blowing air and wrapped her arms around him. "I'm going to take care of everything," she whispered, pressing her cheek against the top of his head. "No matter what." Gabriel said nothing, but he held her just as tight. They stayed that way for a long time, and it was like they were being recharged, the contact setting them right again. "Would you mind having Celia take a look at you?" Rowan asked when she pulled back. "She's a nurse practitioner, which is practically a doctor. She wants to see what a terrible job I did." "I guess so," he said. He stared at her for a moment, concern taking over the fear in his eyes. "Are you okay?" "Don't worry about me," Rowan said, rubbing his shoulder. "You don't ever have to worry about me. I'm a rock. Haven't you noticed?" She pulled him to his feet, and they started down the stairs, leaving the whir of the fan and the scent of the magnolias behind them. Chapter 9. It was turning into a bad day. Gabriel lay sprawled across the kitchen counter, trying not to scream as Celia nudged and poked the sorest parts of him. In the past 5 days, he'd fainted in Rowan's arms, thrown up on her, bled all over the truck, slept through a bath, spit in her hand, and cried. Twice. He was not going to scream. "What did you say he used?" Celia whispered to Rowan. "A barbecue fork." "This is terrible. What kind of thread did you stitch him with?" "I don't know. Sewing thread? Black thread?" "That's not... Did you put glue on him? You can do that for smaller cuts." Gabriel had known they were going to fight, but he hadn't expected to get caught in the middle. Celia wasn't nice like Rowan. She didn't ask him if things were okay before she did them. The minute he came downstairs, Celia stripped off his shirt and lifted him on the counter, mumbling about infections and blood poisoning. "Gabriel," Celia said, "on a scale from 1 to 10, how much pain would you say you're in?"
6? Or 4?
"Which is it?" Celia pressed. Rowan rubbed his head. "Be honest, Gabe. You've been lying to me all week." He shoved her hand away.
5.
"Fair enough. How are you feeling otherwise? You're going to need to eat better. You're very thin." "Eat better?" Rowan repeated. He was starved, for Christ's sake. "I understand that, Rowan. I just meant he'll feel better once he starts getting proper nutrition." Celia poked him again. "Are you allergic to penicillin?"
"I don't know."
"That's okay, Gabe," Rowan said. "It's not okay. We still need to give him something." "So do it. You're talking a lot, but I don't see you doing anything." "There's not much we can do, except let it heal." Celia pressed a cloth against his side, and the next thing he knew, she was pouring something on his back that burned like fire. He sucked in his breath and grabbed Rowan's shirt in his fist. "Celia, stop!" Rowan shrieked. "What is that?" "Antiseptic." "Why didn't you warn him?" "The anticipation would have been worse than the pain," Celia said, taping fresh gauze to his back. Her touch was more professional than Rowan's. It wasn't as warm. "Help him sit up." "Slowly," Rowan said, glaring at her sister. "I'm going to the pharmacy," Celia announced with a look just short of disgust.
Do not give him any more Percocet. I'll be back with an antibiotic and an appropriate painkiller for an 11-year-old child.
She turned to Rowan, her eyes narrowed and icy.
You could have killed him, you know. It wasn't enough to hack him to pieces. You also turned him into a drug addict.
Gabriel narrowed his own eyes as she marched out, understanding better why Rowan hated her sister. Rowan helped him off the counter and eased him into a chair.
Don't listen to her. She missed the day they taught compassion in nursing school.
Are you okay? Do you think she's going to tell anyone?
She can't for now, Rowan said, holding up a silver case. I stole her phone.
She traced a line on the table, her face screwed up in thought. It was hard not to be nervous. Rowan's brain didn't work like other people's. It was full of plans and tricks and cookie recipes. He knew he was smart, but he was pretty sure she was a genius. The mad kind who blew up things and laughed about it.
I don't know what she'll do, Rowan admitted. But don't worry. If she says a word to anyone, we're out of here.
Gabriel nodded. He didn't have the energy to worry. It was too hot, and he was too tired. Rowan noticed. She led him into the den and helped him lie down on the couch. As his eyes slid shut, he thought he felt her lips on his forehead again. But he was asleep before he could be sure.
Celia returned in full fury an hour later. She stomped into the kitchen and let the screen door slam behind her. Give me my phone! Rowan pulled the purloined phone from her pocket and pressed a finger to her lips. Gabriel's sleeping. Wake him up. He needs to take this, Celia said, slapping a prescription bottle on the counter.
Celia, please, Rowan said. Will you sit for a minute? There's something I need to say. Celia looked wary but deigned to sit, folding her hands primly in front of her.
Okay, look, Rowan began, wiping a sheen of sweat from her forehead. I want to apologize. It wasn't fair of me to bring Gabriel here without telling you, and I shouldn't have spoken to you the way I did. You have every right to be angry, and I'm sorry.
Celia raised an eyebrow but didn't respond.
And while I'll admit I may have been wrong in the execution of all this, I don't think I was wrong to take him. You were wrong, Celia protested. He's an abuse victim. He needs— No, Rowan interrupted. He's not. He's an 11-year-old boy. Yes, he went through a horrible experience, but that experience does not define him. That's how you become a victim. It's not a label that gets handed to you the first time someone swings their fist. It's a mask you wear until it festers, and then you aren't you anymore. You're just this thing that something happened to. I'm not going to let that happen to him. He's not the one I'm worried about, Celia said, covering Rowan's hand with hers. I appreciate your concern, she replied, pulling away. But I'm fine.
Celia's eyes searched Rowan's, the sadness in her expression adding lines that hadn't been there before.
No, you're not, she said. You're not. Why did you do it?
Rowan stared at the wood table for so long, the grain began to reveal secret dwellers. A smiling dog's snout, a man sitting on a bench. The images vanished as she lifted her head to speak, and her voice emerged small and cracked. Barely a whisper. Because I couldn't leave him there. She stared at her sister with a new level of desperation. You did it, right? You left. You had to leave me, she amended. Do you remember how it felt? Please, at least tell me it was hard. And then tell me again that I did the wrong thing. A single tear slid down her cheek. Of course it was hard, Celia said, floundering. You're the only family I've got. It killed me to give you up. If you could do it again, you wouldn't have left me, would you? No, You know all this, Rowan. Her knuckles were white. I didn't want to leave you the first time. I tried to tell you, but I couldn't make you understand. Because I was just a kid, right? The cracks were forming, gossamer threads that started in Celia's eyes. It wasn't a choice I wanted to make. But I was young, too. Her mouth was pinched as she fought for control. Rowan leaned forward and nodded. You were. I know you were. And I understand. But now you know better, Celia. Now we both know there are some things you shouldn't do, no matter what. So, let's call a do-over, okay? You can make up for it right now. It's just a different kid this time. With that, Rowan's ace on the table. Celia bit her lip, regarding Rowan carefully. And she nodded. What did you say to her? Gabriel asked as Rowan dug around in the bottom of a paper bag. Nothing that didn't work, so don't go worrying your pretty little head about it. They were sitting at the kitchen table, surrounded by white takeout containers. Celia had gone home an hour earlier, but not before providing Rowan with a terrifying list of do's and don'ts. Keep his back clean, and make sure he takes the antibiotics 3 times a day, Celia had begun. Check the gauze when he goes to bed tonight. If it's dry and there's no blood, you can leave it off, but I want you to call me if he gets a fever or seems sick. He needs to gain weight. Give him lots of protein, whole grains, and as much milk as you can. Don't feed him junk. Celia's fingers worried a lock of her hair. Have you set up an alert for his name? There's not going to be a search. You don't know that. You need to come up with a real, plausible reason for having him here, because people are going to wonder. We need to think of something, she said before heading toward her car. Celia, wait! Celia had jumped and nearly fallen down the stairs. What's the matter? How do you turn on the air conditioning? Now, 20 degrees cooler, Rowan and Gabriel traded white cardboard containers across the table. Rowan took huge portions of everything, victory awakening her appetite. Gabriel examined the food on his plate like it might come to life and bite him. What is this? Rowan peered over the table. It's rice. No, I mean, what's in it? It's pork fried rice. Pork, rice, eggs. Eggs? Why? I don't know, that's just what's in it. I don't like eggs. So don't eat it. He continued to poke at his plate. What's this? What's what? This, he said, spearing a piece of sweet and sour chicken with his fork. It's chicken, Gabe. Can you see all right? It's all puffy. Well, I don't know what to tell you. He pushed his plate away.
I'm not hungry.
Yes, you are. She dug a piece of pineapple out of her carton and put it on his plate. He ate it without question. What did you think of Celia?
She's scary, he said.
That is true, Rowan replied, handing over a few pieces of her own chicken. Gabriel cut into a piece with the edge of his fork, frowned at the result, and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly.
She kept talking like I wasn't here.
Yeah, her bedside manner leaves something to be desired. Try this, she said, passing him an egg roll.
What is it?
It's a roll. As they rinsed their dishes, a rising wind shook the screen door, bringing the smell of rain along with it. The air that rushed in was sweetly scented and deliciously cool. She motioned for Gabriel to turn off the water. Leave it. Let's go outside. They sat together on the porch swing. The dense darkness had returned, and Rowan could see movement in the shadows, dim and liquid forms that morphed before her mind could force them into solid shapes. Gabriel pushed the swing back and forth, keeping one foot on a loose board that rose from the rest of the line. The sound of crickets grew until it turned into a full-fledged orchestral arrangement.
Rowan,
Gabriel said, bringing the insect chorus back down to white noise. Yes?
I forgot something.
What did you forget?
I forgot to say thank you, he said, staring straight ahead. You know, for...
He met her eye.
You know.
Rowan took his hand.
Yes, I know. And you're welcome.
Chapter 10. Rowan hustled out of the house, pushing Gabriel ahead of her. We're late, she said. Get in the truck. I'll be right there. She circled the porch to the little herb garden she'd set up on the back steps. The mint was drooping, but the basil leaves were green and lush, reaching for the sun. She rotated the clay pots and misted them with water. Gabriel had commandeered the driver's seat, twisting the steering wheel back and forth. Since his back had healed, he'd spent a lot of time eyeing the truck with great interest, not quite grasping the fact he wasn't allowed to drive because it was illegal, not because Rowan wanted him to be bored. Don't do that, she said. You're going to destroy the tires.
Can I back out of the driveway?
No.
Why not?
Because you're 11.
How come I'm old enough to save you from monsters in the middle of the night, but not to back out of the driveway?
Gabe, I swear to God, if you bring that up one more time... The past 4 weeks had been blessedly calm and uneventful. Their willingness to be seen didn't extend past the driveway, so they stuck to the house, venturing to the small grocery store at the end of the road only a handful of times. Being new, they attracted a few stares, but on the whole, the locals were sleepy. She and Gabriel seemed to be the only bright spots in a neighborhood covered in dust. The only incident of note had happened a few nights earlier, when Rowan was jarred awake by a monstrous thunderstorm. The sheeting rain knocked the power out 2 minutes after she opened her eyes, and the thunder sounded like an attack. She stumbled downstairs and felt her way to the kitchen, fumbling for the flashlight near the basement door. The stairs creaked beneath her feet as she swept the light in a wide arc around the pipes and windows to check for leaks. A basement, Rowan had learned, was a rare luxury in Oklahoma, something to do with soil or frost, and she'd promised Celia she would be vigilant about maintaining this one. It was really more of a rec room than a basement, and it was so quiet that Rowan seriously considered crashing on the couch and watching TV until the storm passed. But then she saw the snake. It was no more than 12 inches from her bare foot, its narrow head rising to strike. She dropped the flashlight and jumped 3 steps at once, screaming so loud that Gabriel came running downstairs. "What's the matter?" he shrieked as she burst into the kitchen and slammed the door shut. Rowan clawed at her head, practically ripping her cheeks. "Rowan! There's a snake in the basement!" "What?" "A snake," she wheezed. "In the basement! There's a snake in the basement! A snake!" Gabriel's face lit up. "I want to see it." "No! Get your shoes on! We're going to Celia's. I can't stay in this house with a snake. I can't." "I don't want to go to Celia's. It's raining." "I don't care," she screeched, gripping his shoulders. "Put your shoes on." "What kind of snake is it? I'm going to look." "No! Just for a minute. I won't go down the stairs." Rowan tried to catch her breath as he opened the basement door and disappeared into the dark rectangle. There was silence, and then Gabriel started down the stairs. "Gabe!" she screamed. "It's okay." A minute later, he stepped back into the kitchen with his arm extended, illuminated by the storm outside. "Is this what you saw?" The object in his hand was rigid, not particularly snake-like. "What is that?" "It's a stick." He laid it on the floor, and it looked like a snake again, head rising and body twisting behind. "A stick?" "Uh-huh." He kicked it toward the door. "Are you okay?" Rowan let out a breath that sounded like a sob. Then she grabbed Gabriel by the shoulders, hugging him so tightly she could feel his heart beating against hers. "Thank you," she whispered. "Why are you so scared of snakes?" The thunder roared, and lightning lit the kitchen as she pulled away. "I don't know," she said. "I just am." She tried to smile, but it felt borderline gruesome. Lingering adrenaline dashed any hope of sleep. Rowan pulled 2 containers of ice cream from the freezer, and they grabbed pillows and blankets from their bedrooms before piling onto the couch in the den. They sat there together, spooning up melting dollops as the storm raged, and watched the rain make patterns on the walls. Rowan didn't think about it then, but when they woke up the next morning, still cocooned in blankets on the couch, she realized Gabriel had blindly, and without hesitation, gone back underground that night just because she was scared. And for that, she'd started to love him a little bit. "Make sure you eat," Rowan said. "I don't care what she makes, just eat it." Gabriel huffed. "Is she going to weigh me again?" "Yeah, probably." "Why do we have to go there?" She tapped her finger against the steering wheel. "I'm not sure." She'd been wondering, too. The sudden invitation to Celia's house felt sinister, like they were being lured into a trap. Rowan had fully expected Celia to all but move in with them following their arrival, but in the past 4 weeks, she'd only made 2 visits, apparently too disgusted with Rowan to function. On her second trip, Celia brought a scale and a color-coded chart, instructing Rowan to track everything Gabriel ate and mark his height and weight every week. She then handed her a massive document that turned out to be the course catalog for Southeastern Oklahoma State University. Rowan hadn't opened it yet, but she had stood on it a couple of times to reach the cabinet over the refrigerator. Gabriel pulled his knees to his chest and yawned, squinting against the sun. "I don't want to go," he mumbled.
Why not?
She doesn't like me.
Rowan glanced at him. He tired easily, which wasn't surprising since he barely slept. Every attempt brought nightmares that held him captive, with him crying out until Rowan could rush down the hall and rescue him. Gabriel never said what the dreams were about, but Rowan alone seemed to chase them away. If the fear didn't leave his eyes, she didn't leave him. They spent most nights sleeping side by side, their hands loosely clasped. She doesn't like anyone, Rowan assured him.
As the notes fade gently, let your mind feel lighter, ready to re-enter the world of the story.
Celia lived 30 minutes away in a red brick ranch tucked into a cul-de-sac, as safe and idyllic as a child's drawing. A weather vane perched on the roof, a bugle-blowing angel in place of the usual rooster. The pressed metal cherub achieved only a vague semblance of piety. "Lord, would you look at this place?" Rowan said wryly. She parked the truck and turned to Gabriel, whose appearance had not improved much in the past 30 minutes, or even the past 30 days. He'd gained a few pounds and gotten some color back, but he still looked small and exhausted. He sat sideways, resting his head against the leather seat. "Maybe we should have stayed home," she said, pushing his hair off his forehead. "You look so tired."
"I'm okay."
"Okay," Rowan said, unconvinced. "Let's get this over with. Are you hungry?"
"I don't know yet."
Gabriel tried not to make a face as Celia slid a plate in front of him. He recognized nothing. He glanced at Rowan, but there was no help there.
"Heirloom beet salad,"
Celia announced,
"with goat cheese medallions, yellow tomatoes, and avocado."
Gabriel's throat cinched shut. Rowan frowned at her plate. "I hate beets." Celia handed her a basket of rolls and sat down.
"Just try it. This is the type of meal you should be making. It's very healthy."
"The first time I ever ate beets was with you," Rowan said. "You made them on Thanksgiving, and I gagged so hard I threw up. Did you really forget that?"
"I guess I did. But thank you for the appetizing reminder."
Rowan made a face and pushed the beets to one side of her plate. Gabriel couldn't remember if he'd ever had a beet. He was more worried about what cheese from a goat would taste like. He tried to distract himself by begging Rowan for a roll, using the powers of his mind. While he waited for her to respond, he poked around in the salad. The beets were covered in some kind of oily black stuff. Earlier, Gabriel had heard Rowan on the phone telling Celia to make something plain for lunch. She'd said he didn't have an adventurous palate. It was pretty obvious Celia didn't care about his palate. He'd tried to be nice to her when they got to her house, but Celia barely looked at him.
As soon as they all said hello, Celia pulled Rowan into the kitchen, leaving Gabriel alone. His eyes wandered the room. The furniture was all beige and brown, and the walls were crammed with pictures of rosy pink angels and golden cherubs shooting arrows at each other. He picked up a framed photo of a younger Celia holding a baby, and then he moved to examine a large print hanging over the brick fireplace. He was still staring at it when Rowan and Celia returned. Celia's face was flushed as she hurried to his side. "Don't touch that, please." Gabriel yanked his hand away from the wood. "Botticelli," he blurted. Celia blinked at him. "What?" His cheeks burned. He hadn't meant to say anything. "The painting, it's by Botticelli. That's the angel Gabriel." Celia looked almost comically stunned. Out of the corner of his eye, Gabriel saw Rowan lift her head and smile. She stayed back, moving to the scale Celia had set up near the front door. She stood on it and frowned at the green number. "That's right," said Celia. He could tell she was trying very hard not to sound impressed. "How did you know that?" "We had the same one in our house. It was one of my mom's favorites. My mom, studied art in college." He looked at the floor. "My dad got her this picture when she was pregnant with me. That's where she got my name." No one spoke. Rowan moved beside him and squeezed his shoulder. Celia had cleared her throat. "Lunch is ready, and we have some things to discuss." Any respect Gabriel had gained from identifying Botticelli over the fireplace was slipping away as he continued to poke at his salad. Nudging the goat cheese aside, he carefully selected a beet and speared it with his fork. It was mostly free of black oil, so he put it in his mouth and chewed. It tasted exactly like what he imagined actual dirt would taste like. He swallowed the piece whole and took a huge gulp of water. Celia was talking to Rowan. Neither of them seemed to notice how close he was to throwing up. "So," Celia asked, "what have you been up to?" Gabriel and Rowan exchanged a guilty look. They'd mostly been watching television and taking turns riding around on the lawnmower. One night, they tried to make a raft out of a pallet they found in the garage, but when they threw it into the pond, it had sunk. Rowan selected a green wedge from her salad and popped it in her mouth. "Not much. Getting settled." "Have you met any of your neighbors?" "We have neighbors? Where?" "Not in proximity, no. But there are a lot of families nearby who would certainly remember you if you let them know you're in town." Gabriel took a bite of goat cheese, dancing on the thin line between bravery and stupidity. "What should I do? Just go around knocking on doors?" Rowan asked. "No one's going to remember me. I was a baby when we left." "They remember me." "You weren't a baby." Gabriel's only thought was that he had to remove this thing from his mouth, and he had to do it immediately. The napkins were cloth, so he couldn't spit into them. His throat clenched so tightly, his eyes teared. "I just want you to be prepared," Celia was saying. "Someone is bound to get curious about you two, and you better have your story straight." "What are they going to do, run a background check?" Rowan asked, polishing off her goat cheese with much more enthusiasm than he had. "The neighbors can't be that nosy." "No, but the school board is. You can't just waltz in and think they're going to take your word for it. You need legal documentation that says he's yours to care for. He needs health insurance and a pediatrician, too." "Okay, Celia, I get it. He's not ready to go back to school yet, anyway." "Maybe not, but you are.
I don't want you to waste any more time. You could have graduated already.
Could not. Who was it? Oh, it was you who wouldn't let me apply as soon as I finished high school.
You were barely 16 when you graduated. I only suggested you wait a year.
Why'd you graduate so early? Gabriel put in. It wasn't polite to talk with your mouth full, so all he had to do was keep talking. I'm a genius, Rowan said. She popped a bead into her mouth and immediately spit it into her napkin, staining the cloth with red juice. Celia, these beets are hideous. Can you make me a grilled cheese? Who said you were a genius? Gabriel asked.
Yes, Rowan. Please tell us, because I love your use of that word,
Celia said, glaring at the half-chewed bead in Rowan's napkin. I skipped 2 grades in a row.
You weren't knocking them dead with your aptitude. You were a terror, and they needed to keep you busy,
Celia said with what could have been a smile. Not like you were there to know, Rowan shot back.
No, I wasn't, Celia said. I was in school myself, if you remember.
No, I don't. I hadn't met you yet, if you remember. Gabriel didn't want them to go at it again. The last time they sounded like this, he'd been stripped and tortured. He pushed his plate away, the glass screaming against the table. This is really bad for my palate. Can I have a grilled cheese too? How big are the burgers here? Are they really big? Rowan quizzed the waitress, who stood with her pencil poised. They're pretty big, she said, indicating with her hands. Okay, I'll have a cheeseburger and whatever comes with it. Gabe? I'll have one too, please. As soon as the waitress was gone, Rowan reached over and patted Gabriel's hand. You, she said, are an outstanding partner in crime. That was amazing. She made us leave. And I couldn't have done it better myself. She leaned back and threaded her fingers into the braid at the nape of her neck. But she was right about one thing. What? The doctor. I need to find a pediatrician so I can get you checked out. I'm not sick. You're also not sleeping, Rowan said. I spent 5 out of 7 nights in your room last week. Gabriel shrugged. So what's going on? I don't know, he mumbled. Bad dreams? He shrugged again. Because if you tell me what they're about, she added, they might go away. His blue eyes were wide, devoid of any readable expression. I don't remember. The waitress came back with their food, and the discussion was paused for about 10 minutes, which was all the time it took them to devour everything on their plates. Rowan wiped ketchup from her fingers as the waitress returned. Can I get you anything else? Gabe, are you finished? He nodded silently. Just the check, please. She gripped Gabriel's arm as the waitress walked away. What's wrong? He shook his head as he slid out of the booth. Nothing. The cashier was an old woman with fire engine red hair and lipstick to match. The color bled into the creases around her lips, but her smile was warm and friendly. Cash or card, honey? Card. Chip reader's broken. I'll have to swipe it. Rowan handed her the card. The cashier slid it through the register and started to hand it back, but then she stopped, holding the plastic loosely between her fingers. Is everything okay? Rowan asked. She waved the card. Is this you? You're Rowan McNamara? Yes. Celia's sister? Gabriel inhaled sharply. Rowan put her hand over his and tried to smile. Uh-huh.
Good Lord, I'm gonna smack that girl silly next time I see her. I had no idea you were in town. We prepare meal cards for some of Celia's patients. She talks about you all the time.
Oh, God, really? Rowan said weakly.
Oh, yeah, she's a doll. She does so much for the folks under her care. A lot of them don't have family around.
That's nice of her, Rowan said. She took a step forward, nudging Gabriel behind her.
I haven't seen you since you was just a baby,
the cashier went on as she changed the tape in the register.
I knew your parents, you know.
Rowan edged closer to the counter as Gabriel took refuge behind the gumball machine.
Terrible shame what happened to them. You girls are lucky to have each other. You look like your mama, honey. Just beautiful. Same exact face, but you have your daddy's coloring. Irish. He was a very fair man, and he had those same lovely eyes. Now tell me, who's this little sweetheart you've got with you?
She said it so quickly that Rowan didn't register the question until Gabriel tugged on her hand. She turned to him. Oh, this is, my son. I mean, my friend's son. She put her foot on top of his and pressed down.
Ain't that something?
The cashier murmured, smiling.
He don't look much younger than you.
A foster son, Rowan blurted. She's fostering him. Her application was disapproved because, you know, you have to pass a background check, so she just got him, right? She asked Gabriel. He smiled a little and nodded. Rowan was nodding too, a deranged puppet with only one string. Anyway, he's her first placement, and, she's visiting me. It's important to give back, and I wanted to do it too, be a foster parent. But I can't because I have a criminal record. The cashier's face was perfectly blank. Her fingers poised over the fresh roll of tape sticking out of the register. Rowan jumped as Gabriel stepped in front of her.
Hello,
he said. His voice was sweet and clear, not at all the way he usually sounded.
It's nice to meet you.
The sunlight from the window added golden flecks to his eyes, and his cheeks glowed pink in the late afternoon air. He had, while standing in the background, messed up his hair. The cashier melted into a grandmotherly pool.
Sweetheart, you are just 10 pounds of cute in a 5-pound bag. Tell me, how are you getting on with the new family? Pretty well. My foster mom wanted to visit her other friends today, so Rowan said I could hang out with her.
Rowan squeezed his hand, begging him to shut up and give this woman nothing to remember. But he didn't.
We went to the zoo.
He sighed, pouting a little.
I'd never been there before. Oh, honey, the cashier said, shaking her head. I'm glad you had the chance to go. That sounds like a nice day. I sure hope things work out for you, darling.
Thank you, he said quietly, looking up at her through his eyelashes. We should go, Rowan cut in, tugging Gabriel away from the counter.
Tell Celia Ruby said hi, will you?
I will. It was nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you, Gabriel said.
Rowan smiled tightly, and they walked out the door.
Jesus Christ, Gabe,
she hissed as they hurried toward the truck.
What the hell were you doing?
I was doing a lot better than you were.
They didn't speak on the way home. Gabriel sat pressed against the door, as far from Rowan as he could get. When she pulled into the driveway, he was out of the truck before she cut the engine. He gave the doorknob 3 sharp yanks and slammed his palms against the door. "It's locked," Rowan called, pulling a pebble from the tire. "I know that!" he shouted, stomping into the yard. Rowan unlocked the door and went into the kitchen. She could see Gabriel sitting on the back steps, yanking leaves off the basil plants one at a time. She pushed the screen door open with her foot. "Please don't murder my basil. Are you coming in or not?" "Not if you're going to be mad at me," he said, tearing another leaf. "I'm not mad at you, though if you don't leave my basil alone, I might be." Gabriel stalked into the kitchen, making a beeline for the den. "May I ask why you are so mad at me?" Rowan said. "You don't know?" "Honestly, I have no idea." He threw himself on the couch. "How come you don't know what to tell people about me? We've been here a whole month. Celia told you to be ready." "Are you upset about what happened in the restaurant? Because it really doesn't matter." "It does matter!" he yelled. "You acted like I don't even belong to you." "You don't belong to me." His anger vanished in an instant, painted over with bright bewilderment. "What?" he managed. "No, I didn't mean it like that." She sat next to him, but he rolled away, burying his face in his arms. "Don't touch me." "I'm not going to." "Gabe, I only said that because she took me by surprise." He sat up, his face red and streaked with tears. "That's not true. You lied so you wouldn't get in trouble. And that's okay for you, but if you get caught lying about me, I'm the one who gets taken away." He threw himself on the couch, shoved his head into the corner, and put a pillow on top. "Gabe." He didn't move. She pulled the pillow off his head and leaned over him. He struggled to push her away, but she was bigger. "Are you going to listen to me?" He didn't answer. "Okay, good. You have every right to be angry. I didn't want to think about what to tell Celia about you, so I just didn't think about it until it was too late. The same thing happened today, and that's not fair to you." "You're crushing me," he mumbled. She shifted her weight, but didn't get up. "You'll live. I'm almost done." "The thing is, I was terrified I wouldn't be able to get you here safely. And when it somehow worked out, I was so happy, and I thought you were too. I figured we could concentrate on that for a little while." She rolled off him and dropped to the floor. "I was wrong," she said. "I'm sorry." They stayed that way for a long time. The light was beginning to turn the same color as the magnolias, which was Rowan's favorite time of day. Gabriel was so quiet she thought he'd fallen asleep, but then he spoke. His voice low and broken. "I can't sleep because I'm scared." She inched closer. "What are you scared of?" He rolled over and stared at the ceiling, his eyes puffy and damp. "This," he said, waving his arm. "Everything. This whole stupid plan. It's not going to work." "It already worked. Why would you say that?" "Because it's true," he insisted, swiping at a tear in the corner of his eye. "I shouldn't have gotten mad at you because I know there's no reason for me to be here. I've tried to think of one." His breath hitched, and he covered his eyes. "Every night I dream I'm back in the basement,
And when I wake up, I know I should be happy, but I'm not. I'm scared someone's going to find out what we did. I'm scared my dad will find me, or Celia's going to call the police, or you'll change your mind. Rowan ran her thumb over the tears on his cheek. That's not going to happen, she said, rubbing his forehead. His skin was hot and dry, pulsing with headache and emotion. No one is going to find out, she whispered. I promise. Tomorrow I'll sit down and figure out exactly what we need to do. But no matter what happens, no one is taking you away from me. Ever. Gabriel was quiet. His eyes had slid closed, and before long his breathing grew even and deep. Rowan covered him with a blanket. The screen door knocked lightly against the wooden frame. Rowan pushed it open and settled on the porch steps. The sun sat low on the horizon, dipping across the trees and turning the pond to liquid gold. The pile of torn basil was drying on the top step. She picked up the fragments one at a time, dropping them into her cupped hand. The leaves still smelled pungent and green. Her hands would not stop shaking. Chapter 11. Summer melted into fall, a far gentler slope than the brisk air that ferried autumn into New England. The leaves brightened to red and gold, but the warm air stayed far past its welcome. Rowan and Gabriel spent every evening on the porch, burning fragrant wood in the chimenea as they basked in the illusion of chilly nights. Rowan bought a few odds and ends to put their imprint on the house, but when it came to Gabriel, there was nothing he didn't need. She filled his closet with clothes, ordered him dozens of books, and let him pick out any phone he wanted. They spent an entire weekend marching up and down the stairs with gallons of paint and plastic trays and rollers. It took him forever to decide on a color for his room, but eventually he chose a rich, mossy green. Rowan honestly thought it looked amazing with the pink carpet, but Gabriel opted for the cherry wood floor hiding underneath. They assembled bookcases, mounted a TV on the wall, and dragged 2 burnt orange armchairs up the stairs. If it was warm enough, Rowan let Gabriel loose in the pond. He was fearless in the water, carefree and unencumbered by pained and fearful thoughts. While he jumped and splashed and dove, she sat on the dock, quietly devouring books on child psychology and abuse recovery and parenting. Celia had her own opinion on the situation. It included words like spoiled and overindulgent and boundaries. Rowan didn't care. He was thriving. By mid-October, Gabriel had gained 10 pounds, grown 2 inches, and turned 12 years old. Rowan pulled out all the stops for his birthday, obsessed with finding the perfect theme, the perfect decorations, the perfect gifts. She bought a silver cake topper bearing his name, bookmarked dozens of recipes for homemade ice cream, and ordered a set of outrageously overpriced party hats. She was determined to orchestrate joy, create a core memory, a vivid, happy place he could visit or hide. But even though she got the decorations right, and he loved his presents, every crucial moment felt lined with thorns. If Gabriel noticed, he didn't let on. It was always just the 2 of them, anyway, so there was really nothing to notice. When they chose their party hats, he made no mention of the 6 left in the box. He didn't seem to mind when she sang Happy Birthday by herself, or that every single package in his pile of gifts was from her.
He scooped up fingerfuls of frosting, chatting happily as Rowan packed up his birthday cake with only 2 pieces gone. Still, he was getting better. The nightmares had stopped shortly after the Ruby debacle, leaving a more liminal version of Gabriel behind. He was happy, but that happiness came with an edge of caution. It was rare to see him truly enjoying anything. He always had one hand raised to protect. One night, just before Thanksgiving, Rowan wandered into the den while he was watching TV. He didn't notice her come in because he was laughing. Great big belly laughs that had him doubled over on the sofa. It was an image her brain could not compute, and she spent a good 10 seconds trying to figure out what was wrong with him as he giggled helplessly, tears streaming down his face. It was like she'd never seen him before. Despite Rowan's private doubts, Celia's frequent protests, and Gabriel's lingering fears, by the time winter ushered in the new year, they had found their balance. They were safe, buried within the confines of the house and untouched by the outside, with no need for anything else. Then, in April, Lane called and turned everything on end. "You want to come here?" Rowan repeated. "I'd love it," said Lane. "My credits are done, and I have nothing to do until graduation. And I miss you. It's been way too long." Rowan listened in stark terror, twisting her hair into knots. "I'm in New Hampshire with my parents for another week, so I can fly in straight from here." She could hardly deny her the hospitality, not after Lane had put a roof over Rowan's head and unknowingly blessed her with a child. After they worked out the details, Rowan sat down with Gabriel and presented him with the most logical plan. "No way!" She had him cornered at the kitchen table after luring him inside with the promise of baked goods. He stared at her with a fork sticking out of his mouth. "Why do you hate me?" "Gabriel," she said, indicating the pie on the table. "Look at this pie. Fresh rhubarb, homegrown strawberries, a braided lattice crust. Celia brought one of these to Ruby at the diner, and they've been ordering 6 a week ever since. I baked this pie for you because it's your favorite, and I want you to be happy." He pushed the plate away. "I don't care. I'm not staying with Celia. It won't work anyway. My stuff is all over the house." "Yeah, I know it is. And maybe if you were at Celia's for a week, I could get some of it put away." She snatched the fork out of his hand and picked up the plate, digging into the pie herself. "What am I supposed to tell her? The legal guardian story isn't going to fly. If any of my dead friends were going to leave me a kid, it would be Lane." "Tell her you're fostering me," he suggested. "Be a bit awkward to bring it up now, don't you think?" "When's she coming?" "Next week." "So you have a whole week to think of something," he said with an infuriating air of serenity. He cut himself another slice of pie. The next day, she turned to Celia. "I don't know what you want me to tell you, Rowan," she said, taking a sip of iced tea. "You wanted to do this. You swore up and down that you could handle it. This isn't the witness protection program. You can't just disappear and think everyone is going to forget about you." Rowan pressed her lips together. As much as she hated involving her sister in anything, Celia occasionally had her uses. After weeks of combing even the smallest corners of the internet for any mention of Gabriel's name, Rowan had felt reasonably safe claiming him. But other than his birth certificate, she had no paperwork, no proof, and no plan. Celia had all 3. She'd been Rowan's legal guardian for almost 4 years, and it was her idea to alter their own documents, changing Celia's name to Rowan and Rowan's name to Gabriel. After a visit to Celia's safety deposit box and an afternoon of forgery, Rowan penned a fake will bequeathing Gabriel to her. Celia borrowed credentials from a coworker with a notary stamp and a penchant for long lunch hours, and embossed him into Rowan's care. So far, their scheme had earned them insurance coverage and a pediatrician, but it wouldn't work on Lane. Honestly, Rowan, I don't see what's wrong with telling her you're fostering him. He's not going to be able to act like a foster kid. He's too comfortable with me, and he's very clingy. Yes, he is. And that's your fault. You don't give him any boundaries. Rowan shot her a look. Any child who nearly bleeds out at my feet can be as clingy as they want. She paced the kitchen. It's only a week, Seal. Please. He's very good company. You probably won't even see him that much. He sleeps really late. I can't force him if he doesn't want to go, Celia said, staring past her into the yard. Rowan, is he driving your truck? Rowan waved her hand. He won't leave the yard. It's the only way to keep him out of the house. He's 12 years old. And the grass— I don't care, Rowan screeched. Help me! Celia pushed her chair back. I will help you. But this is Gabriel's home, too. You can't just kick him out because he's become inconvenient. She looped her bag over her shoulder. I have to go. I have a patient at 3. Thanks for the pie, though. Peach is my favorite. I know, Rowan said, slumping in her chair. She stared out the window as Gabriel steered the truck in wide circles over the lawn, kicking up chunks of dirt and grass with every pass. A week later, Rowan nudged Gabriel ahead of her down the stairs, fixing his hair as they went. Tell me the story again. I could say it in my sleep. Good. See if you can say it while you're awake. He sighed, hopping the last 2 steps. I am a foster child. My father's dead and my mother's a drug addict. And you fostered me 2 months ago while my mom was in rehab. Last week, she started smoking meth again, and the courts asked if you would keep me until she's clean. I arrived 2 days ago. Happy? Yes, she said. Frankly, I'm not surprised it only took a few weeks with you to get your mother back on the pipe. Celia had been dispatched to pick up Lane at the airport, and they were due any second. Don't try too hard. You have the easy part, she said. Just be really sad and pretty. You're good at that. She raced around the foyer, picking things up and putting them down again. The most important thing is that you act like a foster kid. Try to keep your distance. Don't hang on me. A horn sounded, and Rowan jumped a mile. Shit! She started toward the door, but before she could take a step, Gabriel grabbed her and hugged her from behind, his arms tight around her neck. What did I just say? Last time for a week, Gabriel said. I'll miss you. Lane descended on them like a hurricane. She blew through the door and grabbed Rowan in a fierce hug, nearly knocking her off her feet. Gabriel hung back, but he was swept into the commotion before Lane was even introduced to him. I'll show you your room, Rowan said. She picked up Lane's suitcase and lugged it up the stairs before she could start asking questions. I put you in the round bedroom. The light in there is amazing. Rowan led her to the very end of the hall. Light had nothing to do with it. She'd chosen the round bedroom because it was really far away from Rowan's and Gabriel's rooms. You have no idea how good it feels to be here, Lane said, collapsing on the bed. My parents were on my last nerve. How long did you visit them? 2 weeks. It felt longer. She turned her head and smiled. I can't believe I'm actually seeing you. You look amazing, kiddo. You really do. Rowan felt her cheeks color because she knew she didn't. Not compared to Lane. Gone was the shy, lanky girl she remembered. Lane brimmed with a confidence Rowan couldn't even fake. Her bronze skin was smooth and flawless, and her black hair had been cropped short to complement her bone structure. No, you look amazing, Rowan replied, lying next to her. I look like something that went through a meat grinder. Lane's face fell. How bad was it? Rowan rose to her knees and lifted the hem of her shirt, twisting to show Lane the road map of scars on her back. Jesus Christ, Rowan, Lane gasped, cupping a hand over her mouth. He's still in prison, right? Rowan flopped back down. For the moment. Lane shook her head. I can't believe he didn't get more time. He could have killed you. Rowan laughed without humor. Oh, that doesn't matter. His family's loaded, and they're so sorry they didn't teach him the difference between right and wrong. Otherwise, he'd never have thrown me through a glass door. He just has a little bit of a temper. It's no big deal. She shook her head. I'm lucky he got any time at all. Lane hauled her suitcase onto the bed. Tell me about Gabriel, she said. I can't believe you never told me you were fostering. Not that it isn't a great thing to do. I'm just surprised. Rowan rested her head on her arms so Lane couldn't see her face. I hope you're not upset he's here. It was kind of last minute. Of course not. He's my first placement, Rowan said, privately entering a new level of self-loathing for feeding Lane such bullshit. He went home to his mother a few weeks ago, but she's on all kinds of stuff. The social worker asked if I would take him back. Lane shook her head. I have never seen such an adorable kid, and he seems so sweet. Can you believe people? Not lately, Rowan said, getting to her feet. Why don't you get settled before we eat? I was planning to barbecue, if that's all right. That sounds perfect. I think I might pass out for a half an hour. It'll take me that long to heat up the grill. I'll give you a yell when everything's ready. Rowan pulled the door closed. Gabriel was waiting outside. She ushered him into his room. Where's Celia? She asked. She went to the store. She'll be right back. What did Lane say? He asked. She seemed to take it all in stride. Gabriel smiled. See? I told you everything would be okay. Oh, Gabe, she sighed. It's been half an hour. Do you really think this is over? Rowan grilled up a storm, fixing fat hamburgers, chicken wings doused in homemade barbecue sauce, and seared greens alongside ears of sweet corn dripping with butter. She was going to let Gabriel try grilling, but the metal fork dangling next to the tongs made her rethink that idea. She put him to work assembling the salads instead, and by the time Lane joined them, there was enough food to feed everyone 3 times over. Celia joined them for dinner, and for that, Rowan was grateful. Lane had everyone in fits of laughter as she talked about her last few semesters at Amherst, time spent in a shoebox-size apartment with a cat that was not strictly hers, but refused to vacate the premises after the previous owners moved away. At 10 o'clock, they were still lingering over dessert, the night too pleasant to forfeit. Rowan transferred another slice of cake onto Lane's plate, How are things at the house? Rowan asked. Oh, fine. Thank you again for fixing my shutters. You did a great job. From a distance, maybe, but don't look too close. Lee told me he donated his crew to help you get them back on the house. Rowan's heart skipped a beat and then picked up, double time. Gabriel's fingers tightened against his glass. Yes, she said after a moment. He did. He's the best neighbor. I have a real asshole on the other side. When I got back from Korea, Lee made me an engraved garden stone with my name on it, and... Oh, I almost forgot. Shit, he told me this a long time ago. Did you borrow something from him while you were at my house? Rowan froze as the ball began to roll faster than she could chase it. I don't think so, she said slowly. She didn't dare look at Gabriel. Did he say that? No, Lane said, popping a forkful of cake into her mouth. He just asked me to remind you that you have something of his. Gabriel choked and dropped his lemonade. The glass shattered onto the wooden boards, sending sugary spikes in every direction. Rowan jumped up so fast her chair clattered down the porch steps. Take him in, Celia! Take him in! Celia was moving before the words left Rowan's mouth. She grabbed Gabriel in a bear hug from behind and lifted him out of his seat. His chest was heaving. His face had gone purple. They disappeared through the back door, leaving Rowan and Lane in stunned silence. Lane's hand was pressed to her mouth. What? Rowan bent to pick up the glass, but her hands were trembling so badly she couldn't bring herself to touch a single piece. It's asthma, Rowan said, peering into the window. Celia knows what to do. Lane gaped at her. I had a roommate with asthma, she said. It never looked like that. He has it pretty bad. It comes on all of a sudden. I better check on him. Celia came outside then, visibly shaken. He needs you, she said to Rowan. Right now, go. Rowan flew into the kitchen. Celia followed. What did you tell Lane? Celia asked. I said he has asthma. Good enough, Celia said, pressing a hard nugget into Rowan's hand. Give him this. What is it? Valium. Very mild. He was hysterical. I had to slap him. You hit him? I had to, or he would have hurt himself. Celia pointed to the den. Go. Rowan found Gabriel slumped in the recliner, looking glazed and blank. Hardly the writhing mess she'd expected. She knelt in front of him. Gabe? His eyes rolled vaguely in her direction. When he spoke, it sounded like he was channeling someone else. He knows. He only thinks he does. He knows. He's going to find me. No, he won't, she said, smoothing his hair. Come upstairs. He didn't respond, but he allowed her to lead him into her room, moving like a zombie. Rowan closed the door and ran to the bathroom for a cold washcloth. Here, she said. Come here. She sat him on the bed and gripped the back of his neck, running the cloth over his face. Gradually, he lost the glazed look, wilting against her shoulder. Rowan held him close and rubbed circles over his back. Listen to me, she said, trying not to sound like she was convincing herself. Lane said he told her that a long time ago. Then he's been looking for a long time. What if Lane told him she was coming here? She spent 2 weeks at her parents' before she came here. He can't possibly know where we are.
She could have told him at any time. I'm going to talk to her, Rowan said. I'll find out exactly what he knows, and then we'll figure out what to do. Even if she told him we're in Oklahoma, it would be almost impossible to find us. I'm not even listed as the owner of the house. Celia is. What if he does know? Then we'll leave, she promised, resting her cheek on his head. We'll go wherever we have to. You swear? I swear. Eventually, Gabriel's breathing evened out, and he relaxed in her arms. What did you tell Lane? He mumbled. I said it was an asthma attack. She squeezed him tighter and tried to smile. So, throw in a wheeze every now and then, okay? He nodded and pulled back a little, swiping his fingers under his eyes. I'm scared, he whispered. Rowan pressed her lips to his forehead. I know. His cheek was red where Celia had slapped him. She rubbed her thumb over the spot. Celia gave me some medicine to help you calm down. Do you want to take it? Gabriel shook his head, resting against her shoulder again. Can I sleep in your room tonight, please? Yeah, Rowan said, probably too quickly. Her own fear was immense, bubbling over and burning her chest, but she couldn't let him see it. Go get ready for bed while I talk to Lane, okay? I'll be right up. The Valium was still clutched in her fist. She eased the door shut and then shoved the pill into her own mouth. She swallowed it dry. Celia and Lane were in the kitchen when Rowan returned. Celia jumped to her feet. Is he all right? Rowan tried to smile. He'll be fine. I'll stay with him tonight so I can keep an eye on him. Does he get attacks like that a lot? Lane asked. That was intense. I feel so bad. It's okay, I swear, Rowan said. We've been through much worse with him, right, Celia? Celia nodded. Call me if you need me, okay? She gave Rowan a brief hug before turning to Lane. I hope I'll see more of you before the end of your visit. I look forward to less dramatic evenings. Her smile was so warm, Rowan could see a bit of the Celia it seemed only her patience knew. When she was gone, Rowan poured herself a glass of wine and joined Lane at the table. I'm really proud of you, Lane said. You're amazing with him. Rowan shrugged, staring into her glass. I know what it's like. She took a deep drink and tried to smile. We never finished catching up. What were we talking about? I don't even remember. You said something about Lee. He asked you about me? Lane nodded. He just said if I talked to you to tell you that you have something of his, and he wanted to get it back. Rowan fiddled with her glass. Did you tell him we were friends? Sure. Rowan cringed a little. Did you tell him where I went? What? He didn't ask where I live or anything? Lane gave her a weird look. No. Why? Rowan pulled her chair closer to the table. I don't know. He kind of creeped me out. Lee? Lane asked, laughing. Are you kidding? He's a teddy bear. I know, and I'm probably thinking way too highly of myself, Rowan said with a sheepish grin. But there was something about him. He was always there. It was like he was following me around or something. She took another gulp of wine. Did you tell him you were coming for a visit? No, I haven't seen him lately. Why are you so paranoid? He just gave me the creeps. If he asks you about me again, don't say anything.
Tell him we don't talk anymore. The more she said, the worse she felt. But she couldn't tell Lane about Gabriel. If Lee even suspected Lane knew, she'd have a target on her back. I wouldn't talk to him at all if I were you. I'll consider myself warned, Lane said wryly. Don't take this the wrong way, but he didn't exactly sound infatuated enough to hunt you down. Rowan shrugged. You never know what people will do. They talked for a few more minutes before Lane retired to her bedroom. Rowan walked to the opposite end of the hall. Her room was dark, lit only by a wash of moonlight. Gabriel was tucked under the covers, his face open and expectant. What did she say? Rowan put a finger over her lips and sat next to him. He doesn't know she's here, and he doesn't know we're here. She didn't tell him anything. In fact, Rowan went on, cupping his cheek, I told her not to talk to him at all. Really? Really. I told you. We're absolutely safe. She dropped a kiss on his cheek. Go to sleep. She half expected him to be awake all night, but the shock must have taken a lot out of him. She went into the bathroom to change for bed, and by the time she came out, he was already asleep, his eyelashes resting like feathers against his cheeks. He was so beautiful, even in sleep. Rowan couldn't imagine how anyone could have it in them to hurt him. She got into bed, replaying Lane's words over and over. And as she did, her fear grew spikes, turning angry and indignant. By the time she fell asleep, she almost wanted Lee to come after her, to find out what would happen if he ever tried to take what was hers. Chapter 12. Gabriel stared at himself in the mirror, tugging at the length of fabric hanging around his neck. To celebrate the last night of Lane's visit, Rowan announced she was taking everyone out to dinner, and the restaurant she chose was so fancy it came with a dress code. Gabriel was pretty sure he was wearing more clothes than he'd ever had on his body at once. He crossed the ends of his tie and pulled, which accomplished nothing. He put on a belt instead. Are you ready? Rowan called from her room. Do I have to wear a tie? Yes. I can't tie it. I'll tie it. Give me 2 minutes. Gabriel knew Rowan was relieved they wouldn't have to lie to Lane anymore, at least not to her face. But he could tell, aside from that first horrible day, that Rowan loved having Lane around. He did too. She was funny and full of stories about Rowan. Gabriel had learned more about her in a few days than he had in the past year. The three of them went somewhere different every day. Once, they rented a canoe on Lake Texoma and spent an hour spinning in circles because no one knew how to paddle. It had been an easy week, like a reward for good behavior. But sometimes Lane noticed things he and Rowan didn't. They were having lunch at an outdoor cafe one afternoon, close to where the yearly Magnolia Festival was held. As soon as they ordered, Rowan started talking about dessert, the way she always did before the real food came. Gabriel picked up the little tent with the dessert menu and began reading all the specials out loud. He noticed Lane staring at him as he spoke, and when he was finished, she shook her fork in his direction. Have you always lived in Oklahoma? He glanced at Rowan and put the menu down. Uh-huh. You don't sound like it. Rowan stared at him with wide eyes. For all their preparation, they'd never thought about linguistics.
Celia does, but not you. Celia doesn't have an accent, Rowan said quickly. She still sounds different than you do. Maybe it's the cadence or something. I don't know. She turned back to Gabriel. You talk like you could have grown up on our street. Gabriel had smiled and shrugged, afraid to say another word. He was still fiddling with the tie when Rowan came into his room. At first, he didn't realize it was her. He'd never seen her in anything fancier than jeans. But tonight, she was wearing a short green dress with thin straps, almost like a ballerina would wear. She had a long piece of matching fabric wrapped around her shoulders. "How do I look?" she asked, spinning in a circle. "I didn't know you had a dress," he said. "Wow, thanks." Rowan took hold of the tie and knotted it with practiced ease. She'd bought him the suit that morning, with strict instructions not to outgrow it right away. She was only kidding, but he felt bad. It seemed like he needed new clothes every couple of months. He'd grown 5 inches since he'd been living with Rowan, and was already taller than she was. She straightened the knot. "You clean up good, kiddo." "Are you guys ready?" Lane asked, coming in. "The reservation... Oh my God." Rowan smiled and bumped her hip against Gabriel's. "Look at you two. You look like porcelain dolls. Come downstairs so I can take your picture." They went into the big living room, the one they never used, and Lane arranged them in front of the fireplace. She had a yellow and white camera with a rainbow stripe down the middle that spit out pictures right away. They smiled as the flash lit up the room. The restaurant looked nice, but the menu was so weird, Rowan had to order for him. The 3 of them were the youngest people there by about 40 years, and definitely the loudest. Rowan and Lane got more talkative each time their wine glasses were refilled. For dessert, the waiter brought 3 different flavors of chocolate mousse in tall crystal columns. Rowan and Lane also ordered tiny glasses of liqueur, and Rowan let Gabriel try little sips of hers when no one was looking. It was rich and creamy, flavored like coffee and chocolate. Lane raised her glass in a toast. "I've had such a wonderful week," she began. "I'm so glad I got to spend it with the 2 of you." She turned to Rowan. "From now on, visits are a rule, not an exception. I love you way too much to let another 7 years pass before I see you again." Rowan scooted her chair over and hugged Lane, knotting her arms tightly around her neck. Gabriel wanted to let them have a moment to themselves, but as he started to look away, Rowan's silky wrap slid off her shoulders and slithered to the floor. Rowan never went swimming with him. She said she didn't know how, but she didn't sunbathe on the dock either, or wear anything much lighter than a sweatshirt. Gabriel had never really bothered to wonder why, but when he saw what was hiding underneath that green fabric, his face burned like he had accidentally seen her naked. Her back was a mess of scars, angry gashes that started at her shoulders and disappeared under her dress. They made the marks on his own body look like paper cuts. Rowan caught his expression before he could look away, and she jerked back in her chair, picking up the wrap and pulling it tightly over her shoulders. Gabriel trailed Rowan and Lane as they left the restaurant with their arms linked, laughing and stumbling and leaning into each other. Gabriel wanted to join them. He wanted to be that happy. But something was tugging him back, a tiny worry only just beginning to hatch. They broke away so Lane could order an Uber, and Gabriel jumped as the sleek fabric of Rowan's dress brushed his hand. "What's the matter?" she asked. "What?"
You look like you've seen a ghost.
I'm just tired.
Me too, she said, squeezing his shoulder. By the way, she added, thank you.
For what?
She nodded toward Lane. For this week. For letting her have me for a little while. Rowan woke early the next morning. Too early. The half bottle of wine she'd had at dinner had relocated to her temples, and her head pounded alongside her heart. There was a glass of water on her nightstand. She didn't know if it was a gift from her drunken self or someone else, but she was grateful. The water was warm, barely refreshing, but it pushed some of the pain out of her head and plumped her dried-up veins just enough to help her think again. The house was quiet, something it hadn't been for days. She went down to the kitchen and shoved 2 pieces of bread into the toaster, staring out the window into the thick, hazy air. Lane's voice startled her out of her daze. "Good morning." Rowan jumped, and so did her toast. It was crisp and pouring steam, nearly burnt. Lane stood in the doorway, a cup of coffee in her hand. "You look like you had a rough night," she said. "I did." Rowan tried to smile, but her lips shook. Lane had been a force all week, a live wire of confidence and energy. But in that moment, she looked small and fragile in her pajamas and socks. So fine and easily breakable. "You're up early." "I slept like the dead." "I'm glad. I was hoping I could talk to you for a minute, before Gabriel wakes up." "About what?" "Not in here," Rowan said. "Let's go outside." They sat on the porch swing. The air was thick, dripping with moisture and the promise of real rain. "You should come in the fall," Rowan said, staring at the light mist hovering over the pond. "The weather's just beautiful." "I didn't come for the weather." "I know." "What are we talking about?" Lane asked. Rowan pressed her feet against the boards, rocking the swing back and forth. "Gabriel." Lane nodded slowly. "I was hoping you'd say that." "Why?" "Because I have my own questions about Gabriel." "Like what?" Lane shook her head. "You first. What were you going to tell me?" Rowan took a deep breath. "That's the thing. I wasn't going to tell you. But the more I thought about it, the more I knew I just can't send you back without knowing. I can't. I owe you more than that." "Go ahead. I'm listening." Rowan clasped her hands together. "Gabriel," she began, "is not a foster kid." Lane nodded a little. "I didn't think so." "You didn't?" "No. I tried to tell myself it wasn't weird that you forgot to tell me something like that. Or that he didn't go to school all week. Or that he has such a nice room. Or that you two finish each other's sentences. But it is weird, Rowan. It's very weird." Rowan squeezed her eyes shut. "I know." "So whose kid is he?" He's mine." "He's yours?" "Yes," she said. "He lives here. He's mine." "What does that mean? Did you adopt him or something?" "No." "Then where did he come from?" "Lane, please," Rowan begged. "I couldn't tell you before. I wanted to, I swear. But it was too dangerous for you." "What does this have to do with me?" Rowan drew a breath. Gabriel, she said slowly, is Lee's son. Lane paused a moment. Lee, she repeated. From next door? Yes. A small smile crept onto her lips. Come on. It's true. Rowan, I lived next to him for a year before you got there. I think I would have noticed if he had a kid. He was there. He saw you almost every day. How come I never saw him? Because you didn't look in the basement. The flush of pink left Lane's cheeks. What? Rowan stared into her lap, trying to clear the tears from her throat. Lee kept him locked down there, she whispered. He was beating him, starving him. He'd been there for years. I don't know what made him start talking to me, but he did. When I found out what was going on, I wanted to call the police, but Gabriel begged me not to. He was scared of what would happen to him. Rowan drew a ragged breath. I could understand that. So, when I left, I just took him. She looked at Lane, her eyes brimming with tears. We left during the block party. Before I got there, Lee caught Gabriel trying to go out the window. He dragged him back inside and beat him with a barbecue fork. I had to break into the house to get him out. He might have killed him if I hadn't. I brought him to a hotel and sewed him up as best as I could. Then we came here. Lane's eyes were wide. One hand pressed over her mouth. Rowan, why didn't you tell me? I didn't want Lee to think you knew anything. I never even told him we were friends. He thought I was just renting the house. What did you tell Celia? The truth. What else could I say? I told her the truth. Rowan gave a brief, humorless chuckle. She acted like I did this horrible, blasphemous thing. There, but for the grace of God, I go. Truer words, huh? Rowan shook her head. She didn't think so. Lane squeezed her hand. I do. Rowan nodded, and her eyes spilled over. She tasted salt on her lips. But, Lane, it's worse than that. What he said to you, I think he knows. He knows I have him. Lane paled in the gray air. But that was all he said to me, Rowan. He never asked where you were. Then maybe he just thinks he knows, Rowan said, clutching Lane's fingers tight. Maybe he was trying to see if you'd react. I didn't tell him anything, Lane went on in a rush. Is that the only time he asked about me? He's mentioned you a few times, but nothing weird. He told me he helped you with the shutters, and he said you always said hello. Okay, Rowan said, pulling a breath. God, I hate that you're going back there. I'm glad I'm going back there, Lane said. Now I can watch him for you. No! Why not? I'm right there. Lane, I swear to God, do not put yourself in any kind of danger for me. If he... Who? Rowan jumped, and so did Lane. Her coffee sloshed onto both their laps. Gabriel was standing on the porch, not 5 feet away. He was sleepy and tousled, but there was fear in his eyes. What are you talking about? Rowan glanced at Lane. I told her, Rowan said quietly. Everything. Hey, neighbor, Lane said, trying to smile. Gabriel knitted his eyebrows together.
Hey.
Lane shook her head. I'm so sorry, she whispered. I'm sorry I didn't know. I'm sorry I didn't see you. If I had, I would have helped you. She reached over and took his hand. But I'm going to help you now, okay? I'm going to do everything I can to make sure he doesn't find you.
What if he tries to hurt you?
Impossible. When I was a kid, we used to get bears in our backyard. Mean ones. Rowan can tell you. If I can scare off a bear, I can deal with your dad.
You swear?
I swear. I'll do whatever it takes. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Her voice broke, her eyes bright with tears. Is it okay if I give you a hug? Gabriel nodded and sat next to her, wrapping his arms tight around her neck. They stayed that way for a long time, and Rowan could tell they believed each other, believed that Lee was just a bear they could scare away, that all this would be fine. Rowan turned so they couldn't see her face, the fresh fear that had taken over the gratitude in her heart. Chapter 13. That spring and that summer, Lee was everywhere. He'd arrived with Lane, but he didn't leave with her. He stayed behind, woven into the air in the house, hovering in the corners and flashing to life when Rowan least expected it. He was behind the steering wheel of every white van that passed them on the street. He was the broad back in front of them at the grocery store, the unfamiliar number lighting up her phone. Nighttime surrounded the house with deep, hulking shadows, and Rowan could see the shape of him inside every single one. It was a terrible thing to shift back to fear, to wonder again who might be watching. She'd barely shed Ethan's specter, and Lee's was far worse. Especially since Gabriel could see him too. He was left wide-eyed and bewildered in Lane's wake. Even that small glimpse of his father was too much to handle. He began having nightmares again almost as soon as she left. Rowan tried to allay his fears like she always did, but something had shifted, and suddenly she wasn't enough anymore. Maybe it was because he was older now, or maybe it was just harder to lie when he knew what was possible. He woke up crying some nights, begging her to tell him his father wouldn't be able to see him in Lane's eyes. She wanted to. She tried, but she couldn't. He didn't believe her the way he used to. She could see more than a lingering question in his eyes, and Rowan wasn't entirely sure it was only about his father. For the first time in a year, it seemed like something about Rowan herself had him wondering. Her concern over Lane's safety, at least, dimmed a little. Not much, but a little. Part of that was Lane herself. She'd returned home angry, not afraid, fueled by white-hot fury that drove her to track every single move Lee made. In May, he added another foot of bricks to the wall around his house, and then he disappeared for 9 days. When she heard that, Rowan called a home security company and had the house locked down so tight, even Celia couldn't get in without tripping the alarm. A few weeks later, he invited 15 people over for a barbecue and refused to answer the door when they arrived. The next morning, he knocked on Lane's door with a sack full of corn on the cob and asked if Rowan was planning another visit that summer. Rowan then gifted Lane with a security system of her own. But while Lee's behavior was strange, it wasn't particularly threatening. He didn't seek Lane out. He was neither more nor less interested in talking to her, and he was friendly as usual when he did. Sometimes he mentioned Rowan, sometimes he didn't. Rowan almost thought he knew she was listening, acting just weird enough to be newsworthy, still probing Lane for clues. She could only pray Lane didn't accidentally give him any. Since she couldn't completely banish Gabriel's fears or her own, Rowan sought distractions. She signed him up for diving instruction, art classes, metalworking, self-defense. Filling their days with so much activity, there was no room to worry. At first, she wasn't sure how Gabriel would adapt to a life outside the house. A routine, a taste of normal. But the minute she handed him the reins, he took them. He embraced every opportunity. He never missed a class, and in the time between, he read voraciously. As soon as he got a taste of the world, he began to crave it like food, like air. No matter how much he took in, it was never enough. "So what?" Celia asked Rowan one day, arms folded across her chest. "Are you waiting for?" It was August. Everything was half dead from the heat, parched and dried out under the bleached white sky. Rowan and Celia were a good 3 months into this particular fight. "I told you," Rowan said. She dusted paprika over a plate of deviled eggs. Tiny white cups brimming with cholesterol. "He's not ready." "You've been shuttling him around to classes all summer. School will be no different." "It's very different." "Rowan, he wants to learn. Don't you think I've talked to him about this? He's afraid, Celia. A real school, all those kids. It's too much for him right now." "The longer you put it off, the harder it's going to be." Rowan pulled a block of cheese from the refrigerator and sighed. "That's for me to worry about, Celia, not you." "But you're not worried. At least you're not worried enough. And in the meantime, he's falling way behind. I'm not just talking about academics. He needs to be around other kids. Socialization is crucial at his age." "Funny," Rowan said. "You never mentioned your degree in adolescent psychology." "Don't get defensive. I care about Gabriel, too. School would be good for him." "Yeah, well, it's not up to you," Rowan said, grating furiously. "I don't think it's up to you either," Celia said. "No, it is up to me. I've barely gotten him to the point where he's not a nervous wreck. I'm trying to keep tabs on his father. My nerves are shot. That's because you need help with him." "I don't need help with him. And I really don't need a bunch of teachers and parents wondering why I'm 23 years old with a teenager." "The older you get, the older he gets. That's not going to change." "I can homeschool him just as easily, Celia. He doesn't need to go." "I'm just saying, it would be nice if you let him out of this little bubble. Let him make friends. Make some yourself. You could be dating again if you tried." Rowan laughed without humor. "Yeah, that's a pool I'm itching to jump back into. I'm sure there are hordes of guys just lining up to be with someone who looks tiger mauled. But I'm really not looking to complicate things any further. So don't. But don't hold him back. Kids grow up to resent their parents for less." "You have such a vast knowledge of kids lately. I'm flummoxed is what I am." Celia took the cheese away from Rowan.
You're going to lose a finger. Stop being so threatened and get him enrolled. It would be good for both of you. Rowan held out her hand. Give me my cheddar. Will you think about it? Fine. But I'm not going to force him if he's not ready. Gabe's not like other kids. I understand him. Celia handed her the block of cheese and sighed. Let someone else try. Gabriel threw himself on the bed and pulled his pillow over his head. This was all Celia's fault. She kept coming over and dropping little hints, making comments about how he should know how to do math and have at least one friend by now. Most of the time, Rowan seemed just as annoyed as he was. He never, not in a million years, expected her to turn on him. She did. Rowan tugged at the pillow, but he wouldn't let go. His voice was muffled in cotton and memory foam. I don't want to. Just listen, Rowan said, yanking it free. She'd cornered him before bed, launching her attack seconds before he turned out his light. She was a master at making major announcements when he was in the middle of eating dinner or half asleep. It won't be like real dinner. Then what is it? You'll have a private teacher, she said, and another kid your age will come over to help you. That's school. No, it's not. You won't have to go anywhere. The teacher will come to you, one-on-one. I met with her today, and she's great. She has a lot of experience with kids who are behind. Thanks a lot. She works with gifted kids, Gabriel. She'll figure out what you need to work on so you can get caught up. You won't have to do the usual curriculum. She'll focus on your strengths. What if I don't have any? Please, Rowan told him. You're smart as a whip and you know it. I hate to agree with Celia, but she's right. You've got to go back to school sometime. This is a happy medium, okay? She said. A compromise. Gabriel was quiet for a moment. What other kid? He asked. What? You said there'll be another kid. She'll assign you a partner. Someone to study with and stuff. No big deal. He dropped his arms over his face. I don't want to. The bed lifted as Rowan got to her feet. Okay. Okay. Sure. You don't have to want to. Your teacher's name is Melanie, she said. Mel. She's coming to meet you tomorrow. So that's it? He asked. It doesn't matter what I say? Rowan kissed him on the forehead and smiled. It was her old smile, the one she used to use when she was fighting with Celia, not agreeing with her. Nope. Rowan didn't know if it was genuine approval or a reward for obedience. But at some point after Gabriel started school, Celia began coming over regularly, and not just to fight. That autumn, she popped in a few times a week, bringing pots of flowers to decorate the porch or a book she thought Gabriel might like. There were 3 people to celebrate his birthday that year, and they ushered in the holidays together, wrapping presents under the Christmas tree and affixing bright red bows to wreaths made from pine boughs and twists of green wire. Celia hung a framed photograph of Rowan and Gabriel in her living room, and she took care of them for a week when they both came down with the flu in January. It was a strange turn, unexpected and sweet. Celia's disapproval was usually like a chord that vibrated whenever they were all in the room together.
But all at once, that string seemed to have been cut. At times, Rowan thought she looked almost proud. Since Celia was making an effort, Rowan and Gabriel did too. Her birthday was on Valentine's Day, and they spent a week planning her presents and decorating and making the perfect dinner. 3 courses of her favorite foods and a strawberry lemon cake covered in pink roses. Rowan didn't expect a gift of her own that night, but she got one. It came when Celia arrived and Gabriel ran over and hugged her like it was nothing. Like she was his real aunt, his own family. It was the first time Rowan realized how much she wanted that. The feeling only grew as they ate dinner and talked and laughed. A rising, delicious anticipation that things might just be getting better. That maybe the worst of their worries had passed. There was no inkling that night. No spark of clairvoyance or even a clue that it was the last time the 3 of them would be together that way. They were happy. There was so much to look forward to. Winter was winding down, and a bright spring waited just around the corner. A lot of things waited around that corner. Chapter 14. It had been almost 2 years, and Rowan still couldn't get over the landscape of Oklahoma. The infinite expanse of space. If she stayed very quiet and very still, she thought she could almost make out the curve of the earth beyond the endless flat. At the moment, they were lost, but it didn't really matter. It was Gabriel's first spring break, and Rowan had bought opera tickets on a whim. An admittedly odd choice, but the only thing she could find at the last minute. After his fit of histrionics over the involuntary immersion in culture, she dragged Gabriel to Oklahoma City for a long weekend. Despite his initial protests, Gabriel seemed to enjoy the performance, or at least he stayed awake for the entire thing, which was more than Rowan could say for herself. Before they left to go home the next morning, they trawled the hotel gift shop and bought Celia the tackiest souvenirs they could find. But now, after half an hour without a marked road, Rowan was beginning to regret risking an improvised detour through the barren flat that was Oklahoma. She also regretted bringing Gabriel on this trip at all. "Let me drive," he pleaded for the millionth time. "No. Come on. No. Get your feet off the dashboard. There's no one out here, so why not?" "Because I'm not looking to go to jail today, or the hospital." Gabriel gazed up at her, blue eyes wide and mournful, pouting a little. This was a fairly recent tactic, one he'd adopted after puberty kicked in and he became cognizant of his appearance. "Please?" Rowan burst out laughing. "Save it, buddy. I don't care how pretty you are. That's not going to work on me." He threw himself back in his seat. "Come on, please. Please, please, please." "You know, I really hope this is a temporary hormonal thing," she said, waving her hand vaguely around him. "You have been so whiny lately." He stared out the window. "I hate you." "Love you too." He waited almost a full minute before speaking again. 5 miles. 5 miles? She repeated. "Do you have any idea how long that is?" 3. 1. He did a double take. "What?" "I will let you drive 1 mile. But only if you promise, and I mean promise, in blood, with your firstborn as collateral, to be very careful
And stop bugging the shit out of me. Gabriel's face exploded into a grin. He threw his arms around Rowan's neck and kissed her cheek as she pulled the truck to the shoulder. If you see a single vehicle or another human being, I want you to pull over immediately. Do you understand?
Yeah. Do you have any advice?
Don't hit anything. He maneuvered the truck back onto the road and set off at a good clip. Apparently, all his backyard practice had been worth something.
How am I doing?
Fine. Don't talk. He shook his head.
You are so paranoid. You used to be a lot more fun.
So did you. They were about 1/10 of a mile from ending their little stunt free and clear when they passed a small smattering of roadside debris. Gabriel managed to steer the truck around the worst of it, but when he swerved out of the way, both right-hand tires rolled over a chunk of metal near the shoulder. It wasn't very big, but when it went under the wheels, the truck lurched in a way that made Rowan's blood run cold. She was still annoyed that he'd called her paranoid, so she didn't comment. But a moment later, Gabriel did.
Rowan?
What?
A light went on.
She leaned over to peer at the dashboard.
Oh, shit. What is it?
The tires! Pull over, quick! He hit the brakes, jerking the wheel so hard the truck hopped the shoulder and rolled onto the soft mud of the surrounding field. The wheels skidded in the muck, and by the time they came to a standstill, the truck was perpendicular to the road. Rowan jumped out and ran her hand over one of the tires. A steady hissing whined in her ears, and they stood there, helplessly watching the truck sink deeper into the mud. Within a minute, both right tires were as flat as the horizon. Gabriel spoke first, and unfortunately, he chose the wrong question.
Do you have a spare?
Rowan clenched her fists, forcing herself to speak civilly. Yes, she said. I have one. Gabriel took a step back.
Are you mad at me?
No, Rowan said, holding up her hand. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at me. This is my fault. She reached for her phone.
Who are you calling?
Celia, I hope. She tried 3 times in a row, but the call wouldn't connect. She got nothing but dead air. Gabriel's phone was no better. She wandered 100 yards down the road in each direction without finding a single bar. Gabriel had dropped the hatch, and so she climbed up next to him on the flatbed. So, she said.
So?
We're stuck. Gabriel nodded. I don't know where we are. He shook his head. We need to find someone to help us.
There's no one here.
Yes, that is a problem. Rowan jumped down and began walking across the stretch of grass that separated the northbound road from the south. I swear, I am not mad at you, but I think it would be best if I sit on the other side of the road for a while. Stay in the truck. If you see someone coming, honk the horn, and I'll come back, okay?
Okay.
Across the field, both the asphalt and the metal guardrail were hot enough to take the skin off her legs, forcing her to pace up and down the blacktop. Beyond the guardrail, there was a steep ditch, a shocking notch in the scenery that led to a pile of boulders that had probably been there for 1,000,000 years. It had rained earlier, and the incline was a sheet of mud, slick as an oil spill. Rowan had plenty of time to contemplate the landscape because she was there for almost an hour before a lumbering station wagon rolled down the northbound side of the road. The driver's reception was no better than hers, but he agreed to call her a tow truck in the next town over.
The mud began to bake as Rowan reclaimed her position behind the wheel. Gabriel retired to the back of the truck and lay there, staring at nothing. 2 hours later, they were still waiting. Rowan had given up on the radio. Every twist of the dial brought either static or evangelical preachers. At one point, the squeal of the emergency broadcast system blasted through the speakers, but all that followed was more static. Gabriel was quiet, still lying in the flatbed and probably asleep. She didn't bother to check. Everything was quiet. The silence carried its own presence, like something you could reach out and grab. The sky had clouded, and flashes of lightning cut through the greenish-gray underbelly. No stranger to Oklahoma thunderstorms, Rowan was about to call Gabriel back into the truck when she noticed him standing motionless beside her open door. He lifted his hand and tugged rhythmically at her sleeve. Tug, tug, tug.
Rowan?
Get in. It's going to pour.
Rowan.
This tow truck better get here soon. If we keep the air on much longer, I'm going to run out of gas.
Rowan!
What? Gabriel pointed behind her with a hand that visibly shook.
What is that?
What's what? She muttered, twisting in her seat. When she saw what he was pointing at, she fell the rest of the way, landing ass down in the drying mud. Gabriel didn't notice. She stood and walked to the rear of the truck. Maybe it's a fire.
I don't think so. It's bigger now.
It's bigger? When did you notice it?
Just a minute ago, but... Oh God, Rowan. I think it's a tornado.
It can't be.
Of course it can. We're in the middle of Oklahoma.
Rowan took 2 steps. It looks far away. Maybe it won't come over here. Gabriel looked like he was going to pass out.
We're going to die today, he said faintly.
Rowan jumped into the truck and turned the radio back on. Gabriel followed, practically climbing into her lap. She tore through the dial until a broken voice filled the cab. Tornado warning. Carter, Garvin, and Murray counties. I think we're near Ardmore, Rowan said.
That's Carter.
Fuck. Traveling east, southeast. Lone Grove, Ardmore. Gabriel's arms gripped her neck. This is a deadly storm. Seek underground shelter immediately. Fuck! Rowan screamed. What do we do?
I don't know,
Gabriel shrieked.
I think we're supposed to lie on the ground.
We're not lying down in front of that.
We can't stay in the truck.
Let's look at it again.
No!
She ignored him. The funnel was massive. Nothing like the graceful ropes she sometimes saw dancing across flat fields in the summertime. This one looked like a lead pipe hanging from the sky, a churning maelstrom unleashed from a nightmare. Eerie flashes of light colored the underbelly as power lines were snapped from their bearings. Gabriel grabbed her arm.
Rowan?
Shh. She stared at the funnel, willing it to shift to the right or the left.
It's not moving,
Gabriel said. Yes, it is. She could hear it now, a steady rumble like thunder that never stopped rolling. It's coming right at us.
Rowan, we have to get out of here.
Get in the truck.
We can't.
Get in the truck! She grabbed Gabriel and shoved him across the seat as she jumped behind the wheel and floored the gas pedal. The tires screamed in protest, the flaccid rubber spinning uselessly in the mud. Rowan slammed her hands against the wheel, and the horn blared. We have to stay here.
We'll be killed.
There's nowhere to go!
Their hands tangled together in knots. Gabriel managed to get his door open, but the wind slammed it shut, and Rowan threw her legs over his to stop him from jumping out. They were still struggling, trapped in the desperate grip of tug-of-war, when something hit the rear window like a blast from a cannon. The truck lurched forward as the window exploded, showering them with shiny pebbles. Gabriel shoved his door open with his foot and jumped out, dragging Rowan across the seat with him. They crouched in front of the truck, barely buffering themselves from the hot, whistling air.
"There's a ditch across the field!" Rowan yelled. "We won't make it!" "Yes, we will! Just run!"
She didn't wait for him to argue. She grabbed his hand and they burst into a sprint toward the northbound road. Rowan tried to hold on to him as they took off, but when the hail began to pound, they needed both arms to protect their heads. Visibility dropped to almost zero by the time she made it to the other side of the field, and she had so much momentum, she cleared the guardrail like it was a crack in the sidewalk. She dropped hard, landing on her hip at the edge of the incline. A roaring whine resonated in her ears as the tornado bore down 1/4 mile away. She didn't see Gabriel anywhere. The wind was vicious, sending blinding grit and rain into her eyes, stealing what little vision she had. She screamed into the void, but her voice was swallowed by the storm.
"Gabriel!"
1 second later, he hit her like a freight train, and they tumbled head over heels, flying with tremendous speed toward the rocks below. Gabriel reached the bottom first, slamming his shoulder painfully into a chunk of rock jutting out of the mud. Rowan came to rest next to him after a wild, spinning descent.
"Get between the rocks!"
she screamed, scrambling to her feet. He crawled on his hands and knees, wading through the muck until he was between the boulders. There was a long crack in one of the stones, like a giant shovel cutting into the earth. Rowan was still running toward him, her arms outstretched. She was maybe 3 feet away when her foot went into the water and didn't come out. After that, everything seemed to happen in slow motion. The mud devoured her foot to the ankle, and she fell. Gabriel reached for her, but he wasn't quick enough to stop her head from striking the boulder with an audible crack. She rolled sideways off the rock, her eyes wide open.
"Rowan!"
Blood gushed from her head, pouring down her face in bright red streams. Gabriel grabbed her by the arms and dragged her behind the rocks.
"Rowan?"
he asked, wiping blood from her eyes. She nodded, still conscious but stunned. She pushed him toward the narrow split in the rock.
"Get in there and lie flat." "No, we won't both fit. You get in. I can cover you better." "Please, Gabe."
Rowan pushed him into the crack and stretched herself over him, protecting him from the worst of the wind. Gabriel was wedged tightly between the rocks, but there was absolutely nothing to cover Rowan or anchor her to the ground. He looped his arms around her and tried to hold her head, gripping her as hard as he could as he said the last words she'd be able to hear.
"We're going to die."
"No," she said, her voice steely in his ear.
"Not you."
Her arms came around him, and blood dripped onto his face. Every raindrop felt like a bullet, and he knew he had seconds, maybe not even that. Gabriel pulled her head closer until he could press his mouth to her ear, saying the same words over and over, even though he knew she couldn't hear him because he couldn't hear himself. He said them anyway, screaming what should have been his last words to her. His throat ached as he begged her to hear.
"I love you! I love you! I love you!"
But even though he begged, and even though he screamed, it wasn't enough. Her arms went lax around him, and her body wilted until she was heavy and still. He pulled her face against his shoulder. Her breath was hot on his skin, hotter than the biting wind that pulled the air from his lungs, stealing his voice. A moment later, everything was still. Chapter 15. Gabriel tilted his head back, baring his face to the endless blue sky. He was home, finally, stretched out on the dock with his feet in the water. It was a nice day, very bright and very sunny, but he was cold, probably from swimming too long. His hair was wet, and the water dripped against his face and rolled down his cheeks like tears. It had been an awful weekend. "Gabe!" Rowan's voice reached him from the other side of the dock. "I'm coming in!" He smiled a little and closed his eyes.
"You can't swim," he called back.
"Come in with me."
"No," he mumbled, even though she was too far away to hear. "I'm cold."
"I'm not waiting for you," she shouted. "I'm going to jump."
"No."
There was another reason she shouldn't be swimming, but it took a minute for his brain to pick it out.
"Wait, Rowan, you can't jump. You hit your head."
"My head's fine. Are you ready?"
"No!"
he shouted, scrambling to stand. But he wasn't quick enough. Her feet were already slapping the boards, and she was running way too fast to catch. She flew past him and leaped into the air, making an arc high above the water before she landed with a splash. Gabriel was drenched in the spray, ice-cold drops covering him from head to toe and making him shiver even more.
"Rowan!"
She must have been kicking. Water kept splashing Gabriel in the face. It was in his eyes. He couldn't see. "Gabe, hurry!" she shrieked.
"I can't see you."
"Jump in! I'm right here."
"I can't."
"Jump!" He had no choice. He always followed Rowan. He closed his eyes and jumped. The water swallowed him whole, and then he was sinking, lower and lower, his chest painful and tight. He kicked upward as hard as he could, groping for the surface. Somewhere in the distance, someone was calling.
"Over here!"
The water went still and smooth above his head. It didn't want to let him out. At the surface, he was already forgotten.
"I got both of them!"
He could see the sky, but no matter how hard he kicked, he couldn't reach it, couldn't find the air. His chest got tighter and tighter and tighter. "Get his head up! He can't—" He opened his mouth to scream.
"Breathe!"
Gabriel's eyes flew open, and he gasped, staring up at the steely gray sky. The clouds were spitting rain, icy bullets that pounded against his face. The breath he'd pulled wheezed out of his chest. Rain pooled around his face and flooded his ears. Someone was holding his head up at a painful angle, and there was a heaviness in his chest, a deep, crushing ache. A disembodied voice reached him, but it was like hearing underwater.
"It's okay, buddy. I got you. Move faster, guys. It's rising a lot faster."
Booted feet splashed around his head. There were faceless people everywhere he looked, and they were grabbing at him with too many hands to count.
1, 2, 3!
He heard a sickening, squelching sound, and the weight suddenly lifted. He tried to roll over, to stand, but his body wasn't working, and the ground had disappeared. He looked around, frantically searching for Rowan. She was in the water. She couldn't swim. She needed him. She was lying next to him, half buried in the thin brown muck. One of her eyes was swollen shut. The other lay half open, a tiny white crescent moon peeking from the underside. Blood trickled from her head. It made a heart around her face. "Get him out of there, Dixon!" Suddenly, the ground grew firm, and Gabriel was hoisted up and out of the water on some kind of plastic board. The hands were back, and they were moving him, whisking him away from Rowan. He tried to tell them to stop, but his mouth wasn't working either. His lips wouldn't make the words. All he could do was scream.
"Calm down, buddy. You're okay."
The guy, Dixon, was bright red and panting as he ran through the water and muck, pressing a wad of gauze against Gabriel's forehead at the same time.
"I need you to talk to me. Can you tell me your name?"
I... The guy pressed harder on his head.
"Take a deep breath. Let it out. Nice and slow. You're okay."
His chest heaved, and his mouth opened and closed, forming the shape without saying the word.
Gabriel. Gabriel, my name is Del Dixon, and I want you to look at me, okay? Just keep your eyes on mine.
He gasped.
"Rowan, we're getting her out, buddy. We've got the whole team on it. Is she your sister?"
He was so cold, his teeth chattered. His entire body was racked with tremors, and that made it even harder to talk. The cold and the tightness were the only things he could feel. When he tried to move his hand, it hummed like he was plugged into an electrical outlet. He looked down, and his face went colder. His arm, between his wrist and his elbow, had been snapped perfectly in half. A jagged piece of white bone poked through his skin. Del tilted Gabriel's chin up.
"Eyes on me, okay? You're gonna be fine, I promise."
Another blue uniform arrived with a handful of bags wrapped in plastic. Strips of gauze were wound around Gabriel's head, and Del finally stopped pushing on him. Everyone else was around Rowan. He couldn't see her, couldn't see anything. "No breath sounds.
Pulse is almost nil.
Start compressions."
"Rowan!"
he screamed.
"Gabriel."
Gabriel dragged his eyes upward. All he could see was Del.
"Look at me."
Gabriel's heart was beating out of his chest. He was panting so hard he could barely speak.
"Rowan! She's... Help her!"
Gabriel screamed.
"We are helping her. She's okay."
"I want to see."
"Not yet, bud. They're fixing her up."
"Please," he begged, his voice barely a wheeze. "Let me see her."
"Keep talking to me, okay? How old are you?"
13.
"How about Rowan? How old is she?"
23.
"Are you guys related?"
No. Call Celia. She'll come." The crowd around Rowan swarmed now, running with boards and bags, and someone was counting.
"They're taking care of her. Don't worry."
"She's dying!" Gabriel screamed. He thrashed against the board, tears spilling down his cheeks. "Please let me see her! Please!"
"If you want us to help her, you gotta calm down."
"She can't die! Please don't let her die! Please, let me see her.
If you don't calm down, I can't do anything, Del said, kneeling next to him. But if you stop yelling and sit tight for 1 minute, I'll tell them to bring her by on the way to the ambulance, okay?
Look at me and say that, Gabriel wheezed. Look at me and promise.
Del looked him straight in the eye.
I promise.
Then Del walked off and started talking to one of the other paramedics. Gabriel couldn't hear what they said, but they switched places, and now a woman walked toward him. She was sweating, breathing almost as fast as he was. She pressed 2 fingers to Gabriel's neck.
Ro!
Shh. It's okay, sweetie. Dixon said you're working way too hard over here, so let's get you calmed down, okay?
No! He said I could see her! He said...
Just relax. There was a quick flash of silver and a pinch, and a minute later, the world went soft around the edges. He tried to protest, to talk, but his mouth had filled with syrup.
Ro...
Give it 1 minute, the woman said, her voice quieter now. Just relax. In 1 minute, you won't feel a thing. It didn't even take a minute. He could still feel her name in his mouth when his eyes slid closed, and just before they did, he caught sight of Del, still standing over Rowan, watching him. When Gabriel opened his eyes again, the people in the water and the sky were gone. He was in some kind of room, lying on a bed. It was noisy. He could hear people yelling and crying, and there were lots of beeps and hissing noises. He wished they would shut up. All he wanted to do was go back to sleep. He shouldn't have stayed in the pond for so long. He was about to drop off again when the curtains rustled, and someone stepped into the room quietly, like they didn't want to bother him.
Gabriel?
It took a moment for her presence to register on his radar, but when it did, his entire body twitched. Celia was at his side in an instant. She kissed his cheek and took his hand.
Hi, sweetheart,
she whispered. It was one of the weirdest things she'd ever said to him. His reply was slow and thick.
Celia, where's Rowan?
Shh. She's here.
There was a tornado, and I tried to hold on to her, but the wind was so bad. I remember everything. These guys came. Seal, if you see that one guy, can you hit him for me? He made me go to sleep.
Let's hold off on hitting anyone. Those guys saved your lives, Celia said. She smiled, but her eyes were flooded with tears, and when they escaped down her cheeks, she didn't seem to notice. Just relax, she said, stroking his forehead. The doctors are going to take you upstairs and fix you up.
Where's Rowan?
She's already up there. She got to go first. He smiled faintly.
Figures.
Celia laughed out loud and then bit her lip. He didn't miss her expression.
Celia?
She shook her head.
You're going to be fine, okay? Both of you.
He nodded, but his voice was choked.
Will you wait for me?
Absolutely.
And Rowan?
I'll probably see her before you're even done.
Tell her I'm sorry. It was my fault.
His breath hitched and something beeped.
Shh, it wasn't your fault. I wanted to drive. I kept... Then there's no helping you, she said, smiling again. Rowan will probably kill you as soon as you wake up.
The curtain swished aside, revealing a giant of a male nurse, dark-skinned with a wide, friendly smile.
Gabriel? My name's Sherman, and I'll be escorting you to the penthouse. You ready to take a ride upstairs?
Why? You broke your arm, Celia said gently. They need to fix it. Oh, he mumbled.
Ready to roll?
Sherman asked. I guess so, Gabriel mumbled. I'm tied to this bed. Sherman laughed.
You're right about that, my man. This is a hostage situation.
He turned to Celia.
If you grab a blue elevator to the 5th floor, there's a waiting area for the relatives. Probably more comfortable.
Thank you, she said. I've got another one up there already.
Tough day.
It is. She kissed Gabriel again and swept her thumbs over the tears pooled beneath his eyes. I'll see you soon. Celia smiled at him as Sherman wheeled him away, but it didn't last very long. Just before the curtain closed, he saw her drop to her knees, right in the middle of the empty floor. She pressed both hands against the white tiles and cried. Gabriel's first moment of clarity was marked by a bunch of loud, high-pitched beeps. He cracked his eyes open and caught a glimpse of Celia's clear green gaze before everything went dark again.
Gabriel?
Don't rush him, someone said sharply.
I want him to know his family is here.
She touched his arm.
Gabriel?
Even half-conscious, Gabriel thought it was weird to hear Celia call him her family. He tried to speak, but there was nothing to support the words. His throat felt lined with cotton. He opened his eyes. The room was so stark white he had to squint against the glare. Celia's eyes were wide. She looked like she hadn't slept in a year. Gabriel heard the squeak of rubber as footsteps retreated. He swallowed with difficulty.
Seal? I'm here, sweetie. Don't talk if it's too hard.
That was twice she'd called him that, which could only mean he was dying. A vague sense of self-awareness came over him as he tried to knit his thoughts together.
Am I okay?
She smiled.
You will be. The operation went well. You woke up in recovery last night, but they gave you something so you would sleep.
Everything was so fuzzy. He couldn't focus, and he felt like there was something he should be focusing on. Celia's eyes were swimming with unshed tears, and as he watched them brighten from green to blue, he remembered who else had eyes that did that.
Where's Rowan? Is she here?
Celia laid his hand across his chest and held it.
Yeah, Gabriel. She's here. Where?
Celia's gaze drifted to the ceiling.
Gabriel, she said slowly. I'm going to tell you because you deserve to know what's going on. The doctor doesn't agree with my telling you, but I think keeping you in the dark would be worse. Do you understand?
Gabriel said nothing. He didn't want to understand. He didn't want to do anything except go back in time and convince Rowan that Oklahoma City was a terrible idea. No one likes opera anyway. He nodded. Celia squeezed his hand.
Rowan was hurt worse than you were.
I don't know how much you remember, but something must have hit her in the head. It hit her so hard, her brain started to swell. The doctors operated on her to relieve the swelling, but they aren't sure if it worked. Gabriel swallowed hard. She hit her head on the boulder, he said, as if this were the piece they needed to fix her. I saw it. He looked at Celia before the real question tumbled out. Is she going to be okay? Celia squeezed his hand again. The surgery went very well. They were able to reduce the pressure, and Rowan should have woken up when it was over. But she didn't. The doctors aren't really sure why. Sometimes, when you get hurt badly enough, your body shuts down so you can heal. They think that may be what's going on with Rowan. When will she wake up? I don't know. She's only been out for about 12 hours. She's in the ICU, just one floor above your head, and as soon as you're a little bit stronger, you can go up and see her. She hesitated. There's something else, though. What? When Celia didn't answer, another wave of panic washed over him. Please tell me. It's, she broke her leg. Celia stopped again to blow her nose. The doctors aren't optimistic about it. What does that mean? Celia took a deep breath. Her leg is almost past saving. The surgeon was a bit indelicate, but basically, he said he didn't want to risk her life for the sake of cosmetics. Cosmetics? Yes. He doesn't believe she'll heal well enough to walk on it again. But if they remove it... Celia, no, Gabriel said, hating the whine in his voice. Don't let them do that. Honey, it's not up to me. But you know lots of doctors. Gabriel, she cut in. Listen to what I'm telling you. It's more than her leg. If she loses it, we can deal with that. We need to think about what happens if she doesn't wake up. The words hit him like a slap. Worse than a slap. A speeding car. What? He whispered. Can that happen? Yes, Celia said gently. It can. That's why it's so important for you to know and be strong for her. The doctors told me I should talk to her, try and give her a reason to come around. I told them if anyone's going to be able to reach her, it's you. Gabriel shook his head. He felt tiny, insignificant, no bigger than a speck of dust. What if I'm not enough? Celia cupped his face in her hands. I think you are, she said. I'm counting on it. Gabriel wasn't allowed to see Rowan until after dinner, even though he didn't eat. Celia kept one hand on his shoulder as he was wheeled upstairs. When they got off the elevator, she knelt to face him. You can only stay for about 10 minutes. The rules are different up here. I don't know what to do. Just talk to her. Be positive. Say good things. Don't pay attention to the tubes and machines. Just concentrate on Rowan, okay? Celia squeezed his shoulder, and he closed his eyes tight until the orderly wheeled him next to the bed and drew the curtain closed. The light inside was fake and harsh. Bluish-white bars glowed behind dimpled plastic covers and made everything ugly. He looked at Rowan. She seemed so small, like a kid in a too-big bed. Her head was wrapped in layers and layers of white gauze, and there were tubes snaking out from underneath the bandages. One of the tubes was taped to her forehead, and it followed a path around her ear, ending somewhere at the back of her head. He ran his finger lightly over her swollen lips and felt a soft exhale of breath. Her leg hung from wires attached to the ceiling, clamped inside circles of metal that made a halo around it. The metal circles were screwed directly into her leg. He didn't look at it long. "Hi," he said, taking her hand. It was warmer than he'd expected. "It's me." Whatever type of immediate response he'd been hoping for, he didn't get. I've been thinking about you, Rowan, even though no one would let me see you," he began. "And I have lots to tell you. I don't really know how to say it all, but I'm going to try. Celia said you might be able to hear me, so if you do, don't make fun of me when you wake up, because this is hard. I know you'd be better at it than me." He squeezed her hand and waited to see if she would squeeze back. She didn't. "So, first off, I guess I'll tell you that Celia's being really nice to me, and it's weird." He laughed, and his eyes spilled over. "I keep thinking, I have to tell Rowan she said this or did that, and then I remember. But this really threw her, I guess. She's good at it, though, being nice." The cuff around Rowan's arm came to life, puffing and slowly releasing air. The numbers flashed red, but meant nothing to Gabriel. "I'm really sorry about everything," he continued. "I know I was being a pain, and if I'd listened to you, this might not have happened. So I'm sorry. And I love you. And if you wake up, you can yell at me all you want. That's what I was trying to tell you when we were under the rocks. I don't know if you heard me or not. Kind of like now. But I still want to say it because it's true. I love you. I should have told you before." Gabriel squeezed her hand again and felt something he shouldn't. He looked down and frowned. "Look at this," he said. "Somebody put your ring on the wrong hand." He tugged the ring off her left finger and transferred it to her right, nudging the band against the plaster encasing her wrist. "I guess they didn't know where it belonged." He looked at the clock on the wall. The face was dull gray, the numbers oversize. "They'll probably make me leave in a minute, but I'll come back as soon as I can. Just please promise me you won't leave without... Well, don't go at all. Please." He leaned over and kissed her cheek, resting his head next to hers on the pillow. He was still sitting like that when the orderly came to take him away. Chapter 16. The days ran together. Rowan didn't get any better, but Gabriel got worse. His arm was on fire, and his whole body hurt like he had the flu again. At first, the doctors told him that was normal, but one morning he woke up with a fever so high he was shivering, and his skin felt like it was inside out. Suddenly, everyone was worried about him. Celia parked herself next to his bed, and doctors and nurses marched in and out all day long, taking his blood and pumping his IV full of different kinds of medicine. Nothing worked.
In the afternoon, some kind of specialist came and took his arm out of the splint, carefully examining the broken skin and stitches. 2 hours later, Gabriel was wheeled back into the operating room. He woke the next morning in a sweet, milky haze. All the bad stuff was gone. The pain, the fear, everything. He floated above it. He still thought about Rowan, but they were good thoughts now. She'd visited him in his dreams and told him she was fine. He believed her. If he wanted to talk to her again, all he had to do was close his eyes. His room was still busy, but he didn't really care who showed up to poke at him. Everything was soft and warm, and there was nothing, absolutely nothing, to worry about. A man brought him his breakfast, and then another man came and asked him a bunch of questions. He said he was from the news. He had a bright light and a cameraman, and he talked about the tornado like it was a big adventure, something out of a movie. He was shaking Gabriel's hand when Celia walked through the door. "Hi, Celia," Gabriel said. "My arm doesn't hurt anymore." Celia didn't look too worried about his arm. She looked mad. "What's going on?" she demanded. Her voice was high and harsh. "Who are you?" The reporter turned to her with a wide smile.
Camden Boyle, Channel 9 News. Gabriel was just helping us with tonight's story.
"Story?" Celia repeated. "What are you talking about?"
We received an incredible piece of footage this morning from a team of storm chasers. They were recording the tornado, and they caught Gabriel and Rowan running from it.
"I know," Celia said tightly. "They told the paramedics where to find them."
"It's a good thing they were there. You can see Rowan and Gabriel climbing into the ditch. You can see the tornado pass over them. Extraordinary. We're airing it tonight, and we wanted to be sure to include an interview with him."
"What?" Celia shrieked. "You cannot interview a minor child without consent." Gabriel winced. She sounded really mad. She was clutching a bakery box in both hands, and he was worried she was going to squash whatever was inside. Maybe she'd brought him donuts. The reporter was still smiling.
"Of course we can. Gabriel said he was happy to talk to us."
"Gabriel is 13 years old and heavily medicated," Celia said. "You have no business barging in here, and you do not have permission to run that story."
"Are you his mother?"
"No," Celia spat.
"Where is she?"
"Upstairs," Gabriel mumbled. Celia turned and stared at him. She looked like she was about to cry or punch someone. "He's heavily medicated," she repeated, clearing her throat. "Anyone can see that. He's gone through 2 surgeries, and my sister is lying upstairs in a coma. This is not appropriate right now."
"I'm sorry to hear that, but for a story of this nature, we don't need permission. It's of human interest," he said with a small shrug.
"Listen to me," Celia said slowly. "Run the storm chasers footage if you must, but do not run this interview. Don't mention his name, and don't mention my sister's name. I won't permit it."
"If you're not his mother, you don't have to permit it. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. You can take it up with the station if you want."
"Oh, I will," Celia growled. "This is not human interest. It's exploitation. I want you out of here right now." Celia practically shoved them out of the room. Gabriel could hear her in the hallway yelling at everyone. He hoped she wasn't going to yell at him. Her face was bright red when she came back in.
Gabriel, that reporter, she said. You talked to him?
Uh-huh.
What did you say?
I told him how we hid from the storm, and that the rain almost drowned us. I told him Rowan takes care of me.
Celia put her face in her hands, and all of a sudden, everything didn't seem quite so perfect and puffy and pink. Heat crept into his chest.
Did I do something wrong?
Celia lifted her head. No, she said quickly. You didn't do anything wrong. They were wrong to try and talk to you, but it's not your fault. She smiled and settled in the chair next to him. How are you feeling? Are you hungry? Gabriel managed to eat half a donut and take a few sips of juice. He tried to talk to Celia, but he kept falling asleep, so she said she was going upstairs to see Rowan. He slept for a long time. When he woke up, it was dark, and Celia was back, sitting straight up in the chair next to his bed. She didn't notice him. The television was on. He could see lights from the screen moving and dancing in her eyes. She had 2 fingers pressed to her bottom lip.
Celia?
She jumped and jabbed at the remote control. All the light left her eyes. 3 days later, the doctors let Gabriel go home. Only he didn't go home. He went to a hotel with Celia, and every passing moment drained a little bit more life out of him. He'd hated being in the hospital, but at least he'd been close to Rowan. Now they were in a room that was 10 floors up and 10 minutes away, and that was way too far. Anything could happen in 10 minutes. Terrible things. He knew that now. Celia kept trying to make him rest, but he was afraid to go to sleep. At night, he stayed awake until his eyelids felt like sandpaper and closed of their own will. Lane called Celia every day to ask about Rowan, and Gabriel talked to her too, even though he didn't have anything to say. Lane didn't say much either, but it was enough to know she was on the other side of the phone. 2 days after they got to the hotel, Celia was pleading with Gabriel to eat something and counting out his nighttime pills when her phone vibrated on the nightstand. It was late, almost 10 o'clock, and Celia hesitated for a split second before snatching it up. Gabriel followed her into the bathroom, sticking his foot into the door so she couldn't close it. "Hello," Celia said quietly. "This is she." Celia listened for a moment, and Gabriel couldn't see her face, but her voice got higher and tighter. "Is she all right?"
Celia?
Gabriel whispered. "I'll be right there." Celia hung up and ran back into the bedroom, pushing right past Gabriel.
What's going on? He demanded.
"It was the hospital. I have to go."
I'm coming too.
No. Stay here. They didn't tell me anything, and... Oh, shit. Okay, you can come. Let's just go. Celia and Gabriel ran out the door and ran to the car and ran every single red light on the way to the hospital. The elevator was empty, but the 2 of them huddled in the corner, gripping each other. Gabriel's entire body was shaking, and the elevator rang with a high-pitched keening noise that hurt his ears. After a minute, he realized it was coming from him. Rowan's doctor, Dr. Brimley, appeared as the doors slid open.
Celia?
"Doctor," Celia choked. "Is she... What's going on?"
Let's go. No! Gabriel screamed. Just say it! Tell us!
The doctor shook his head and smiled.
I promised Rowan she could tell you.
Moments after hearing the best news of his life, Gabriel was sent packing to a row of hard plastic chairs while Celia got to see Rowan first. He walked in circles, trying to concoct a speech that would express everything he felt. But there weren't enough words, and the alphabet didn't have enough letters to make new ones. Every emotion he'd held down was bubbling to life, and he felt far too small to stop them from exploding. He clawed at his hair so much, he had to find a bathroom to try and make himself presentable. When he came out, Celia was waiting for him.
"There you are. You can see her now,"
Celia said. She was smiling, giddy.
"How is she?"
She's perfect. She's perfect. They have her on a lot of drugs, so she's a little bit out of it, but it's definitely Rowan." Celia smiled and gripped his hand. "She asked about you first thing. When I walked in, she said, 'Jesus, Celia, you couldn't let Gabe come in first?'" He laughed and grabbed Celia in a fierce, one-armed hug. She pushed him toward the ICU. "I'm going to call Lane. Go ahead. She's waiting for you." Gabriel walked toward Rowan's cube in a daze. The white curtains looked no different, but his hands shook as he pulled them aside. Right away, he could see she wasn't perfect by any stretch of the imagination. But just the fact that she was awake and looking at him made her seem that way. Her open eyes shocked him into silence. "Gabe." Her voice was so hoarse he could barely hear her, and it brought a rush of tears he didn't even try to hold back. "Come here." It was the longest walk of his life, and he took it too fast, stumbling over his own feet until she reached up and pulled him into her arms. He was trying to talk, trying to say all those important things, but instead he broke down, sobbing without restraint into her shoulder. Rowan said nothing. She just held him as tight as she could, given the casts and tubes in awkward position. When his breathing slowed, she lifted his chin. "I didn't believe her," she whispered, sweeping tears from his cheeks. "I didn't believe her when she said you were all right." "Who?" She shook her head and hugged him again, even though moving so much must have been hurting her. "Do you remember it?" she whispered. "I don't remember it." He nodded against her neck, and her voice hitched and cracked. "Were you scared?" Gabriel nodded again, but he said nothing. There was no way to explain the battering wind lined with razor blades, the way it yanked them into the air like tissues in a breeze. He didn't want to tell her that he hoped to die if she did, or what it was like to see her lying in the mud. He didn't want to remember the sound. That eerie, hellish roar that would never, ever leave him. It didn't matter because he couldn't talk anyway. He was crying so hard it hurt. He could barely catch a breath, but the heavier his chest felt, the more relief flooded his heart. "I was so scared you wouldn't wake up." He choked. His voice rose, and he felt something he didn't expect. Anger. It was raw and hot. He'd never been more furious with anyone in his life. "You shouldn't have done it," he insisted. "You shouldn't have covered me like that. Why did you do it?" Rowan's eyes weren't quite focused. She was looking at him like she was still waiting to hear the question he'd just asked. But then she smiled, patting his cheek with clumsy fingers. "Because you're more important." "What?"
I promised you'd always be more important. Promised who?
Rowan's head fell back on her pillow.
Your mother, she said slowly. When I took you, that night, in the hotel room, I said to her, please don't worry about him. I'll keep him safe. I'll always, always put him first.
Rowan squeezed his hand and closed her eyes.
Always.
They fell silent. There was a brand new bouquet of flowers on her nightstand. Creamy roses and round daisies in the palest pink. Rowan opened her eyes and followed his gaze.
Thank you. For what? The flowers, she murmured, stretching a little. The nurse said you sent them. No, he said. Celia probably did.
Rowan shrugged.
Somebody did. God, Gabe, you look terrible.
He laughed, a wild hiccuping sound.
Have you seen yourself? No, but I can feel myself.
She touched the stitches along his hairline.
The doctor said I almost lost my leg, she whispered. I know. I almost didn't wake up. I know.
Gabriel took her hand.
Rowan, I'm so sorry. No. If I lost you, you didn't, she murmured,
lying back against the pillow. Her eyes slid closed again.
You won't. Ever.
She pulled him down next to her.
Don't talk about it anymore. Don't even think about it. Just sit with me. That's all you have to do.
He gave in to all the pain and fatigue and fear he hadn't allowed himself to feel over the past 10 days. More tired than he'd ever been in his life. She put her hand on his cheek, and he rested his head against her shoulder. The flowers stared at him from the nightstand, but he barely saw them. They were only the second most beautiful thing in the room. Chapter 17. Rowan lay flat on her back, plastic bow locked and loaded. Spent ammunition littered the floor around the couch. She watched with thinly veiled disgust as Gabriel aimed his bow at the target Celia had grudgingly affixed to the ceiling. His suction cup arrow missed the center by less than an inch. Even with 3/4 of his arm in plaster, his aim was flawless. She swore under her breath as he made a tally mark on the scorecard.
Use more spit, he suggested.
I don't want to do this anymore, Rowan said, pitching her bow at him. The chime of the doorbell sounded in the foyer.
Celia! I have ears, Rowan. You can't quit now, Gabriel said, tossing it back. We said we'd play to 5,000.
I can't shoot this thing left-handed.
I'm doing it.
You're left-handed. I give up. It's over. You win. She shot her last arrow to cement her surrender. It flew straight to the ceiling, struck the target dead center, and held. They both stared at it.
You would have gotten 100 for that, Gabriel said. You want to watch TV?
No.
Are you hungry?
We just ate. He scooted under her leg.
Can I draw on your cast?
Later. She heard the front door open, and faint voices traveled down the hall. A headache was coming. They came often now, and she closed her eyes, waiting for the throb.
Why don't you go outside?
No. Why? Are you okay?
I'm fine. It was a bold-faced lie, and Gabriel probably knew it. Every movement, every breath, every heartbeat brought one pain or another, and that was very hard to hide. Some were mild, but some had spikes, lurking quietly in her muscles and her bones, waiting for her to move the wrong way. Rowan had almost no recollection of the tornado itself, nor could she remember much about her first days out of the coma. They rattled around like puzzle pieces in a box. Her first solid memory was of the flowers on her hospital tray. A blushing tumble of ivory roses nestled between pale pink daisies and swirling begonias. She wished she knew who to thank. There'd been no card. For the second time in her life, she'd woken up in a new body, only this one didn't do what it was told. Her movements were wild and jerky. She could barely use a fork without taking out an eye. Rowan spent 2 weeks in the hospital, and then she was moved to a short-term inpatient facility for 6 weeks of rehab. When she was cleared for release, the doctor suggested a home aid, but Celia staunchly refused. Instead, she'd taken a month of family leave and reclaimed her old bedroom across the hall from Gabriel's. Where Celia summoned her energy, Rowan could not even begin to guess. Rowan had been home for 10 days, and Celia got up at the crack of dawn without fail, cooking, cleaning, and caring for Rowan's entire body like it was her own. She kept a running chart of every nap Rowan took, every meal, every headache. She doled out Rowan's pills, helped her get washed and dressed, and hauled her to the toilet at 2 a.m. without complaint. For the first time in her life, Rowan was grateful that Celia had dumped her back in foster care so she could become a nurse. Gabriel had barely left her side since the moment she'd come home. He stayed within arm's reach, wide-eyed and slightly stunned, like he'd been handed a newborn baby. "I mean it," she insisted, pushing his shoulder. "I'm fine. You don't have to sit here with me all day."
I don't mind.
"I do," she said. "Go outside. Get some air." He was just getting to his feet when Celia came tearing into the room, her face red and hectic.
"Sit up, Rowan. Quick. There's someone here to see you."
Before Rowan could respond, Celia propped her up on a pillow, tugging at the hem of her cotton dress.
"This is too short,"
she mumbled. "Find me a pair of pants that'll fit over this cast, and I'll gladly put them on. Who's here? Everyone I know is in this room." Celia smoothed the end of Rowan's ponytail.
"One of the paramedics from the storm. The one who took care of you in the ambulance. His name is Dell."
"What?" Gabriel yelped. Oh my God, really? From all accounts, he'd done a lot more than take care of her. Rowan had flatlined twice in the ambulance, and there wasn't a single doctor in that hospital who hadn't regaled her with tales of Dell the paramedic and the stunning resurrections he'd performed. The Dell? The one who held death at bay?
"Yes, you may want to thank him for that."
"Why is he here?" Rowan asked, panicked as to why Celia was grooming her all of a sudden.
"He said he wants to meet you. Gabriel, move. Go sit in the chair."
Rowan turned to Gabriel as Celia darted out of the room. "Do you remember this guy?" Gabriel could barely sputter in response.
"Why can't he sit in the chair?"
A new set of footsteps approached, and Celia returned with their visitor in tow.
"Rowan, this is Dell, one of the paramedics who saved you after the storm."
Rowan could feel Gabriel's eyes roll without even looking at him.
Del, this is Rowan, and this is Gabriel.
Del nodded.
Hello.
Hi, Del, Rowan said, smiling up at him. I'm so happy to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too.
The doctors told me how much you did for me, she said. I'm glad I can thank you in person.
How did you know where we live? Gabriel asked. Gabriel,
Celia said. Del's ears went a little pink.
Actually, he's right. This is kind of against the rules. I hope you don't mind me dropping in, but
Rowan didn't hear a word he said after that. Something moved above his head, and she watched helplessly as her 100-point arrow chose that moment to dislodge. It fell from the ceiling, inches from Del's nose, and he jumped, batting it away like it was a live insect. Gabriel let out a bark of laughter and slid closer to Rowan. Celia looked like it was taking all her willpower not to physically yank him off the couch.
Del, sit, please, Celia said. I'll get everyone something to drink. Gabriel, come help me, she said pointedly.
Gabriel got the point a little too well.
I can't.
He held up his cast.
My arm is broken.
Del was still standing in the middle of the room, though now he looked like he wanted to run out of the house. He was young, maybe a few years older than Rowan, with sweet brown eyes and a drawl that definitely originated outside of Oklahoma. He was tall enough to dwarf Celia, but his awkward position in the center of the room made him look even younger and very, very nervous. He was absolutely adorable. Rowan bit back another smile, and Del chose that moment to speak.
Rowan, he said. I never met anyone with that name. Rowan, like the tree.
She blinked. What?
There's a type of tree, a rowan tree. I only know because I took a semester of botany in college.
He seemed to run out of steam there. I didn't know that, Rowan said, even though she did. I've never met a Del either. Del like
the farmer,
Gabriel chirped. Rowan glared at him.
You look great,
Del added, taking a seat in the chair Gabriel would not deign to occupy.
I wouldn't have recognized you.
Rowan laughed. God, I hope not. The last time you saw me, I was dead. Del, to his credit, was unfazed.
Almost, he amended. I wish I could have seen you in the hospital.
I'm glad you didn't. My head wasn't working too well. I might have forgotten you. Gabriel let out a gusty sigh. Rowan reached under her cast and poked him in the hip.
You look good too, Gabriel, Del said. I don't know if you remember me, but I remember you, Gabriel said flatly. He's a brave kid, Del said, turning to Rowan. I've seen grown men go into shock for less, but he fought us tooth and nail. Did he fill you in on what happened?
Her leg tingled painfully. Gabriel had her practically sitting in his lap. Yes, she said. He told me we were hit by a tornado. Del's mouth opened, but nothing came out. Celia returned with a tray loaded with cold drinks and cookies.
Don't listen to her, Del,
Celia said, handing him a glass of iced tea.
Sarcasm is the only language she speaks.
Rowan smiled, pleased with her sister's description. Del smiled too.
Speaking of the tornado, he said, we found something of yours that day, and I thought you might want it back."
Rowan looked up in surprise. "You did?"
"Yup. I left it outside. Want to join me on the porch?"
She grimaced inwardly and hoped it wouldn't show. Getting hoisted in and out of the wheelchair was torture. Gabriel glanced sideways at her, and even Celia looked a little put out.
"Let me get her wheelchair, Del," Celia said. "She's not exactly easy to move." "Mind if I give it a shot?" he asked.
Gabriel tightened his grip on Rowan's cast as Celia rolled the wheelchair in front of the couch. Del leaned over and lifted Rowan from Gabriel's lap like she was made of feathers before settling her into the wheelchair in a single, smooth motion. For the first time since leaving the hospital, the move was almost completely painless. Celia clapped her hands.
"Good job! That usually takes me at least 5 minutes with no small amount of screaming. From both of us."
Gabriel looked very small sitting on the couch by himself. He looked at Rowan, and then he got up and walked out without a word. The front door slammed as Del took hold of Rowan's chair. Going over the threshold was bumpy, but Rowan barely noticed because there, parked in the driveway, was her truck. Completely intact, with a brand new rear window. Oh my God!
"The whole team chipped in to fix the window," Del said. "And we got you a new pair of tires."
Oh God, Del, you didn't have to do that.
"We wanted to."
Gabriel stood next to her, stock still, staring at the truck with his mouth wide open. Rowan leaned over and smacked him on the hip. "I told you we should have stayed in the truck." Celia clapped.
"Rowan, that's wonderful! You were just saying you wanted to get a new truck for your birthday."
Del looked down at her.
"It's your birthday?"
"Next week."
"Close enough."
He tossed her silver keychain, a gift from Gabriel when he'd gone through his metalworks phase, into her lap.
"Happy birthday."
2 hours after Del left, Celia was flitting around the house, practically bursting into song as she brought fresh-cut flowers from the garden and peeled mounds of vegetables. Gabriel sat quietly in the chair next to the couch. Rowan was reading a magazine, obviously occupying a different planet.
"Rowan," he said. "I don't think this is a good idea."
"Why not?"
"You're still in a lot of pain."
"I'll take something beforehand. Stop worrying about me and go outside."
"We don't even know this guy. Why does he have to come for dinner?"
"I don't know. Celia invited him." Celia had invited him. Out of nowhere, and without consulting anyone else first. As a result, Gabriel had been forced to remove her from his list of allies.
"You don't think this is a little weird?"
"He's nice. He was nice to both of us. Plus, he's really cute."
"He's cute?"
Rowan glanced at him. "What is wrong with you?" What?
"I don't like him. I don't want him here."
"Oh, I get it," she said, putting the magazine down. "We're jealous there's going to be another man in the house." Gabriel exploded.
"He's not going to be in the house. He's just eating dinner and then he'll leave and we'll never see him again."
He jumped up and grabbed a handful of his hair.
"I'm leaving. I'm going. I need to go outside or something."
He ran through the kitchen, shooting daggers at Celia as he charged out the back door. He walked around the pond for an hour. kicking up dust until he heard the crunch of rocks in the driveway. Gabriel ducked behind the magnolia tree and watched as Del climbed the front steps with a white box in his hand. He knocked on the door and stood there, fixing his hair until Celia let him in. Del drove a truck, too. It was old and beat up, with blankets covering the seats. The tires were way too big for the cab, which was bright, screaming red, like something Satan would drive. Gabriel kicked the bumper on his way back inside. Del was sitting at the kitchen table, leaning his chair against the wall like he owned the place. Rowan sat next to him in the wheelchair, her eyes dancing in the pink light of early evening. She was wearing a blue dress printed with green tropical flowers. Her hair was braided down her back, the twisted strands shining red and gold. Gabriel's stomach twisted. He stood there for a full minute, watching her laugh at some stupid story Del was telling, before anyone noticed him. And even then, it was Celia. "Gabriel, can you set out the silverware?" Rowan smiled at him. "Where have you been?" "Outside. You told me to go out." You're right, I did. You don't have to get mad." "I'm not mad," he mumbled, stomping out to the porch, where Celia had set the table like the queen was coming. The tablecloth and napkins were linen, and there was a big bunch of flowers in the middle. Gabriel dropped the silverware on the edge of the table in a clump and sat down. Del eased Rowan's chair through the door. She rolled herself next to Gabriel. Her eyes looked sleepy, but her smile was really, really big. Del took a seat on the opposite side of the table. "I'm afraid dinner isn't up to par with what Rowan would have put together," Celia said, sticking a pair of tongs into the salad. "She's much better in the kitchen than I am." "I'm better in other rooms, too." Rowan giggled. Celia looked traumatized. Gabriel turned to stare at Rowan. "Are you okay?" he whispered. "I'm great," she said, loud enough to make him jump. "Did you take a painkiller?" "No, I took 2. "So," Del said as Celia passed him a platter of fried chicken. "Thank you. This is a beautiful house. How long have you lived here?" 2 years, Rowan said, trying and failing to butter a roll. "This was our parents' house, mine and Celia's. We moved here from Massachusetts." Del paused, holding the salad tongs aloft. "All of you?" "Just Gabe and me. Celia and I used to live in Virginia, but then she moved down here. I grew up in New Hampshire. Just me, not them," Rowan clarified, waving her butter knife. "And now you live here together?" "No," she said. The roll slipped from her fingers and tumbled to the ground. "Just Gabe and me." "And how are you two related?" "We're not." The expression on Del's face might have been funny, if not for the free and easy way Rowan was volunteering information. Gabriel looked up and saw Celia frowning at him, jerking her head toward the basket of dinner rolls. Gabriel grabbed one, buttered it as well as he could, and pushed it into Rowan's hand. "Eat this," he said quietly. "So you and Celia lived in Virginia, and then she moved down here and you moved to Massachusetts?" "Yep. Then Gabe and I moved down here together. It's just so complicated, Del." "Rowan, have some iced tea," Celia said, filling a glass and passing it to Gabriel. Del was looking at him, too. Rowan took a clumsy sip, dribbling tea down her chin.
"Where do you live, Del?"
Celia asked.
In Colbert, but I'm originally from Dallas. I moved here last year, after my mother passed away."
"Oh, I'm sorry," Celia said.
"I'm renting an apartment for now. I'm not really in a position for anything more, but it's just me, so it's fine."
He smiled at Rowan.
"I live over a bakery. I figured you might be traumatized from all that rehab food, so I brought you some of their specialties."
Rowan smiled slowly. "Oh, hear that, Gabriel?" She pronounced each syllable of his name individually. "Careful, or he'll eat it all. I have to bake for him all the time."
"You don't have to," Gabriel mumbled.
"This boy takes in a zillion calories a day. God bless the adolescent metabolism, huh?" She lifted her glass in a toast. Del blinked.
What grade are you in, Gabriel?" "8th."
He looked at him in surprise.
"Really? You look younger."
"No, I don't," Gabriel said, narrowing his eyes.
"I'm 13.
"He's a Wunderkind," Rowan piped up, adopting a German accent all of a sudden. She looped her arm around Gabriel's neck and yanked. Their heads banged together, and while he felt it, she definitely didn't. "Smartest kid you've ever seen. He takes after me. I'm a genius." There wasn't much to add after that. They finished dinner with a sprinkling of conversation, mostly between Del and Celia. Gabriel was about to get Rowan some coffee when she yanked him down next to her. "Gabe," she whispered, cupping her hand around his ear. "Do me a favor. Go over there, be very quiet, and tell Celia I have to go to the bathroom." He glanced at Del.
"I'll take you."
"No, you damn well won't. I can do it. I don't want you to do it. Just tell her, please." Gabriel sat back and heaved a sigh.
"She needs to pee, Celia."
"Gabe!" Rowan shrieked. Celia smiled apologetically at Del and got to her feet.
"Excuse us."
She gripped the back of Rowan's wheelchair, glaring at Gabriel. The door slammed shut behind them. Del fiddled with his glass, wiping beads of water off the outside.
"So, what's Massachusetts like?"
Gabriel narrowed his eyes. Chapter 18. Mel, Gabriel's tutor, dropped by a few days later. She swept Gabriel into a hug and gripped Rowan's hand. "I'm so happy to see you. When Celia told me, I was just—" "It was not the vacation we were hoping for," Rowan said. "I'm not going to stay, but I wanted to talk to Gabriel about summer school. You're going to have a new tutoring partner for a while." Gabriel looked up, stricken.
"What about Flip? I just talked to him."
"Flip's family is going to Italy in July. He'll be gone the whole month." Rowan was secretly relieved to hear that. Flip was a terror. When they'd first found out Gabriel's peer tutoring partner was going to be Philip Samuels, Rowan half expected a junior accountant in a three-piece suit to show up with a briefcase and a Rolodex. What she got was so far off it wasn't even funny. He was 14, he looked like he'd never seen a comb in his life, and he announced his presence by skateboarding around the perimeter of the porch, moving too fast for Rowan to even catch a glimpse of him through the window.
She thought they were under attack. He and Gabriel were partners for less than a year, and in that time, Flip tried to do a 360 on the porch swing, lit an entire roll of toilet paper on fire, and fell off the roof. Twice. Rowan had harbored serious doubts about Flip and Gabriel's compatibility as study buddies, but they hit it off instantly. During their first meeting, they worked on their homework for a grand total of 20 minutes before Flip grabbed Gabriel and his skateboard and pulled them both out the door. Rowan didn't see them for another 2 hours. When they got back, they were filthy, and Gabriel's jeans were almost as shredded as Flip's. But he had a huge smile on his face. Their homework sessions still gave Rowan a headache. Gabriel looked enormously put out as Mel flipped through her folder. "Your new partner is Charlie Murphy," she said. "I know school isn't out yet, but since you guys are going to be partners all summer, I want you to start working together right away. You and I will meet 3 times a week from 9 to 2, and you should be all set to start 9th grade right on schedule. I know you and Flip are supposed to meet tomorrow, but I asked Charlie to come instead. Is that all right?" Gabriel nodded silently. "Flip can come over after," Rowan offered. Mel scribbled Charlie's name and number on a slip of paper and handed it to Gabriel. "In case anything changes," she said, getting to her feet. "Are you going already?" Rowan asked. "Yeah, I have some hysterics to deal with. All my seniors have pre-college panic. If you had another half hour, you could meet my shiny new paramedic," Rowan said with a wry smile. "You snagged your paramedic? That's talent." "Wait, what?" Gabriel cut in. "He's coming here again?" "Just for a little while." Gabriel jumped to his feet. "What am I supposed to do while he's here?" he demanded. "Whatever you want," Rowan said, glancing at Mel. "Hang out down here, though. He's bringing us brownies." "Eat them yourself," Gabriel grumbled, sweeping his books under his good arm. Mel and Rowan watched as he stomped out of the room and ran up the stairs. Gabriel refused to leave his bedroom, no matter how many times Rowan yelled for him to come down. When the doorbell rang, she was stuck. Celia was at the supermarket. "Gabe!" she screamed. There was no response. She picked up her phone and called him. He answered without saying hello. "Can you come get the door?" "No." "Please? I don't want the alarm to go off." He let out a huge sigh and hung up on her. Footsteps sounded on the stairs and the front door opened and shut. A minute later, Dell walked into the den alone.
"Hello again,"
he said, sitting on the opposite end of the couch. "Hi. I'm normal today, I swear. I didn't even take aspirin." Dell laughed and leaned back into the cushions.
"Don't worry, I understand."
"You were so nice to bring the truck back. I'm glad I didn't scare you off."
"Honestly, I thought it was cute."
A blush creeped over her cheeks. "I don't even remember what we talked about."
"Oh, it was entertaining. How are you feeling?"
"Okay, I guess."
"Bored?" "I bet."
He fidgeted in his seat.
"I wanted to tell you something if I could. I was going to do it the other night, but
I was high."
"Yeah."
She held up her hands. "Stone cold sober. Shoot." He pressed his own hands to his knees.
"Okay. The thing is, I haven't been doing this long. Been a paramedic, I mean. After the storm, We were called in for backup because all the local ambulances were sent to the residential areas. When I found out where you were from, it seemed like fate."
His eyes darted up, and he blushed bright red.
"Sorry. I said to myself on the way over, don't talk about fate."
He waved his arms around like he was trying to erase that part of his speech.
"Anyway, when they sent us to look for you, I was petrified. I'd only ever really rescued